Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? It's your boy,
Buffalo Fanatics.
back at it again. Day 3.
It's Don Brown.
We here now.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got day 3. We got a lot of picks today. And they're going to come in clusters. You know what I mean? We got that 4th round pick coming up, 109, if I'm not mistaken. And then once we get to the 5th, this is when things start to crack down, man. We got that 163, 170, 173, and then 179 or something like that. Anyway, there's going to be quite a few picks that we've got to go through. We here now. What can we make of last night's picks? There's a group of Bills fans that aren't really feeling what we've done. And the complaints are coming in that we didn't get the receiver we wanted. We need the speedster. Fellas, you have to understand, we don't have many needs on offense. Like for people telling me we need the speed. Do we? Because we got by just fine last year. And I mean just fine. And we didn't even utilize the guys that we really needed to. Like right now, you got a Josh Allen last year. Don't forget, Josh Allen was, although MVP, he gradually made himself up to the MVP because he wasn't turning the ball over. But him not turning the ball over was being the safer Josh Allen, not taking the chance Josh Allen. Remember that? I know the first few games, it was tough to watch because you're like, we're so much better than this. Josh is having to break the glass early. Remember? And I think it was Sarah Christine yesterday made a great point out there. And she said, yeah, but you're not going to be saying that when we struggled in the beginning of the season. I remember that. I do remember when we struggled, but it was because Josh was still finding his way, still trying to make his way with Curtis Samuel, new receiver, still trying to make his way with Keon Coleman, rookie receiver. I mean, there was a lot of changes. Diggs, Davis were gone. What do you expect Josh to be Superman and just light it up with these boys? Nah, man, take some chemistry, take some time. So those people saying, we need, bro, chill out, man. What we needed to do was get some bona fide thugs on the freaking defensive line that don't play mess, that don't play no game. Violent hands, violent attackers, and that's what you got in Landon Jackson, and that's what you got in TJ Sanders. Bro, they went up and got TJ Sanders. Let's not forget that. They went up and got TJ Sanders. So I don't know what we talking about. Well, we need this and we need that. What we need to do is not reach. That's what we need to do. Don't go out there reaching for things that you don't need to reach for. That's when you get yourself in trouble, right? Everyone was talking about, try to get Jalen Royal in the second. Isn't Jalen Royal still available? Could you imagine when we got Jalen Royal and we passed on TJ and Sanders because we wanted Jalen Royal and he's still there? Come on now. We didn't need to trade up for Sanders. We didn't need to. They wanted to. And did you not see what took place afterwards? Let me go ahead and give you guys the goods because y'all ain't want to listen. Y'all ain't want to listen. So I guess you boys got to show you. You know what I mean? So there comes a time when we are where we are for a reason. Let's just keep it a buck. You know what I mean? We are where we are for a reason. And I say this with all the respect because we ain't the GM. We didn't put the years in doing all this stuff. They know more than we do. We weren't in the room with these guys. I mean, doing all that stuff, bro, we weren't. And now I just want to share my screen real quick just to kind of give you an idea of what took place. So round 4 is about to take place. Titans are obviously picking first, but let's go to round 2. And we jumped up to the 41st pick. I'm going to share my screen in just a moment. Let me just set it up for y'all. Where we at? Hold on a second. Yes, you may. Come here, Mala. Come here. I just want to show off my daughter. I think she's the freaking most beautiful thing ever. You're the most beautiful thing ever. You know that? Thanks. Come sit with your dad for a sec. This is day 3. Say what's up to the people. You're on the mic. Say what's up.
Hey, guys.
Hey, we got a YouTuber next to me. Talk to me. What are we doing upstairs, by the way? Talk to the people.
I'm going to go rake leaves.
What are you going to go do?
I'm going to go rake leaves.
Why?
Because
what?
Because I'm in trouble.
Oh, punishment time. Yeah. I tell you, while I was I was streaming yesterday. I heard do 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 upstairs. I was like, what's all that noise? Well, she was supposed to be upstairs doing her business and reading and doing what she was supposed to do because there's no phone, no TV. She's outside. She's upstairs playing mini hockey sticks and doing Just Dance. I don't see no punishment there. So punishment is you going outside to rake them leaves, girl.
Whoa.
Get out there.
I'll do it half an hour.
No, you gonna get out there, girl. See ya. All right, had to get out there, man. Yeah, man, I got young ladies, man. Yeah, beautiful girls. I'm watching everything. My eyes are everywhere. Anyway, no, you're not. So the reason I bring all this up, right? Let me share my screen. I see you, Kev. I'm gonna bring you on in just a moment, but I gotta share my screen real quick just so I can show you what took place after we took Sanders, right? Let me what did we took Sanders in the 41st pick? TJ Sanders right here with the Bills, right? Let me share my screen just so you guys can see it for yourself. So let me see if I could zoom it in for y'all. Yeah, let me zoom that bad boy in for y'all. Okay, so TJ Sanders gets picked, okay? Bills take TJ Sanders. Look at this. Alfred Collins, gone. Donovan, gone. JT, gone. Look at all the edge and defensive players going. After we had no choice. Nick Skirton, gone. We wouldn't have picked by then. Oladejo, gone. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we needed to make those moves happen. We needed to make those moves happen. People, we didn't have to. We could have stayed where we needed to. Omar Morton Lott was the better guy. No, the better guy that they felt was the guy was TJ Sanders. And you guys are going to like TJ Sanders. I promise you that. When you go back and look at the film and see what he's saying, fam, you're going to like him. You're going to like him. Trust me. When you see this guy as disruptive as he is, getting after it, and now you pushing the quarterback off the mark, and then here comes, you know what I mean, Joey Bosa to clean things up. You know what I mean? I don't know. Is Joey Bosa the one that does this, or is his brother? That stupid nonsense. You know what I mean? You bring him over to Landon Jackson to clean things up, fam. Bro, offense was not our issue. It was defense. It was defense, bro. Everybody saying, yo, he would have been there at 56. You don't take those chances. That's the thing. You don't take those chances. I'll tell you, I'll give you an example. Okay? When I was doing the Bleacher Report, I'm going to bring my man, Kev. What up, Kev?
What's going on?
What's on, bud? I was doing the Bleacher Report creator mock draft. All right. I was picking at 30. And I'm looking as a GM. I'm like, okay, I know who I'm targeting. I know who I want. I have my 3 picks. My top 3 guys I want to grab was Harmon, Derek Harmon. I wanted Kenneth Grant. I wanted Tyler Williams. Those were the 3 guys that I really wanted to take with my picks, right? Okay. So who was it that I wanted to take? Jay and Barron. If Barron was available, I was going to take Barron. Okay. And I'm like, oh, listen, Harmon is right there for the taking. And it was, I think it's pick 26. I almost made a trade with the Rams. The Rams were like, yo, do you want my pick or not? And I was like, I changed it. I said, no, I'll be fine. I'm going to get my guy. I'm thinking that at 30, I'm going to be there. Dude, at 28, the 28 pick, they took Harmon right before me, thinking that I was going to get him. You can't wait. And I felt, and I'm doing this mock draft, by creators. Now you're dealing with real deal stuff. So Beam was like, I'm not playing around. I see who the other guys are that are ahead of me that know that. And you got to know who needs what, right? He's looking at the New York Jets, what the New York Jets needs. He's looking at the San Francisco 49ers, what they might want to get. They did get their guy, Alfred Collins, big boy, right? He's looking at Dallas. Dallas is going to need some guys. So you got to know who your opponents are and who they're going to grab. And the Bills were like, no, I'm not playing no games today. So we're about to find out what these Bills are going to do. Kevin, good morning, sir. Or good afternoon, should I say. How we doing, boss?
Not bad. How are you?
Am I too fired up for you? Should I tone it down a little bit or should I keep the same energy?
No, it's good. The guys
we're going to keep the same energy, Kev. I need you to match my energy today. Match my energy, Kev.
Kev's
like, go after yourself, bro.
In 12 years, have I ever matched your energy?
It's true, right? I ain't going to ask you to change.
I'm more like Pierre's energy. We're just kind of sleepy. Unless something goes wrong, then we flip out. And then I don't have as many gollies, but you know what I mean? Like, and then, then we come back down. We're more like,
I like it.
Yeah.
My man said Collins is too small in the legs. He'll get pushed around. Does he not know how big Collins is?
No, he's confusing him
Terrence,
with
you know that. You know how big Collins is. He's a big boy. What is he?
confusing him with
6'5",
Dion Walker.
330?
He's confusing him with Dion Walker. Dion
Maybe,
Walker is the
maybe,
guy that
'cause-
has the tiny legs.
I'm just saying.
Alfred Collins and Tyreek Williams are the best run stuffers in the draft. It's not
no, there's no question about it. Definitely no question about it.
At the end of the
My
day-
man said Pierre and Z-Bot mad sick today. Listen, man, sometimes some people just can't hang. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I'm just playing. Kev's been doing this with me a long time, so he knows we got to pace things out. Pierre will be joining us a little later. Bot, I have no idea what's going on with Bot. I haven't heard from him. I haven't heard from Bot since last night. Real talk, not even the group chat. So I don't know if he's in a coma.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with Bot, but we'll see.
Really
we'll see how it all.
Collins. Yeah.
Was that, buddy?
He must have really wanted Alfred Collins. He's gone. Yeah.
My God, yo, get off Alfred Collins D, bro. It's gonna be all right.
But yeah.
Landon Collins was a great pick. I absolutely agree. Let's talk about the picks that we made last night. Kev, talk to me about TJ Sanders. Your thoughts on TJ Sanders and Landon now that the dust has settled, and these two guys are going to be on this Bills roster. What are your thoughts? What stands out to you? And then I'll jump in and tell you what my thoughts are.
Like overall, so TJ Sanders is a good pick. It's like we talked about last night. Obviously, they're valuing. They have a specific type. They like their 3 tech penetrators. They're not too worried about the guys that anchor against the run. They want some interior pass rush. It looks like that they've determined that you guys were pretty solid up front, enough kind of to win. But what they really needed to close out the playoff games was that extra pass rush. So you brought in a Bosa for that type of thing. We know he's going to get hurt. You just got to hope that he's there at the end of the year, and maybe he gets hurt week 2, so he's back for the playoff push. You know what I mean? So he's going to get there. You want those guys with some juice at the end of the game. And they obviously think Sanders, where they prioritized his ability to get into the backfield, will provide him with that juice. It's kind of that closer mentality. It's like I talked about yesterday. You guys are scoring 30 points a game, and you run the ball a lot. So you're shortening the game, and you're scoring at a high efficiency rate. So it almost makes it really hard for teams to run against you because they can't. They have to keep up with the pace of the offense. So they're kind of banking on that, and they're going to go all in on getting guys that can get the QB to the ground.
Yep. You're nailing it, because we put up points, fellas. We put up points. Kev, what do you say to people that are saying the Bills missed on grabbing a receiver? They should have grabbed the receiver with those first 2 picks, and we dropped the ball. What are your thoughts on people that are saying that?
You were the number 2. You know what I mean? Number 2 scoring offense in the NFL last year.
All right.
Oh,
say it again.
Here we go.
In the 2025
All the picks are going on. All right, here we go.
Is that me or you?
Jordan Birch, linebacker.
That's a big pick for them.
No, that's
this
you.
I like
Of Josh Sweat, they brought over from Philly.
Golly. Hold on, let me try to pop this thing open. How'd you do that?
This is you with the volume, brother.
We'll get another can. I'll pop this open. Get another can.
Out there on the edge, so
Do that for me, actually. I'll figure that out.
Saw a little bit more of a steady bull rush with him. He's not going to just
just
jolt
good
you with that CD, but just kind of get
So
Your
Jordan
volume
Burch
is
went to the
Rico.
Titans, or what? Is that what I see here?
That's a big outside linebacker.
Oh, it's
Where am I
me.
behind?
Fuck. My volume.
Oh, you talking about your volume? You talking about your volume?
No, it's me. I clicked on. I was NFL.com. I was just kind of like looking and trying to see who's available, and it just randomly ran up some highlights. So all I could hear was Jeremiah talking in the background.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
If everybody's audio is right, you guys give me a thumbs up, and we should be good to go. And here we go. Okay, so pick is in for the. Things are going to be rolling today, real quick.
Yeah,
so the Jags are in with their pick, so people are playing around. Shadur Sanders drops out of the 3rd. Golly. By the way, before we get into Shadur, my man Richie Fresh says, yo, a need? Not so much for the receiver, but a receiver, an offensive player, I assume that's what he's saying, it puts us over the top. Yes. And I think that we can get that in the middle round somewhere. So Could it be coming up next? It could be. I think safety and receiver are the two next picks for the Bills. I'm curious as to what route they're going to take. I think the next pick for the Bills should be a safety / receiver, depending on who's available. But we'll see. We'll go from there. But I want to get back on the Shadur Sanders, man. Out of the third, the speculations are rampant now. People are talking. What do you make of it, man? Is it just a matter of he wasn't good enough and we'll get him when we're ready to get him?
It's a bit of both, right? So it's a bit of both. It's a combination of there's only a few teams. This is what, like in the early rounds, in rounds 1 and 2, there's only a couple teams that are actually looking to draft quarterbacks, regardless of what fans
not
think.
many.
Oh, this pains me. Sorry, that's too drafted. Yeah, he's really
running back 5'9", buck. All right, 206.
4'3" runner. 4'3"
One
runner.
cut and go. Nifty spin move. Where does he play out of? Where?
Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech. Huh?
Super fast. He's a good fit for. I don't think he's a good fit for Jacksonville. He'd be a good fit for Miami, San Fran, any of the ones that run the
that run rock like that. He's nice. For 5'9", 206. That boy not afraid of contact, man.
No, and he's 4'3" flat almost.
I like that.
Yeah.
So I like it.
That one thing's a little derailed my train of thought, but I think with Sanders, it's a combination of a bunch of things. It's one. There's only a few teams that are looking for a starting quarterback in the first round. Right?
So
if you don't, and I don't think really that his athletic traits match the current scheme of the NFL of what everyone wants. Everyone wants a Herbert, an Allen, a Mahomes. Of course. They want the big guy that can move with the big arm, right? He doesn't fit any of that. Once you pass that, then you're into teams that don't really need a starting quarterback. So now you're drafting him to be a backup. Let's just use Buffalo as an example, right?
Sure.
Buffalo could look at it and say, hey, this is really good value for, I'm not saying they will, but I'm just as an example. Really good value for Sanders because why not get a very talented backup? He's almost projected as a top 5 player. We're going to get him now in the 4th.
Yep.
But when you do that, unfortunately, because of the media coverage that surrounds him, some of it his fault, some of it not, some of it his dad's fault, some of it not, you're bringing this media circus in, right? Does anyone want? And then the problem is what, and again, I'm not saying this is fair or correct. I'm just saying I think this is the perception out there, is that if you struggle, if you have I guess Bills would be a bad call, but say it's a mediocre level quarterbacks, and you're in there and you're kind of, Lawrence, we'll say for the Jags, right? If he's struggling a bit, how loud is the pressure going to be to put Sanders in? Is Dion going to get on Twitter, start managing the team? Is the public pressure going to start mounting? Is Shadur going to get on Twitter, which he's apt to do? They're very public. They're very vocal. They love to do that. They love to influence the media. And again, whether it's fair or not or accurate or not, I think teams are afraid of this. If you're drafting him to be the starter, you have to be comfortable with that. But if you're drafting him to be a backup specifically, do you want all that baggage? And is he that much more talented than, say, a Kyle McCord or something like that?
Okay.
If he had, because
I have a rebuttal to that because I'm actually passionate about this rebuttal. Okay. There comes a time where what the fuck am I paying my coaches for? What am I paying my coaches for? What am I paying all these assistant coaches and all these leaders of men for? I don't want to hear nothing about what about the baggage she's going to bring. Bro, when you come between these locker room doors, you bring you're my guy now. So cut all this out. You can still be you, but you're not about to do all this other mess that you be doing on social media. That stuff you can do it off the field. So where's the leaders of men? That's why I always got pissed off when not a McDermott guy. No, man. If McDermott is who he's supposed to be and Brandon Beane is who he's supposed to be, you shouldn't care who you bring in. That's why when they bring in Hairston, but he's got off-field issues. Look into the off-field issues and make sure that you're good to go. And then let's roll. Make sure you're good to go and you do your homework. And that's what they did.
Or
I
pretend you didn't
wouldn't
do
touch
your
him because of all the off-field
Yeah.
issues or the fuck off with that shit, man.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts. So you mean to tell me if
Oh.
Bill Belichick was still in this league and Bill Belichick drafted Shadur Sanders,
Sorry, look who just went.
Cam Scatterbo?
Yeah, to the Giants.
I saw that.
Sorry, he's a big name. That's why they interrupted.
He's a big boy. He's a
big,
219 at 5'9".
Yeah,
Somebody said he was like he's another Toby Gerhardt.
I knew you would have liked.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, that's my favorite. He reminds me of like a young Mike Allstott. Yeah, shades of Tommy Vardell. They only compare him to white guys.
I think it's hilarious. But let me get back on my point here. What I'm trying to say is if Bill Belichick were to draft Shadur Sanders, nobody would say Pete. Why? Because they know Bill Belichick don't play that mess. Bill Belichick brought in Chad Johnson. He brought in Cam Newton that you couldn't because Cam is too much. Bro, bullshit. I call bullshit, and I call a lot of these coaches that are out there soft. I call all these GMs that are out there soft. Learn, if you are going to be dealing with these men, learn how to deal with these men. Like, get out of here with that. I can't stand this.
How many Bill Belichick
pisses me off. It really does, man. If he's trash, say he's not good. That's why we didn't draft him. I think that my quarterback on my squad is better. But if you bring in Tyler Shook and you gonna bring that brother on the squad, nah, bro. I'm not buying that. Dylan Gabriel at least shows you Dylan
Gabriel's more talented than Dylan Gabriel. Tyler Shook at least has a big arm and can move. He's got
Dylan Gabriel's got athleticism to him, so that's what they. But then I would take Shadur over Dylan Gabriel. Is what I'm trying to say. But he's got a lot of games under his belt. 63 games.
Come on, man,
bro. Yes, either you're good or you're not. Period. Either you can play or you can't play.
But my point is he's not that good. So my point is that if the difference is here, the NFL has showed you they'll take this guy. If the difference is here, and this is so much more distracting and comes with so many more problems, and this guy has more athletic ability, maybe he's not as good of a processor or as accurate, but has traits that you think these men, these leaders of men that you talk about, can coach this guy with the more athletic talent to reach his level, then that's why those guys go. Now, when you see a Dylan Gabriel, whose athleticism and abilities down here, he's just trash. He's not an NFL player, in my opinion.
Right.
Now that it exacerbates your point. Now you should be like, why wouldn't you take Sanders when he's here and Dylan Gabriel's here? And you brought tiny Dylan Gabriel to Cleveland, of all places, where it's windy and snowy. Like, you couldn't have picked a worse climate to put Dylan Gabriel in. Guaranteed fail. So that's where I get what you're saying. But the same token, you referenced Bill Belichick, right? You had to go back to a coach that hasn't been in the league for what, 2, 3? This is 3 years now.
2 years. 2 years. This will be upcoming third. Go ahead. Because
that's the first name that you could think of that could weather.
I got many other names I could think of, but I wanted that one because people respect Bill Belichick.
There's maybe 6. You got Andy Reid. You got your guys because you've been there for what, 8, 9 years now. You got Tomlin. You got Harbaugh, right? And other than that, who's like cemented?
I'm sure. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm because I started thinking about that today. I was like, so
just because he's got the pull,
who is a cemented and who needs a quarterback? That's what I started thinking of. Like, okay, so who would I put in that position?
Kellen Moore for the Saints first year, right?
First of all, F Kellen Moore, number one. F Kellen Moore. You're soft. You knew you needed a quarterback and you went with a safe pick. Get out of here.
Bro, they took
You're
him
soft.
No, they took him in the first.
You're soft, bro. You're soft because you had an opportunity to get him. And the Raiders. That I'm puzzled by the Raiders not taking him. Geno Smith is going to be there another 6 years. Are you guys going to be happy with that? Is that what's going to happen? Like, I'm not understanding it. So I'm looking at the teams. So Cleveland needed a quarterback, and who did they grab? Who did they grab as a quarterback? Or did they yet? Did Cleveland go and grab a quarterback or not? By the way, Kevin's always hating on my fellow Hawaii boys. Is that where he went? Was it Dylan Gabriel that went to Cleveland?
Yeah, he went to Cleveland.
Okay. So
they put his weak arm.
Stefanski, you're weak. You're weak. You're weak. You're weak. You could listen. It's clear as day that he's weak. I mean, Deshaun Watson. Like, you have Deshaun Watson on your squad. You could you were supposed to be the guy that you could develop these quarterbacks. You couldn't do anything with Deshaun Watson, bro. Get out of here. And then you bring in Dylan Gabriel. Are you kidding me? Dylan Gabriel?
But they're not bringing him in
all the way out.
Right? They're bringing
cut it all the way out, man. Some of these coaches, man, like this is why I'm more surprised with Tomlin, because Tomlin would be the one that could deal. Hey, cut that bullshit. You're not bringing that shit here, and he hasn't taken them. So now is the Roonies getting in on him and saying, "Nah, we don't want that mess here." What is that about?
My guess is they're gonna sign Rodgers after the draft, and it's Rodgers that wouldn't be able to handle it.
You don't think so?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting. It's an interesting way. By the way, Bobby says, put on the Colorado's bowl game versus BYU and tell me what round you draft him. Now are we just gonna talk about guys that just have bad games? Sometimes people have bad games. Go to Josh Allen's game versus the Bengals in the playoffs. He didn't have a good game at all.
Oh, it's really
you want to just single out one game? Come on, fam. He's won at the college level, and he showed that he can play in the system. He's been coached well. He's not gonna be rattled. You good like that? I don't know. I'm tired of all this. Look at the ball game. Look at this. No. F all that, man. F all that. I'm not here for it. Now, if he blows, stand on it. Put your name on it and say, yo, he's not that good. Anonymously, he sucks. No. Put your name on it. He's not that good. And I'll tell you right now, him sliding, the more you slide, the worse it is, because I'll tell you right now, let's just say they draft him in like the 4th or 5th round. Usually when you draft a quarterback in the 4th or 5th round, that's like we'll take a chance on him.
Well, Miami's coming up.
Good enough. Was that, buddy?
Miami's coming up.
Could you imagine if Miami took Shadur, which would be absolute wild as well. Like Mike and all them cats, this would get out. Pack your bags, you're gone.
Vegas is on the clock right now. So I wonder if old Dion called up Tom last night.
I don't know. I don't know, man.
What the fuck, man? Tom.
You know what's funny? Here's something that's funny. I was listening to Shadur talk, and he was saying he was having bad dreams. I don't know if anybody's seen this clip. He was having bad dreams before his pro day. And one of the guys was like, yo, tell me, explain more about your bad dreams that you're having. He's like, yo, I was in my back pedal and I was dropping back, but I was on marble floors. So he was slipping. And I was like, oh, ain't that a parallel, boy? You were a parable of you slipping in this draft. You know what I mean? The good Lord was trying to tell you a message. You'd be like, hey, maybe humble yourself. Maybe something is up. Something is up. Something's happening. You never know, man. The good Lord will try to find a way to try to get you a message. Or, I mean, it's the other side. You know what I mean? Yeah. You slipping. I don't know what it's going to take for this guy to get drafted, but we'll find out. Ooh. I can't wait to see what Miami does, too. I don't know what direction you guys are going to go into.
I think
what direction? So you guys are picking at 14.
Raiders are up. Let's see.
So far, what have the Raiders done thus far? So far, the Raiders, their needs right now are running back, which they already got, receiver, cornerback. I think they already got their cornerback. O-line. Oh, they took a receiver.
Who's announcing the pick here?
I'm on the NFL.
Yeah, me
NFL.com.
Mm-hmm. Oh, .com. Okay.
I'm on NFL.com. Mm-hmm. Yeah, NFL.com.
On the NFL Network.
I'm not happy about this because this is a name that I wanted on the Bills later on.
That's good. That makes me glad he's gone. Yeah.
I wanted Dante Thornton. Like this is the guy that stretches the field. If you're gonna bring somebody to your squad, this would be the guy that you bring to your squad, especially with these late round picks. Yeah,
like he's not a good player. He's not a good player, but he's fast and big, man. Al Davis is smiling down on this pick.
I'm sure he is. This would have been pretty cool for the Bills, though.
Yes, I'm glad he's not on your team. Yeah,
that's what he does. He goes deep and he just knows how to get that.
Bills are up. Bills are up.
Did we trade up?
You're up. You're next. Jumped in front of Miami.
We're 109. Usually, no. This is where we're supposed to.
Oh, this is where we're supposed to be. Okay. I thought it was you were worried about getting.
No. The Bears are up. Because I remember we traded our 109. Our 106.
The Raiders 109 pick at 108. Raiders are 108.
Yeah, Raiders 108. Bills were supposed to pick at 109, but we gave that to the Bears. Yeah. So we're picking at 132.
On
I
the
knew
graphic.
somebody was giving me misinformation. I was like, what? We don't have 109. We're picking up
No, the
132.
Bills traded up. You just traded up. You're at 109 again.
Oh, we're back to 109. That was our original pick. Okay. We're back to it.
Back. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bills are up.
We see who's in the chat. We see who's in the chat. Look at the
Clearly.
super chat here.
Hey!
All right, I've been asking for him. I've been asking for him for 2 days.
Listen,
like, where is
Jeff King? Kevin was asking for you since early last night. He said, "Where's my guy Jeff?" And you know what I told him? I said, "Jeff is not a late night guy. He's a working man now. During the day, you best believe my man is gonna be here." What up, boy? What's happening? So the Bills, they traded their 9th pick, their 109th pick. Okay, so they gave up their 132nd pick and their 169th pick to get back their 109th pick. So something tells me they're going for a receiver here. Has to be. Dante Thornton going tells me they're getting a receiver. The question is which receiver. Who are the Bills getting? Which receiver? It tells me the receiver's coming. Is it Isaiah Bond? They've had connections with Isaiah Bond. Jalen Royal seems to be a name that most folks are clamoring for. We'll soon find out. Let's find out. I don't want to look at the website. I want to look. I'm not looking at the chat either. And I have a feeling I will still be happy with this pick, no matter what, because I've seen the direction the Bills want to go. They need to go receiver or safety.
Yeah, if it's a receiver, I think it's the Stanford guy, Ayamanor. If it's not,
yeah, that could be. He's got speed. He's got some speed on him.
I'm also thinking maybe he traded up for Billy Bowman.
Bowman. I do have Bowman on my mock draft, so this will be fun. Who's calling the draft today? I don't know who that is. Here we go. All right, guys, just go ahead and make that call. Here we go. Make your pick, big guy. Who we got? Receiver?
Oh, yes! Yeah. Oh, I'm so pumped.
Dion Walker.
Look how skinny
they're really trying to freaking beef up that line.
I need you to watch this and focus on his calves. He's got smaller calves than we do.
This is interesting.
So this is the guy that came into the combine saying he was going to run a 4.6, and he ended up running a 5.3 or a 5.
So he's got a good sense of humor, is what they're telling me. So this is their nose. This is the guy they wanted. So this is their nose.
Man. So he's huge. He's like 6'8". He's big.
He's a big boy. This is the nose. This is the nose that they wanted. So McDermott last night said, I'm actually really good with this. I'm actually really good with this. All right. So last night, Brandon Beane came on and was like, bro, pretty much telling you, yo, TJ Sanders is going to be who TJ Sanders is going to be. He's going to be that 3 tech. We can mix match, big dog, do what you got to do. They needed a nose. People are still questioning, like, if you need a 1 tech, that's not who is the 1 tech. That way he can play it, but that's not your 1 tech. They just got their 1 tech right here. They got their 1 tech right here. Now, I got my man Red White Bill said, bad pick. He won't play. And I didn't realize that Brandon B was letting you in on the intel as to what's going to take place. But that being said, let me just jump in. I don't know where Kevin went. Okay, he's loading up. He'll be back in just a second. But here's what we need to understand about this pick here. Certain things are happening right now. Certain things are happening. You don't go ahead and draft Landon Jackson. They're getting younger. So this doesn't bode well for DaQuan Jones. This does not bode well for DaQuan Jones or Dwayne Carter's on the trade block. Somebody's looking at Dwayne Carter. Like, there's some things happening. Some things are shaking up here. And this is what it comes down to. Ladies and gentlemen, Dion Walker has joined the Bills. And the big boy, 6'7", 300.
What happened to my internet?
331 pounds, my boy. That boy can play. He's a big stuffing nose tackle, can play on that 0. Very interesting. Yo, the theme is defense. The theme is you're not going to run on us. We're going to be relentless. We're going to come after you, and we're going to be imposing. Brandon B said, yo, F the offense. We've done everything. Ray Davis, Keon Coleman, we good. We good on this side. The defense needs the attention. I hear the people. The people have been talking. Here we go. Wasn't it you and I talking last night, or was it Pierre that said it? That it's like he's listening to the fans. He's listening to what Bills Mafia has been asking for, and he clearly sees the need. And it's been in the trenches. But I'm gonna tell you right now, man. I'm gonna tell you right now. But I said Buffalo Chris says, yo, Rico, why you trade up for someone you could have picked at 132? You don't know if you would have been at 132. You don't know. You have to understand. People talk. You got to look at the needs of other teams, right? If you're looking at, I don't know, I'm just gonna make something up here. If you're looking at let me see who's next. I just got to look at who was up next. Okay, so you got the Bills were picking at 109. They got their 109 pick back. Okay, let's just say, for instance, the Saints. You know that the Saints are looking. They've been looking. You got to look at what other teams and who other teams brought in for visits. If the Eagles brought in this boy for a visit, if the Saints brought him for a visit, if the 49ers brought, you got to know that, yo, they need something. They're going to grab him. I need to jump back into my spot. And they got it. So Dion Walker to the Bills, that's what's shaking up. Now, what I'm very much interested in is who's on the out. Because ain't no way you're keeping all these players, bro. Zion Log, you out of here. I mean, we already knew that was the case. Zion Log, practice squad, or are you out of here? Daquan Jones has to be like, wait a second. He's counting all the guys that are coming on the squad. Bro, what? Okay, so that's what we're doing now? And this is what's probably going to happen. Daquan Jones, it only points to Daquan. I think Daquan might be the man that's out.
If you guys got rid of Daquan Jones for Dion Walker, I would be over the moon. Okay. And then I would add, and hopefully Miami snaps up Daquan Jones right away. I don't know, man.
Thank you. Too crispy. Why do people pretend that they know when people would be available? You go up and get your dudes. Thank you. You don't wait for other teams. You got to dictate who you want and set the tone. I'll tell you right now. And I know Bills Mafia is so freaking too well, and it's disgusting how well I know them. Because if the Chiefs, for some reason, traded up to the 109 pick, okay? Oh, the Bills fans would have been like, oh, that's where the Bills were, and we gave that pick up. We shouldn't have done that. The Chiefs grabbed Dion Walker. People would have been like, oh, snap. Now you got Chris Jones, Karlaftis, you got Nick Bolton. Now you bring this guy in the middle. Golly. We would have been complaining nonetheless. For crying out loud, folks. You got to look at the good and what these guys are trying to do right now. Cody Benz says it. Bro, we still got pick 170 and 173 back to back. Chill out, everybody. Just settle down. We had 7 picks today. You thought Bean was going to literally pick 7 picks? Come on now. Yeah. Come on, wake up now, people. Wake up. And I would not be surprised if Brandon Bean decided to trade back into the spot. Real talk. I would not be surprised. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got Dion Walker to the Bills.
Yes. Okay.
Big, huge man.
Big,
right now, Kevin is acting like he's saying yes. But I don't know if he's saying yes, really. Is he really crying inside? Like, damn it.
No.
They got themselves a big boy.
Go look at my Twitter. There's 2 players in the whole draft that I said I would lose my mind if Miami took. Quinn Ewers, so it's almost a lock now. We'll take him because the gods are watching. And Dion Walker. But you can go look. It was a couple days ago. But anyways, the thought process, everyone kind of upset about the trade up. Like you said, you weren't going to draft that many guys. You don't have 7 roster spots left. You there's not that many. You're too talented of a team. You don't have that enough spots left for those guys to make the roster. So the thought process of going up to get the guy that you want, I agree with. Get rid of these picks that weren't going to make the team anyways. You gave up a 5th, basically. You got back your old, you said, okay, give me our old spot back. I'll give you this 5th, right? You gave back the 5th and you went to grab some you want. Obviously, your team knows more than I do. They're convicted on the player, obviously, because that really stings. That hurts my nuts. Ty Robinson just went.
So listen, but hold on. Hold that thought on the Ty Robinson. The Bills brought in Ty Robinson as well.
That's who I wanted in like 4 picks.
This is what I'm trying to tell y'all, man.
So karma's getting me for being happy. But
after Dion Walker, the Bills are like, nah, we know what you're up to. Boom, let me get my guy, and you can take Ty Robinson. This is what I mean. You go up with your guy. Too crispy knows what I'm talking about.
They want Ty Robinson because they wanted Philly wants a penetrating 3 tech that they lost when Milton Williams went to the Pat.
Did you see the size of Ty Robinson? Ty Robinson is a big boy himself.
He's 288.
What is he? He's
288. They just listed.
He's a little heavier than that.
He's like 290.
288.
He's a different. He's not a one.
That's what's his face's size. Let me see what Ty Robinson, because I don't think he's that small.
They just put it on the TV.
Did I didn't even see it? I'm looking at the chat right now. I'm too focused on the chat. My man Bobby comes in and says, "Yo, first right guy round for the BF mock." Hold on, was that you? Or was that you and I? Did we?
You know he's not bringing it up if it wasn't him.
Let me see.
If it wasn't him, he would have buried it.
Let's take a
shocking.
Quick look.
Yeah, there it is.
Let's take a quick look. So
I love
the 109 pick. Tyler, did he take? No, he has Tyler Batty. Oh no, there you go.
Yeah, he's right there for Dion Walker, Bobby.
With the 109 pick? That's the 132 pick, Bobby. I don't know if I can give you that one. I don't know if I can give you that one, Bobby. Because that 109 pick is right here. You're not trying to get us, but round, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Yeah, you're back in it. Bobby, you're back. You're right back into it, man. You're right back into it. So anyway, I don't mind this pick at all, man. Let's recap what the Bills have done thus far. I gotta open up another tab because it's annoying as ever. Listen, your Dolphins are coming up shortly, man.
Yeah, I know.
How many more picks? You got a few more picks before your Dolphins pick. And then the Bills don't pick until next round. So we'll be all right. We'll be all right. So I'm just looking for some stuff on I'm doing a couple things at this moment. I'm looking for some guys to bring on. By the way, we're gonna be joined by Pierre shortly. He says it's gonna be a little late, but he'll be joining us shortly. I got the Podium podcast boys to be showing up sporadically because I know they're working, so they're gonna be jumping in here and there. And then I'll probably drop the link in the chat for those that want to join us and chit chat with us. We can get it cracking a little bit. But 6'7", 330, he has no power. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
It's actually accurate because he's so tall that it's really hard.
So he's Jordan Phillips? Are you saying he's Jordan Phillips?
No, I'm saying he reminds me of who's the guy we had? The one I've lost my mind when we drafted him. Raekwon Davis. He reminds me of Raekwon Davis.
Reminds me of Raekwon.
And remember how angry I was when we took Raekwon Davis. So he's too tall to play one tech. He's up, plays upright, and he loses leverage and he's getting moved off the ball. Now maybe your guys can coach him up, and who knows? Maybe I'll look like a fool. So more likely your guys know more than I do, right? But when I watch this guy, man, he's not all there in the head. He's always standing up straight. Small little legs and massive. He looks like a spitting top, but whatever. Maybe
to each their own, right? To each their own. Mr. Clayton, what up, Mr. Clayton? Mr. Clayton comes in and says it looks like they learned something from the Eagles. What the Eagles did to the KC in the Super Bowl. Listen, it's not new, but we all know what you got to win in the trenches. And the Eagles were able to do what the Eagles did because they had security on the back end. Don't forget, Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell were holding it down greatly. And let's not forget the KC didn't really have, the receivers, that really threatened you. Rashee Rice done. They didn't really have the guys that could really do it. So maybe this year with a healthier squad, things will happen. But you win in the trenches. And you saw what these guys were able to do to KC. You saw it. 4-man rush. Go after it. I'm not blitzing you any. And we're just going to wait it out. So this will be fun. This will be interesting what this new look Bills will look like. So shout out to Mr. Clayton for that super chat. I got Matthew DeVideo. What up, Matt? Matt comes in and says, hey, Rico, I'm so happy we are getting our defense all beefed up. Also, if I'm the Bills, I would go for wide receiver and linebacker with my next 2 picks. Also, I cannot wait to see Tom Grossi do his pick for the Packers. Go Bills. Yeah, that should be fun. That should be Tom Grossi. Do you watch Tom Grossi? Are you a fan? Tom Grossi, and entertaining YouTuber. So it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out. What's up, Abby? Abby says, "Oh, just realized that Kentucky double dip." The Kentucky double dip. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey yo. So I want to pull up what the Bills have done thus far, and let's do a live grade, folks. Let's do a live grade of what this Bills team looks like. Are we in on what the Bills have done thus far? Do we feel good about it? Are we all in? Are we all out? Talk to me. Does this grade drop what the Bills have done? I certainly don't think so. I think that we are in decent shape at this point because we're picking the guys that we want. If you're trading up, it's because the guy that you just traded up for, obviously you want him. You don't want that person to go away. So I'm getting it. So the Bills have done what they need to do. And I'm loving every part of that. Loving every part of that. So let's I'm going to share my screen in just a moment. Shadur Sanders still available, has not been picked yet. I mean, who's the backup in San Fran? I mean, you got
actually.
You got a quarterback that they're not sure that they want. You got Kyle Shanahan, that's supposed to be the guru of an offensive coordinator. If
it's not a bad pick for them,
it wouldn't be a bad pick. Shadur Sanders to 49ers, they would have.
He took the other guy I wanted.
CJ West gone.
That's so much better than Walker. This is who I want. This is a real one tech.
He's a big boy. He moves like a big boy.
It's the problem with being a knockoff version of the.
What is he, 6'1"? He's like a little bowling ball.
Yeah, no. It's the problem with being a knockoff version of the 49ers is that they take all of Miami's guys because it's the same schemes.
My man Job says, I'm pumped, tired of the garbage third down defense. Bro, we see what we want. We get what we want. That's what it is. CJ West is 1,000% better pick than Walker. Mm-hmm. I mean, on paper, I guess so. Nate, great draft. All these guys so far will contribute. Aren't getting starters here out. So plan for future with next three: tight end, linebacker, O-line. All right, no offensive pieces. I get it. Shadur Sanders to Miami. Keep it up.
Yeah,
we're gonna piss Kevin off today, boy. If we make that thing happen,
I can feel it.
What's crazy is we all talk about how we need an interior D lineman. We draft them, and folks complain. Tell me about it, man. We got the wrong guy, bro. We had Daquan Jones. We have Dwayne Carter that most folks are like, he's okay. I'm looking forward to see what Dwayne Carter does. Zion Log, and then we got Ed Oliver. And a lot of you guys always are chirping about Ed Oliver. I don't know if he's good enough. I don't know if he's got the strength enough. And blah, 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 blah. So we fortify the defensive line, and yet we sit here still complaining. It's like we have a license to complain. It's like y'all pull out the card, be like, yeah, I'm valid. Let me complain. Come on, fam. I mean, I get it. You could have some displeasure. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? And this is why I'm fascinated by the draft, because we do all this research. I say research. We do all this YouTube watching and reading articles and watching college football as well, looking with your own eyes. And then we fall in love with guys. And then when your guy doesn't go to the squad that you feel like it makes sense, we all upset. I don't get it, man. Red, White Bills, what up, man? He goes, Rico will be the first one crying and talk about milk carton. Milk carton alert. Listen, man, I ain't tripping because Dion Walker getting chosen in the 4th round. If he contributes, great. No different than when Gabe Davis was chosen in the 4th. If he contributes, awesome. That 4th round fringe, at least in my opinion, is slated to like, you're not like a something dropped you to the 4th. Could you have been higher? Absolutely, but something dropped you to that 4th. For Gabe Davis, I'll use Gabe Davis as an example. Speed. He wasn't fleet of foot, but which is absolutely wild. He was our deep threat. He was the one that we'd send deep all day, every day. Go figure. You feel me? So the draft there's not an exact science to it. There's never an exact science. That's why these things are the way they are. I mean, look at the prime example of Shadur Sanders. Could have went in the 1st round. And now we're well into the 4th round, and you haven't heard a peep from any team yet. It's the way the game is played, folks. The way the game is played. Cody Ben says, yo, didn't we have a defensive tackle with like 4 interceptions last year? Man, we good, man. We good on this side, boy. We good. By the way, shout out to everybody here on a Saturday. You guys can do way better things, but you guys are here with me and my man Kev. We'll be joined by some friends later on. We appreciate you. If you guys are in here, smash that like. Let's get the algorithms going. Let's make this the Buffalo Bills stream. You know what I mean? For people to come in and tune in and let's chop it up, man. We're gonna talk about everything under the sun when it comes to this. We got a few hours to go. It's gonna be fun. We're picking at 2:40 in the 7th, so we're gonna be here for a minute. Richie Fresh comes in and says, "Yo, Sanders to Miami is 202.0. Bills fans are ready." And you know that's not gonna happen. Papa Bill, what up, Big Pop? Yo, let's get Shadur Sanders at round 5 to continue putting points in blowout games. We need a better QB backup in case Allen gets hurt. Wouldn't that be something if the Bills were to draft Shadur Sanders? I mean, in like the 7th round, if he ever drops, that'd be absolutely disgusting if he dropped to the 7th round. But look, wouldn't that be something if he did? That would be a piece of work. I'll tell you that much. That'd be something. Laura says, "Yay, draft guest." Laura, you better. If I put the link out, I better see your ass click that link. Girl. Don't play with me now. All right, so let me scroll on down here.
I had to get my phone, buddy. So I pick it up right away. I get a text from in the group chat. Yeah. Kevin's favorite player, Dion Walker, to the Bills.
So you've been talking shit about Dion Walker.
But the rest of the draft's really good. I'm not happy. You guys are having a good draft. Yes, Milrow gone.
Man, defensively, we're getting after it. Yeah, man, Milrow was gone by the 3rd, bro. I think it was like at the bottom of the 3rd. He was gone. He was out of there. So right now, you're looking at the 5th quarterback. I think there's been 4 quarterbacks or 5 quarterbacks taken. It's not good. I'll take Shadur. If we want to bring Shadur in, bring him in. And McDermott, we'll put him in check. No, we don't do that, Mr. You got Josh Allen. Josh Allen put that shit in check. No, bro, we don't do that here.
I have a bad feeling he's going next.
To allow some nonsense to go down. That's why you got to go to a well-respected team that will not take that nonsense. And you need a coach that got balls to say, "Nah, we ain't doing that." What are you, 21, 22? I don't care who your daddy is, man. We ain't doing that here, baby. Who the Cardinals taking? Make that pick. Billy Bowman. That's my guess. All right, Cody Simon. Are you familiar with Cody Simon? Are you familiar?
So I'm lost because I'm just reading. There's a lot of. I went to the inside guys. Some of the guys that I know.
Yeah. What are you getting at?
We're up next.
By the way, Terrence Bland says, "Thank you for coming clean."
I like Terrence.
Thank you for coming clean. I told you, Kevin was like, "Yo, that's good for you guys. Good for you guys." He's like,
Terrence, like in the chat, I saw him. He's like, he was talking about Dion Walker's like bad pad level, and then I said something, and he's like, "Kevin's just hating." I was like, "Bro, you were just talking about his bad pad level 2 seconds ago."
Telling you,
bro. Well, Miami traded out.
Who did?
Miami traded out.
Okay, that's good. You picked up some picks. That's good. You want that?
Well, I was reading a lot. They really liked that they might have taken Shadur Sanders right there.
It looks like the rumors have it that the potential team that the Eagles might be the one taking the Shadur. That would be interesting.
Why not? They did it with Hurts, right? Oh, good. So Miami doesn't draft.
Damn, Dion Walker's 344 pounds. That boy a big boy, man. I'd like to see what his RAS score is. I got to check that out. See what the RAS score is.
I think that you should check that out.
Yeah, let me check out that.
Look it up.
Like,
look up the spider. Look up the what is it? Draft. What's the one with the measurables where they do the spider chart? Mock draft database.
Yeah.
That one.
So I got Carl Jones just gave me a little clip of Dion Walker. I mean, he ain't the fastest. I will say that he certainly is not the fastest. But let me.
I think Miami wanted CJ West. That's why I was so pissed. I think, and then as soon as he
why CJ West though? What stands out to you for CJ West that you're?
He's like short, stout. He's good against the run. He's got a little bit of juice with like his stunts, and he can play little games with the ends and stuff like that.
Okay.
he's kind of a different foil to what they got in Grant, because they want 2 defensive tackles in this draft. So now Miami's decided that they only need 2 players.
Okay, Dion. Okay, bro.
He fell
All right,
off.
man.
Another guy made the play and he fell off. Okay. That's good.
So Dion Walker right at the middle. Get off me. Okay.
Actually, you know who his best college games were against?
Who's that?
Osiris Torrance.
Is that right, huh?
Yeah. His best 2 games were against Florida when he played Osiris Torrance.
Listen, I got no problems with Dion Walker, man. I know you see his legs, and you got me looking at his legs now. This is wild.
If you can see him.
Yeah. But listen, man, I ain't worried about that. You got Kentucky. You got the Kentucky boys. Whoever. Let me tell you this: the area scout for the Bills for this region, if you will, the same guy that influenced the Bills to grab Hairston that we're praising is the same area scout that said, "Wait a minute, take a look at Dion Walker, bring him in." And so, if we're gonna praise the area scout for Hairston, I mean, you got to give some love to the area scout for this one. I don't know. I think I'm going to give him more time. Obviously, I'm going to go watch some more film on this man and come back to it because we had an actual visit with Dion Walker. So this is legit, man. If Dion Walker is the real deal, he can easily bulldoze through our O-line. So we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out. Hairston is fast and long. Yeah, man. So another thing that I read too was Hairston, when it came to measurables from one to the other, I retweeted it. Let me just go back to my thing and make sure I got it. They're saying he's Denzel Ward. And if you like Denzel Ward and their measurables are pop, why not, man? Ray Davis is happy right now. He's got all these K-boys coming to the squad. We'll see. Some folks are definitely mixed emotions with Dion Walker. Some people are not feeling it. But how often have we been in a position where we're like, yo, we're not feeling that, bro? Yo, yeah. The first, I remember who's saying this. Who was it? Somebody mentioned something to the nature of when we drafted Terrell Bernard. People are like, who? Who's Terrell Bernard? Until we saw that, brother, we're like, all right, we get what's going on.
It's true.
We get what's popping.
I wasn't a big Bernard fan coming out of the draft, and he's awesome. So you never know. I like how Miami decided that the roster is so riddled with holes that we'll just draft 2 people and wait until the 5th. And Chris Greer makes a trade to get a 3rd rounder next year, which in a vacuum is a nice trade. But now you don't have anyone from round 2 to 5. And what did you just accumulate the next GM, an extra draft pick? Because your ass isn't going to be here next year. You're going to get fired.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Who picks up a pick for the next guy? How nice of him. What a gentleman.
I got another footage coming from Dion Walker. So this guy, Mike Renner, where is he from? Okay, CBS Sports. He says Dion Walker was doing stuff like this when he was 19 years old, when he played with it, and he was playing with a bad back last year. Absurd physical talent with the Bills just got, and went perfect defense to utilize it. I mean, he might be the right pick for our guys, man.
He was he was a projected 1st round pick. They were talking about coming into the year. So he had a strong year last year. Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah. So then this year it wasn't quite so good. And
he said he was playing with a bad back.
Well, that's.
I mean, listen, like some people are so hilarious. All right, so his pad level.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is he? 22, right? He's gonna learn. They're gonna learn to teach him the pad levels and all that stuff. But I bring this up again. If you're 6'6", what are you expecting from a man that's 6'6"?
Then don't put him in that spot.
You want to be a superhuman?
Then don't put him in that spot.
You want to be, but nobody's gonna be bending that low. Who do you know that's 6'6"? Nose tackle over 340 pounds?
Exactly. That is the perfect point. Exactly. Who do you know that's that tall and is in a successful one tech? Thank you.
But keep going. I want to let you finish. I go. Keep going.
Raekwon Davis, right? Like, anyways, it doesn't matter.
What was Raekwon's size? I forget.
He's 6'6", like 340. Like
340.
Big boy. He was like almost 6'7".
What round did they draft for Raekwon?
2.
There you go. So I can see why. We draft this guy in the 4th round. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So develop
like
him,
you
get
looking for the
going.
silver
But
lining.
hear me out. People like, look out. First off, who did I see? Somebody, this isn't good. I saw somebody.
Clay's
I don't even know
Campbell
what
didn't
picture.
play 1 tech, Richard Cook. He's a defensive
This isn't
end
good. Look how
slash-
high he's standing. He's 6'6", man. Knock it off. Oh my gosh. All right. That's Cody Simon. I'm gonna try to get you the RAS score for what's your guess for the RAS score for Dion Walker? Unless you know already.
Once again, too crispy. Chris Jones is not a 1 tech. Chris Jones is not a run plugger. Chris Jones plays in the B gaps and the C gaps. Chris Jones is a 5 tech, can reduce down to a penetrating 3 tech. If you want Dion Walker to play out there, then my objections go away. But if you're trying to plug him at a 1 tech playing 0 tech, so right up above in front of the center, or 1 where you're shading on either shoulder of the center, typically it's your Vince Wilfork type build, or Ted Washington, those type guys. Oh, he was a good player. Right? And then because they're stout and they don't get moved, they're there to tie up blockers so that other guys can make the play. So if you want to move, if they move Walker somewhere else, then my objections go away, because his physique and he's not very fast, but he's quick, I guess. Actually, he had one of the slowest 10-yard splits too. But if you put him out there, then it's not as bad, because then he can use his length to his advantage. He can get up in the way. But anyways, it's a 4th round pick. Your other 3 picks are outstanding. You dropped from, in my opinion, 2.
Like Billy Bowman went to the freaking Falcons. Oh,
that really angers me. That really angers me.
There goes my guy.
Can't tackle.
I like Billy Bowman.
He can't tackle, but he's a really good center fielder.
Oh, that's the guy I wanted to.
Yeah.
All right. I'm in. I don't want to mispronounce your name. Tulu or Chatulu. Anyway, Chatulu is saying we keep taking D pieces and we keep losing to KC. Take a damn receiver. Oh,
but you guys always keep blaming the defense for the late game collapse.
This is what I'm talking about, man.
Right? First, you blamed Leslie Frazier for years,
bro.
And then, you know what I mean? So, you didn't lose to the Chiefs because you didn't score. You lost to the Chiefs because you couldn't get the stop when you needed it. And that's what you're hoping a guy like TJ Sanders can do. That's what you're hoping a guy like Hairston can do, is keep up with some of the faster guys. Because that was always kind of your Achilles heel, is you had such a slow secondary, right? Even Trey White in his day was slow. So but you were technically sound. You had an awesome scheme. You were super smart. You're always in position. But every now and then a guy like when Tyreek was with the Chiefs would catch that little close one and then take it up the sideline. You know what I mean? So a guy like Hairston, that's why you took Elam.
Yeah,
he didn't pan out, but that was the thought, is to get a bit more speed to add into that outstanding mental secondary that you have, and add a bit of athleticism. So now you have a Hairston to add a bit of speed, who's also a zone player. So that's kind of the difference, is he fits your scheme and he happens to be an outstanding athlete. Now you have TJ Sanders, because you're trying to get that interior pressure. So when it is 3rd and 10 and the game is on the line, instead of Mahomes hitting Kelsey, he's hitting the ground, right? That's the hope. So you're loading up on your defense so that you don't have those late game collapses. What's adding a 4th round receiver at this point is not going to come in and start on your team. He's not going to beat out Keon Coleman.
Correct.
He's not going to beat out Shakir, and he's probably not going to beat out Palmer, because he just paid Palmer a pretty penny. So he's going to play. So you're going to get a 4th rounder, and I'm advocating for you guys to get a speed guy. So I'm not saying you can ignore it, but if you want to look at what's going to matter when it counts in the playoffs, is who's going to get that defense off the field that one time you need to get a stop, or who's going to be the 4th wide receiver. Which one's more important?
Those are the things that some folks are not considering, and I'm glad you freaking laid it out like that. By the way, Gary Gotcha says my best guess: Carter from Clemson, Mickens from Clemson. I like RJ Mickens, and Kennard, edge. I mean,
Mickens is good. Yeah,
I think we fulfilled our edge duties so far. I think we tapped out. I think we good. But I find it really fascinating what the Bills have been able to do in terms of who they grabbed. If you really think about it, you're like, yo, fam, Did we really needed to grab all those cats? Like, do we have enough to them? I mean, who's going to be moving? I mean, let me share my page real quick. By the way, let me just give you this. We're talking about the RAS score. It ain't good. I'll put it that much. It ain't good. So my man scored a 374. 374. And since 1987 to now, he is ranked 100, he's ranked 1,273 out of 2,000 defensive tackles that have been taken. So you're going to battle. You're going to battle it out, brother. You're going to have to battle it out. So he ain't the most athletic, you know what I mean? But they didn't get him to be super athlete. They got him to plug up the hole and do what you do. We'll see how that shows up. But take a look. The Bills right now in this draft have gone Maxwell Harrison, cornerback, okay? TJ Sanders, defensive tackle, right? Big boy, 6'4", 297. Then you got Landon Jackson, another big boy, 6'6", almost 6'6", 260. And then you bring in another one. The theme is in your face. As a defensive lineman for the Bills, you must be like, oh shoot, okay, Brandon B not playing around. They really want us to compete and really see what's going down. That's what this comes down to, folks. So everybody better be on a high alert in that defensive tackle room. High alert. If you think you got it like that, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. My man said, Chauncey says, Kevin is the most rational Bills fan, and he's not even a Bills fan. Do you know how often Kevin gets that comment? He gets it all the time, and they keep telling him, just fuck off already with the Dolphins. Just come over to this side. Just come over, man.
It's easier.
And he can't do it.
It's easier for me because I don't care, right? So when you care about the team so much, sometimes you don't see things clearly because your personal opinions of certain players or coaches or whatever kind of jade your opinions, right? You used to bring me on so many years ago because when we first met, you were, I guess, impressed by how much I knew about the Bills. And then it was kind of like, it's a different point of view. That's the only value that I represent, right? Is a different point of view is that I'm dispassionate because I don't care. So when I'm looking at it, I look at everything for you guys from the eyes of the opponent. What do I not want you to do because it'll make your team better? So it's easy to just flip it and figure out, what I think you guys are doing right or wrong. Yeah, no thanks, boys.
Just join already, man. My man said, Michelle Hammond said, Kemp belongs on ESPN, man. He's not biased, but if I was a Finns fan, not much to talk about, but I respect him a lot.
I got not much to talk about right now. Fuck, we haven't even drafted anyone since the beginning of the second. But hey, listen, we're going to dominate the 7th round. Fuck.
Yo, Cody, you stupid, man. Yo, Rico went live for 2 hours when we signed Zion Log. You crazy. That O-line about to get that work with that new drafts. Yo, that O-line better get your act together because we coming. We coming, boy. My man Jalen says, yo, to be fair, Bean is awful at drafting receivers anyway. I mean, he ain't awful. Keon Coleman, if not for the injury, Keon Coleman would have had a solid year. Keon had 500 plus yards last year, bro, and he missed 4 games. Something similar to that. So, listen, man, rookie. I think sometimes we put too much demand on rookies.
He drafted.
What's that? What you said, bro?
He drafted Shakir, right?
Yeah, we drafted Shakir in the 5th. Like, come on, man. Like, let's give. And listen, you guys love Shakir, so I don't want to hear nothing about he's not good at drafting receivers, bro. Yo, Justin Jefferson ain't sitting here just hanging all over the place. You feel me? So Shakir they love, Keon they love. I remember when Keon came here and was telling you, my jacket's from Macy's. We love him. He's just like us, man. Bills fans, y'all really know how to make me upset sometimes with some of the things y'all say. And I'm sure you guys get upset with me sometimes when I lash out and wild out. But for the most part, your boys never. I'm not really. Kevin? Have I been outlandish for some things? I've ever been like, what's my most that you remember? My most outlandish thing I've ever said, where you're like, are you kidding me? Rico, no. No.
So many.
He said so many.
So many. Hard to choose. Fuck, I forget it. Oh, he was like.
Do you guys remember
was
anything that I've said that was
drafted
absolutely
some.
wild? Where you're like, Rico, what are you saying?
I remember he drafted one year. I can't even remember. He took some like running back in like the 5th round or something, and you were declaring he was going to
Arkansas running back. Why is it not coming to me? I was like, he's the real deal. He's gonna be nice. I thought he was a good back. I just didn't think he got his opportunities. What was his name again? Arkansas running back. If you guys remember, who's that Arkansas running back that we drafted? I can't recall. But you guys will remind me. I'm sure you guys will.
I remember you were so in the preseason. Oh, he's going to be great.
Yeah, man. I was rooting for him. I was rooting for him hard. I was rooting for him hard, bro. But I thought he was nice though. He was a good player. I thought he was a good player, and then we just got the bed. Steelers. Now, should the Steelers draft Shadur Sanders right now? Could this be
Jonathan Williams?
Jonathan Williams.
Yeah. And I was
he was nice though. Jonathan Williams was nice. I liked him.
Who was the guy who had? You had another guy too that came out.
Hey, Peterman. I called Nate
Peterman.
Peterman
was bad.
Nate Peterman was going to beat out Josh Allen, and nobody believed me, and he did.
You had a backup running back that came in, and he got fat, but he was awesome. And I thought
Williams.
Yeah, what was his name?
It was he came out of he was nice, man. A 5th round drop pick.
Kyle? No, not Kyle. What was his name?
It was Carlos Williams.
Carlos Williams.
He was good, man. And then I
thought he was going to be a star, and then he just ate his way out of the league, man.
Oh my gosh, he had so much potential, that guy, man.
Yeah, he was good, man. What an idiot.
Yeah, Carlos was good, man. Yo, Crispy, you know it, man. And then he just dropped. I think didn't we bring him back to try to see if we can do something, and it never worked out.
The Steelers for a bit, remember?
Carlos Williams,
but it was bro, just put the donut down. Like, it was so bad. Remember, he put on so much weight.
Yeah, he did. You know who I really wanted? I wanted Marcel Dares to work out for us so bad too. Marcel, bro. Walter says, you were right about Peterman, Rico. The man bent out. He beat out Allen for the starter job. I was telling people, Walter's been listening for a minute, if he remembers that. I remember telling people, bro, he's going to beat out Josh Allen. Josh Allen's not ready yet. No, he's not. We didn't draft him in the 7th round, the 7th pick, just so. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, bro, I'm telling you right now, he's going to beat him out. You watch. He sure did. And he gave that position right back to Josh. He's like, here you go, sir. You can take over now.
Oh, I see.
It's all yours.
Scott Blakely's here.
Hey, is Scotty? Yo, Chi-Town in the building. What up, Scott? Scott, I haven't seen you. Scott, I haven't seen you in a minute, man. Tell the children I say hello. That's our ritual. We talk to each other. We say the grandchildren, the children. Tell the wifey I say hi. My man, Scotty. What up, Scotty?
Yeah.
Oh, Jack Sawyer's gone. There's your boy. Whoa, there goes Pittsburgh. Now Pittsburgh's messing around, bro.
Got to replace. Got to have another, white edge rusher in the pipeline. Yeah.
They continue to disrespect Shadur Sanders.
Power rusher, rugged at the point of attack, lacks athleticism, smart, captain, leader on the field. Yeah.
You got it, buddy.
Gritty, hard-nosed, plays through the whistle.
Yeah. I've heard some good things about this Sawyer, though.
He's a bum.
He's a bum.
I hate Ohio State. I hate them.
My man, Alten Venezuela. What up, Alt? He goes, Rico getting mad at fans showing love to Keon about the jacket. Yet glazes Ray Davis any chance he gets. Listen, Ray Davis didn't come in talking about, I just got this Macy's jacket at that. Oh, are those cookies? Are these cookies? Can we have some of these cookies? All of a sudden, he's one of us. Oh, look at him. He's asking for cookies. God, I roll. It got to the point where I was starting to get mad at Bills fans because you guys were hyping this brother up. He hasn't even taken a snap yet. Just freaking relax. Holy jumpins, man. And just 48 hours before that, you were saying, we took the wrong guy. Why did we do that? We should have took Xavier Worthy. The same fans were all glazing him up. You know what I mean? I can't believe I just used the word glaze. Don't make me use that. Y'all were all over this man's D, man. Get out of here with that. And Ray Davis deserves all the love he's getting. I don't care what anybody tells me. He said, leave Keon alone. I was trying to tell people, leave him alone, man. Let him just enjoy himself. Yo, how crazy would it be to be amongst 100,000 fans that are sitting at the Lambeau? That is absolutely crazy. I read something. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. So the stadium is pretty close to the residential areas, like super close. Like you can swing your curtains open. The stadium's right there. Okay. They're renting that. There's a house on game days. I think it was something stupid. $12,000 a night Airbnb. Could you imagine $12,000 a night? Oh my gosh, making a killing. Just an absolute killing. They made it like a spot where you can tailgate. You could do this. If you don't want to go to the game, that's fine. Have a good time. Bro, that's wild. Absolute wild. Bill Basner, what up, Bill? Bill says, yo, Rico, give us a Nate Peterman for old time's sake. Oh! Never asked Nate Peterman. Listen, if we can somehow try to get Nate Peterman as our backup, that'd be absolutely fantastic, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be great? Nate Peterman back with Josh Allen. Josh would be like, you cost me. That'd be something else, man. That would be funny. Here comes David Razulu, says, yo, Walker's terrible, no strength. I bet you he'd push your ass around. I bet you he'd push your ass around big time. I bet you if they said, yo, I'll give you $1.5 million. I'll give you 30 snaps. 30 snaps, and you have to stop Dion Walker. I'd love to see it happen. He got no strength. 30 snaps, $1.5 million. Do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Chop block him, do whatever. Love to see it happen, man. He smush your ass down, jack you up, toss you out the way. You got 30 opportunities to stop me. $1.5 million. You ain't gonna do shit. A bunch of 5'7" dudes in the comments talking about, yo, he ain't got no strength, boy. Let me line up against you. I'll show you my strength. Oh, snap. Listen, we are here for several hours. So you're going to be cracking jokes. It's going to be a good time. Come on in.
Drafts in Pittsburgh next year, eh?
Is it in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, it's in Pittsburgh.
All right, then. Kev, we going to Bills game this year or what?
I'll go. Like if they're playing the Dolphins.
Yo, yeah. if they make playing the Dolphins super early, I'm all in.
Yeah.
But you don't mind going to games like in, I don't know if you do or not, but you don't. No, I think you said you don't mind.
No way. I thought
like October, November. You going?
I thought about going to the what would have been a good one, even though we lost, was the snow game a couple of years ago. I wanted to do that one, but it ended up being my work company Christmas party that night, and I'm the boss, so I had to like fucking be there. So I didn't go to that game. It was a good game. Miami lost, but that was a real fun one. That was the back and forth one. And then, Allen had the big flop on the sideline, so they threw you an unnecessary roughness flag, which was unbelievable. But anyway, so it was a good one. It stings. But,
it stings.
It was probably his best game, too. It was probably his best game. That was the one where he hit the long one. He hit the crosser to Waddle, and then he hit the bomb. Tyree torched Trey White for the TD. But
yeah.
Every game ends up the same. Well, we might win, and then Allen breaks off a 40-yard run.
Bartek, I'm going to try to get there, man. I'll try to. Walter says, was another DT really more important than getting a receiver depth? I just don't get where this faith in receiver room comes from when seemingly a lot of the fan base dislikes Coleman and Samuel. There's some people that don't. I think before we get in there, I gotta go back to this. I'll get back to Walter's comment in a second because I think it's interesting he said that. The guy's still there. Baron Sorrell, bro, we're in the 4th round and he's still. So I respect this. Now, I don't know where he was slated to get drafted. I don't know if he was considered a 1st-round pick, 2nd-round pick, probably a day 2 pick. But the fact that he was still at the stadium, I love the fact that he was still there. He wasn't at home getting a phone call like a lot of these guys are. He was actually still here. Big time. That's actually pretty cool. That's cool. I need to see where he was slated. Baron Sorrell, 6'4", 260. Oh no, he was slated to go around the 5th round.
Yeah,
5th round. So he's about in that mark. The fact that he's still here is great, man. Good for this guy. Good for him. That was more for his family, bro. Yo, we're gonna do this experience. You're gonna hear my name called on stage. I'm gonna take this all in. I'm gonna do this. He's gonna remember this for the rest of his life, man. I like that. I'm a big fan. Let me get back to Walter. I'll let you jump in on Walter's comment here because I think it's very interesting. Was another defensive tackle, he's saying, was another defensive tackle really that more important than getting a receiver? Right? I just don't get it. Where all this faith in the receiver comes from when the fan base is pretty much saying, Keon ain't-ish and Curtis Samuel ain't-ish. I'll jump in, but I'll let you jump in first. What are your thoughts on Walter's comment, and is it valid?
Depends on who you want at wide receiver, right? So at the end of the day, it always comes down to teams have horizontal draft boards. So they have all their guys rated by round. They have all their guys rated by grade, and they have them all out by position. So you can see okay, here's the wide receivers rated in the 5th round. Here's the, so maybe they just had Dion Walker significantly higher than any of the other wide receivers.
True.
To me, purposely picking someone that you think is a lesser player simply because of a roster position doesn't make a lot of sense. And the bad GMs are the GMs that do that. Why did Bean take another corner when you already drafted Kyer Elam in the 1st round? Because they had Benford rated higher than anyone else in that round, I'm assuming.
Probably,
no one's complaining about that right now, right? So just draft good players. Just draft the best players regardless of position. You kind of draft a bit for need in the first couple rounds. You shouldn't really, but we all know they kind of do. It's basically every team's got 2 or 3 positions that they could use help at, and you pick the best player available amongst those 2 or 3 positions. You do that your rounds 1 and 2. After that, you're taking the players who you either think are the best players, probably in rounds 3 through 5, and then rounds 6 and 7, you take. I would, if I was them. A lot of teams, what they'll do is they'll gamble on traits. So, or that's when you look for core special teamers. So your punchers, your kickers, your long snappers, stuff like that. That's 6, 7, right? And then you're looking for guys like Thornton Jr. or someone like that. Guys who aren't very good players in college, but have elite athletic traits. I know he went much sooner. I'm just grabbing a name someone would know. So that's kind of what they do. So in those rounds, those 3 to 5 rounds, you're just drafting the best players because you never know who's going to get hurt. You never know who's going to get a surprise cut. You never know. You know what I mean? Just keep taking good players. That's why teams like Baltimore, Philly, Buffalo, that's why they're around all the time.
Yeah,
right?
that's a good point.
Because they just keep taking the best players on their board. No one's going to look back 3 years from now, and if Dion Walker's a really good player, remember who some receiver was in the 4th round that they could have had. Right?
Nobody cares. Unless
you get something crazy like you guy 2 spots later went and he's an all-pro or something. Go ahead.
Let me put it this way, man. For just to take a receiver just for the sake of taking a receiver, it's gotta what I'm gonna lament what Kevin was saying pretty much. It depends on where you see these guys drafted or where they're rated on your board. Perfect example, Kyer Elam first, and then they said, you know what, we like Christian Benford. We had him rated pretty high. It's just that XYZ. But he's our highest guy on this board. That's why we're gonna take him. Stevie Johnson was drafted in the 7th round. Stevie Johnson is my favorite player of all time for Bills, right? And bro, they drafted him in the 7th round, and he ended up being one of the better all-time greats of receivers for Buffalo. Everybody calm the F down, man. We've watched these long enough. And for those that have been watching much longer than me and Kev, you know how this plays out. You know what I mean? No need to get all panties in a bunch. Get your thong out your ass. It's gonna be all right, man. Maybe that thing is way too up there. Get that G-string out. You use a thong instead of a G-string. It's too high up there, kid. Relax. Settle down. Now, Mark says no receiver at this point is making a significant contribution in 2025. Every guy that they drafted so far will likely have an impact this year and sets up Steve for years. Yeah. You got to start building for the future.
That's not true. If there's Shakir in the 5th round.
What's that, buddy?
That's not true. You got Shakir in the 5th round. It doesn't matter what position. You can't say there's no receiver that would make an impact. It just depends on how the team
on their board. It's on the board. Where do you have these guys on the board?
But you see guys in the 4th, 5th, 6th round come in and make impacts all the time at every position, right? So you just have to look at it as you're not checking off boxes on a list. Don't go show up to the draft with a to-do list. Show up to the draft with some I would prefer, so that you have positions where if the guys are rated really close, then you take the guy who at the position you need. But you don't overdraft and take a guy who's significantly worse just because you need that position. That's where bad GMs get in trouble. And the Bills do a pretty good job every year of doing just enough in free agency so that when they enter the draft, there's no glaring holes. You could say corner was this year, but it's not. It wasn't really. If you had to play a game tomorrow, you could still trot out Dane Jackson and he would be serviceable, right? So you didn't have any glaring holes. You didn't have to overdraft. Let the draft come to you and you take the best players. Again, you only take positions of need if the players are similar in value. If Walker was similar to wide receiver, then yeah, take the wide receiver. But
and listen, and where does this is where we have to respect the BPA, right? This all of a sudden BPA got out the window, best player available, and on their board they felt that TJ Sanders, for instance, or I don't know, Dion Walker, for instance, was the best player available. Simple as that. No, don't overthink things, fellas. We're overthinking things. Don't overthink things. Let's that. My man said, let's that Nines Boo.
Yeah.
That's the name. Lestat Nines Boo. Anyway, some of the receivers at tight ends we have need to take a step forward this year. That's a point that I'd like to kind of lament on. That's a great point. We need a receiver. Well, hold on. We just drafted Keon Coleman. Let's see what takes place in the second round. Let's see what's going on. Don't forget too, ladies and gentlemen, all these players that are going to get drafted, there are some guys that are going to be cut this year. So let's chill out, man. Hey, we don't know. Maybe George Pickens is available. They might say, "Yo, you guys want George?" Nah, he might be too much of a basket case to be on that squad. But there's so many things that could take place, bro. Let's just chill out. Let these guys develop. I mean, we need to see what Kincaid is going to do. I know a lot of eyes are going to be on Kincaid on what he brings this year. A lot. There's going to be a lot. I expected more from Kincaid last year. I think a lot of Bills fans did. And we didn't quite get the Kincaid from rookie year. Now, he was banged up a couple times here and there, so I get it. So we're looking forward to see what he brings, right? We're looking forward to see what Coleman brings to the table. We're looking forward to what Cole Bishop brings to the table going into the second year. There's a lot of guys that we drafted that we need to see. We need to see it play out, my boy. That's exactly what has to take place. So that's why we see. TN Fame. Let me see what Commanders who they're picking here. Oh, that's a guy that the Bills were looking at too, Jalen Lane. Small guy. What is he, like 5'8", 5'9"?
Yeah. A guy I wanted just went before that. Jordan Travis is like 6'8".
Jordan Travis?
Yeah, offensive tackle. He started in Harvard, moved over, really toolsy, kind of a little bit weaker, but you just build him up a bit, but he's really athletic. It's really sad watching every guy I wanted is just going now. Dylan Sampson won a few picks ago. I really liked him. He was a really good fit. But hey, Miami's set to dominate the 5th and 7th round, so that
they're going to do it.
Maybe we can get them going to cover punts.
This pick here, people were saying Jalen Lane. I just didn't see it for me when I was watching these films. So I was like, all right. But this is around this time. This is where you're going to grab. You're going to grab guys on this with this caliber player. TN Fame, thanks for the super chat, brother. He says, Kamish told McAfee 27th draft would be a different atmosphere than Midwest. Stadium will be done by then. You think there's a chance Buffalo hosts? I guarantee you, now that they got a new stadium, now they got everything's brand new, bro. The NFL, the league will try to showcase Buffalo in some. They love small market teams, especially Buffalo that's got the history and all that good stuff. Like the Bills are, I personally think they're like America's team. They're new America's team, in my opinion. Kevin might not agree. He probably just rolled his eyes now. But I think the Bills are the new America's team, and it should be. But with a brand new stadium, hell yeah, they're going to do something like that for sure. If the Bills put their name in, they're going to try to get some people. Bring some money to the city. The amount of money that's going to be spent in Buffalo by getting a whole lot of people there, hell yeah. And maybe me and my guy Kevin will show up to these things. We'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out at the end, man. Appreciate that super chat, my man. TN Fame. Love it.
I think I've been to Buffalo like 8 times now. Right?
My man Papa Bill was talking to Laura. Laura must have made a comment. I got to go back to see what Laura was saying. What's Laura saying? Where's Laura's comment? Laura. What up, Laura? Where's Laura's comment at? Can't find it, but in the meantime, she's pretty much saying that she don't watch college football like that. Okay, here's Laura's. Says, I don't know if I'm the right person to ask. The draft is my chance to get to know the players because I don't follow college. I spend too much time on the NFL. Laura, you and I are the same. I don't watch college football like that. They don't really showcase it here like they do in the States. We'll get a couple games here and there. I don't know. Kevin, do you watch a lot of college ball?
Yeah.
A lot of it?
Yeah.
I don't. And plus, I don't have cable. All my stuff is on apps and this, that, and the third.
I love it because they got you get like the West Coast games. You know, I'm a late night guy, right? So
yeah, no doubt. Oh, that's true.
You see the West Coast games. I'm so sad the Pac-10 or Pac-12 or whatever they are now, they're the Pac-2 or something. But that when they disbanded, they used to have this thing called Pac After Dark, and it would be like games playing. Yeah, or you get Hawaii games. They play like past midnight. You could watch college football from 12 to 12 easy.
No doubt.
Yeah.
My man is saying, Dirty Randy says, yo, move up and grab Royals. Call it a draft. Just move up and grab them. Listen, is Royals game that nice where people are like, they're loving Royals? I don't remember seeing Royals where I'm like, oh, okay. He's smooth. He's polished. But is he nice like that? Or maybe I got to take a look again. My man Walter says, people think just because they agree with the GM that it excluded them from the couch GM tag. Everybody's here is a couch GM. No shame in that. You damn right. It's true. It's true. I'd be one of them saying, do you see I should be a GM. He's thinking just like me.
Yeah.
Yo, you just a couch GM. That's not a good pick, bro. Just sit your butt down somewhere.
Everyone, at the end of the day, I know I hate those comments. Oh, the couch GMs. I'm like, well, what are you here for? You know what I mean? We all know that we don't know.
Don't be offended.
We all know that we don't know as much as the guys that are working in the front offices, right? They have whole staffs that their whole lives are collecting this stuff. They go over film. They have access to medical reports we don't see. They have access to interviews with the players. They can sit down with them for 30 visits. They have so much more information than we do.
For sure.
But that's the fun, right?
Yep.
If we didn't have opinions, if we just sat here and watched the picks and every pick was like, oh, brilliant. You know what I mean? There'd be no entertainment here. That's why we come here to discuss opinions and
right. Exactly.
And people, said,
exactly.
Especially people who are into college ball, they get attached to certain guys. They watch them for a couple of years. They're like, oh, I hope the Bills or Dolphins, whoever draft this guy, And then when it doesn't happen, of course you're going to be upset. You're going to be sad, right? So it's like me. I fucking hate Ohio State. I don't want any of those pricks on my team. But so you get wrapped up. That's the whole point.
Just traded up, by the way. Just traded up.
Who did? Oh, the Jets.
I learned my lesson I let myself get so emotionally involved when we didn't take Breece Hall. I started diving into the film on Breece Hall, and I cut the tape on him. I was like, yo, I like this guy. And the more I started watching his stuff and going game by game and watching, I even watched a full game just see what he's like. And I was like, that's my guy. The Bills need to get him. And that's when we needed a running back at the time. I was like, this is a no-brainer. You put him with Josh Allen, let's go. And then the freaking Jets came up and traded up for him. I was like, no.
Oh, it's even worse.
No. AFC. And I learned my lesson. Don't get involved. Don't get emotionally involved because you're going to sit here and be a real, true couch GM. Talking like you know stuff. And to be honest with you, if you were to look at James Cook and Breece Hall's career, right now, James Cook would be the one that you'd say he's having the better career, right? I still like Breece Hall, and I think he would have been great with this Bills offense, but it is what it is at this point. The Jets are thinking, hey, we're going to trade Breece Hall, right? And James Cook, meanwhile, is like, yeah, I'm trying to get paid. I want to be here. I mean, so it's you emotionally get involved, but that's what Kevin said. That's what makes this thing fun that we do. Everybody chats. Everybody talks. What's up, Miguel? Miguel. He says, yo, Rico, Breece isn't old. He's on the trade block. I know. If James Cook keep messing around, we might trade him somewhere else and try to go get Breece Hall.
Yeah. I saw Bailey Rogers said Kyle Williams was his draft crush. Now
there you go.
Yeah, it was like me. If Miami had traded Tyreek, Kyle Williams is who I would have liked to have put beside Waddle. So same thing. It was tough to see him go to New England.
Who was your draft crush, Kev, that you were absolutely pissed off that your team did not get?
Well, I'm old, man. So the oldest one I can remember was Marshall Faulk. I remember watching him at San Diego State. I'm trying to think who else. And then sometimes you're wrong, right? Like I was so angry that when the Broncos traded up ahead of Miami and grabbed Javonte Williams. Now, granted, Williams blew out his knee, and that's kind of like, affected him for sure. I did not want Javon Holland. I wanted Morig. I think I was right on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know which one. I know which one pisses me off the most. I campaigned every goddamn round to take Trey Smith. Take Trey Smith. Fucking Solomon Kinley. And I'm like, who? Like it was so bad. And I was like, please, for the love of God, just take Trey Smith. He fell all the way to the 5th round because he had a heart condition. And he's an all-pro. That one stings the most.
That one stings. I remember when Ray Davis, I was so jacked because I was a guy that I liked. And if the Bills can grab Ray Davis, I'll be so happy. And boom, when they drafted him, I was over the moon. You saw it. I was over the moon. I absolutely loved it. It just feels good when your team picks the guy that you liked.
Yeah, I really wanted Jalen Phillips.
Boom. Man, it's really disappointing when Jalen Phillips was going on with him, man. It's really disappointing.
Oh, well, you know what happened?
He got hurt.
Buffalo Bills legend, fucking Jordan Poyer, took out his knee.
Oh my
After
gosh.
the whistle.
Was it Jordan Poyer?
The run of the sideline, guy runs out of the sideline. Poyer comes barreling in out of nowhere, and Phillips just standing there, takes out his knee.
Oh, buddy, that guy's a problem, man. Jaden Phillips is a problem. When he went to you guys, I was hoping that obviously it was going to be the Bills that grabbed Jaden Phillips, but I mean we weren't close enough to get him. Golly, that was something.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. It was Poyer's most impactful play, maybe other than when he cost us the game against you guys when he hit Coleman after the ball drop.
And then Walter says, "What's your point, Sal? Nobody's telling GMs to listen to our opinion. That statement works for almost any professional taking advice from people." I mean, I don't know what Sal said, so I can't go back and look, but
it's probably one of those. The GMs know what they're talking about, and it's like, yeah, we know that, but that again,
and some GMs don't know what they're talking about. I mean, right now,
Mickey Loomis is out here making decisions I wouldn't have made. I'll tell you right now, me, Rico, Pierre could have run the Saints better than Mickey Loomis. Oh my God, fire that guy.
Well, right now, Nico Harrison is feeling the heat right now. He is feeling the heat. I couldn't tell. Let me tell you how much I laughed my ass off and good on the cameraman or the producer that said pan to Nico Harrison when AD got hurt. AD a few plays before was talking ish like, I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. It was just you couldn't make. I'm gonna be Kevin Samuels. You can't make that shit up. You just can't make that shit up. So AD's talking shit, saying I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here. Starts walking off to the sideline, hobbling off. We're like, golly. Then they poke over to Nico Harrison. Nico's got his head down like this, and he gives a side eye, like the Stephon Diggs side eye. Kind of see like, golly, I know the camera's on me right now, dude. Nico Harrison. If he gets fired, it's all on him. And it sucks because he's been a good GM prior to that. The injuries is just were compounded. Had AD still somewhat been healthy and you still had Kyrie on the squad, and I think there was another big-time injury they had that just really rocked them. Bro, they would have been okay, but just too much, man. Too much. And Michelle Halbin, you better stop that mess. T-Wolves in 6. Better stop.
Last night.
Listen. There's something circulating right now, and I want to know how you feel about it. So, Lakers are down 6. They're down 6 or 7. And it's like a minute left in the game. It's pretty much done. And LeBron and Ant-Man are sitting there keying and laughing it up. And one of the posts was like, Kobe or Jordan would never be sitting here laughing it up with the guy that's just whooping your team that's now got the series 2-1. Are you kidding me? Like, what are y'all doing? Minnesota's up 2-1? Y'all better get it together. And I'm a big fan of Ant-Man, but come on, man. Come on. Y'all, we got to get it together. Shoot. My man P Money's in the chat. What up, P?
Bro, he's on Caribbean time here, I guess. So
he's on the Caribbean time. He's on the Dominican time. He's on that Caribbean time right now. My man Sal says, yo, Kevin making sense again. Can't believe he won't come over to the finale.
I want to point out here that he's saying I won't come over. Don't think I don't notice that Sal's icon's got a little Miami Dolphin teal.
You see it. You see it.
Yes.
My man Too Crispy says LeBron made me stop being a Laker fan. Bro, he almost made Kevin stop being a Laker fan. I'm trying to hold on to Kevin and say, hold on, Kev, stay with us, man.
I'm trying. I'm struggling. It's so hard. It's so hard. Can't stand LeBron James.
Listen, Sarah Christine, don't start with me, girl. Yo, LeBron, listen, man. LeBron, I'm a Kobe guy, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, this thing right here, I was walking this picture that you guys see behind me. I was walking in a grocery store, and I always see these pictures in a grocery store all the time. And it was one of those like silent auctions. And hold on a sec, my man said, Rico, Lakers don't want run smoke from Celtics. Bro, we want the Celtics. We want them all. It's just that it's like, it's matchups, man. And right now, Ant-Man's giving us the business right now. But yeah, Gobert's doing this thing. Like, they got some pieces. But they shouldn't be giving us issues like this, man. That's crazy. Anyway, walking to the grocery store and I see this. I was like, ain't no way. And it's a silent auction. I was like, are there really any Lakers fans around here? Nah, maybe not. I was like, let me see what I can do for that. I paid more than I wanted to pay for this thing, but it was worth it. I don't care. It was worth it. I needed it. And I've been holding on to this for 3 years. I've been in this house for 3 years now. And I finally got it. And when I finally got it, when I moved here, it's been hanging, it's been sitting here, and I finally was able to freaking put it up. Feel great. I feel great. It's good. Now I just got to add a few more things behind here. I don't want to overdo it, but maybe one more piece right there in this area, and then we should be all right. What do you think, Kev? What do you think? A picture of you and I right here?
There you go. Yeah.
Mortal
enemies. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. All right. What do we got here? We got the Chiefs going up.
So Pierre's in the chat, right?
Yeah.
But he can't come on. What is he combing his hair? He's combing the he's putting the color in the beard. What's going on here?
I know he was out. He says I'm gonna be in the chat. He's like, I'll be monitoring. I guess he can't do it right now. He can't jump on. He's gonna be monitoring the chat until
he's
he
on
can
the Peloton or something there.
And I haven't heard from Zebot at all.
Yeah,
I don't know what Zebot. I don't know what Zebot's up to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call Zebot out though. I'm gonna be like, yo, Zebot, were you here with us last year for the second and third round? No, you weren't. Were you here with us last year, the year before, in the second and third round? No, you weren't. Is this a pattern, Zebot? You don't want that smoke? You want that first round? That's all you want? I gotta call him out when he comes out.
Break. Yeah.
Somebody clip that for Zebot. Like, yo, Zebot, Rico's calling you out, kid. Rico's calling you out. What's my man Frank Perella says, yo, you're right, Tua stuck in Miami. I love QB Josh Allen. He gave Bills a discount because he's getting married to Hollywood star Haley Steinfeld. By the way, did you guys watch Sinners yet? Has anybody watched Sinners? Are you guys a big fan of Sinners? I watched it. I think people are overhyping it. It's a good movie. I like the symbolism. I like a lot of the things that Coogler did, but like the storyline in itself. I mean, a vampire movie is a vampire movie, right? But I think people are overhyping it. I'm not going to say anything into this. I think they're overhyping it. It's a really good movie. It's a good movie, but I think they're overhyping it, man. I think they're overhyping it. I don't know why, but they're overhyping it. I'm going to go see it. Laura, I want y'all to let me know how you feel about it. I'll put it that way. Rico, Canadians don't get it. Rico, Canadians don't get it. What you mean Canadians don't get it? Don't get what? What do we don't get? What's largemouth trying to tell me? What do we don't get? Yo, Slick, Rico's the biggest hater. Listen, I'm a movie snob, though. I'm a big movie snob. I'm not saying like I go to a lot. I don't know. I'm very critical, man. Like, I need you to grip me. Pause. I need you to grip me from my seats to be like, like I'm from start to finish. I'm like, holy, like, okay, I don't know what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. It didn't do that for me. It didn't do that for me.
It was during the draft. We did the draft coverage, you and I, from your place, and when we went to go see Avengers Endgame after, remember? And you went to the can, and while you're in the can, some guy in the chat spoiled that Iron Man dies. And everyone went after this guy, like, what are you, an idiot? And they went on him. And I kept telling
I remember.
I was telling the crowd, I was like, listen, Rico's coming back. No one say anything. No one put that shit in the chat again.
This is going to piss off a lot of people. Do you see what just happened?
What?
Chiefs.
Oh, Jalen Royals to the Chiefs. Royals to the Chiefs. Oh,
it's going to piss off a lot of Bills players.
Yeah.
The Bills fans are going to be like, I told him to get him. I told him.
Yeah.
Here and with Sinners, I'm not going to say too much about Sinners. It was a good movie. I'd give it like a good 7.7, 7.8 out of 10. Good movie. I wouldn't overhype it to 10 out of 10, 100% on tomatoes. Settle down. Good acting, though. There was some good acting for sure.
Yeah, like Haley seemed really into Michael B. Jordan, eh? Like really in. Great.
So you got Jalen Royals, and you got Xavier Worthy, and you got Rashee Rice coming back. Not bad for the Chiefs. Not bad for the Chiefs, man. Not bad for the Chiefs.
Did they re-sign the TikTok guy there?
Who's the TikTok guy? Oh, it's JJ. Juju, yeah. My man Joseph Faris says, yo, Rico, we're going to get a wide receiver or safety at any point. I mean, shoot. Our pick is coming up. We don't got 132. We gave up the 132 pick, so we don't got a pick until the 5th round. So we're chilling for a little bit. Well, we're gonna be chalking it up. We're gonna chop it up with everything we can to kind of keep things entertaining, to keep things going. So if you guys saw Sinners, don't break it in here, but what would you rate Sinners if you saw the movie Sinners? What would you rate it? I'm a 7.7 out of 10, 7.8 out of 10. There were some moments in there I was like, really? I was like, all right. But then there's some moments I was like, ooh, you got me. I like that. That was cool. That was cool. Rico, the Chiefs fan? I would never be a Chiefs fan. You kidding me? Hell no. You will never find me as a Chiefs fan. Michelle Holliman says, yo, Isaiah Bond turned himself in after sexual assault charges. Yeah, I think that's what got Isaiah Bond dropping this much, man. It's that sexual. Bro, I got it. What's up with these dudes, man? These young cats. I got to understand. What's up with Oh, Snook, you with me? He says 6.5. Okay, Snook, you with me? It was good, but it wasn't like overhyped the way people are overhyping it. Like, let's keep it a buck here. 8.5. Okay, I respect it. I respect the 8.5 for the movie Sinners. Rico, isn't the Canadian election coming up? Yep, on 28th. Actually, after this, I got to go and Kevin, did you vote yet or no?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. I got to go vote either today or tomorrow. Get that, you know what I mean? Every vote counts. You got to put your votes in, man, because this is a big election for Canada. It's a big one. I mean, just like you Americans, where you felt, you know what I mean, the country was divided. I mean, Republican, Democrat, all that. So it's no different over here. But we'll see how it all shakes out. Pierre says, yo, Rico's like, we all the haters, please stand.
Well, yeah.
Well, all the haters, please stand up. Get out of here with that.
Well, you're like, oh, look who got drafted. Yeah.
Listen, Dante's with me. 5.8. Listen, man, it was a good movie, but it wasn't like, you know what I mean, groundbreaking. Man, 5. There you go. The people are talking. I'm not swaying people too, because there's some movie. There's people that say that, you know what I mean, it was an 8.5. I know people that said it was a 9. It's one of those movies that you may have to go back and watch the second time to try to get appreciation for it. Avengers. What was the one that we went to? Was it Avengers, Kev?
Avengers Endgame, yeah.
Endgame?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That was amazing. That had you from start to finish. And the crowd was into it. No better than going to a movie theater when the crowd is into it. You gotta love it.
It's a scene at the end when they put all the little holes in there and all the other heroes. They all
hell yeah. That was the shit.
The broken shield. And then all of a sudden you hear on your left, and then all the circles come and all the guys that were dead come flying back.
That was the shit, man.
Bro, and then he gets the hammer back and he gives the big Avengers assemble line. They all charge. It was crazy, man. The whole crowd went nuts. Yeah.
I can respect 9.2. Now, Haley was really good in that movie. She did a really good job. She was actually finer than I thought she was. I knew she was a pretty girl, but she was a little finer than I thought. I don't want to ruin it for people in that movie, but she did really good in her role. Her role was, she did a solid job. Solid job. Let me see what else is coming in the chat. So, how do you guys feel, man? Jalen Royals to the Chiefs. So now Rashee Rice coming back from injury. Pat Mahomes with a new haircut. He said, y'all let me walk around looking like I got nappy hair. Bro, you don't got no nappy hair. What you talking about nappy hair? But anyway, so the mullet game is gone from Mahomes. He's got that nice fade. So maybe he's going to play. I mean, who knows what he's going to play like going forward. Now, Rasheed, Royals. Now you got my man Xavier Worthy. I feel like I'm missing one more receiver that they brought in that was pretty decent. Who's another receiver?
It's Hollywood Brown.
Did they resign Hollywood Brown?
I think so.
I can't recall. But either way, that's legit for the Chiefs. Good for them. So does that make me think, oh man, the Bills should get a receiver? We're fine. We're just fine. Chill out.
Yeah, the Chiefs still have a lousy offensive line. So
Chill
they
out,
overpaid
man.
for Jaylen Brown. I did really like Josh Simmons. I thought that was an excellent pick for them, but they still have a hole. They got to replace what's his name? The white dude. They traded him to the Bears. The old Patriots guard. He's really good, but he's getting up there. Who's the one I'm thinking of? He was the Joe Tooney. So Joe Tooney's gone to the Bears, and so I don't know, man. They got
Hollywood Brown back. So yeah, they're gonna. I mean, if anybody thinks that the Chiefs are just gonna fall off, hell no. Andy Reid's back. I mean, Pat Mahomes is Pat Mahomes, bro. They're always gonna be contention. It's up to Jim Harbaugh. It's up to the Harbaugh brothers. I mean, to step up, especially Jim.
Yeah,
Jim's got to step up.
And what's his name? The defensive coordinator. That's big. If that guy ever leaves,
Spags is nice, man.
That's going to that'll make a big difference. But yeah. I thought you guys were better than them last year. I thought that was.
Well, the Bills frustrate. The Bills frustrate us. They frustrate us. They frustrate us, man. Like
I picked.
Walking into that.
Remember, a long time ago, I picked you guys to lose in the Super Bowl to the Eagles. Yeah, I thought it was going to be you guys back in like September.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And let's just say we were going to face the Eagles. I mean, I don't know how that game would have turned out, to be honest with you. It probably would have leaned more towards Eagles, Philly. But you can never count out Pat or obviously Josh Allen. But that was a garbage touchdown at the end for that 50-yard bomb to not Royals. You got me saying Royals. It's Xavier Worthy. Yeah, they got their ass spanked. I don't know if the Bills would have got spanked like that. I think would have put
mine's better, so would have held up better, right?
Yes,
we're pick 136. Okay.
Yep.
And Sanders was Jeremiah's 20th ranked player. Like we're at 136. Fuck.
And that's something.
Tennessee just traded up. They should take Sanders to be Ward's backup.
Oh my gosh! Could you imagine?
Yeah, I really like their draft. They got Ward, the USC Oladipo or whatever his name is, Oladipo, and then they got Pierre's guy, Kevin Winston Jr. Titans have had a nice draft. Yeah. I don't really know Dyke too well from Florida. I didn't spend too much time on the receivers because I doubted Miami was going to take one, but Gunnar Helms are really nice for round 4. He's the guy that the tight end that ran like terrible times at the combine. And then afterwards posted the photos. He basically had severely sprained his ankle. And it was like completely black and blue, but he ran it anyways because he wanted to finish. That guy from Texas, he's a nice player. He's not like game breaker, but he can do. He reminds me of like Ferguson from Dallas. He can do a bit of everything. So that's a nice draft for them. I was surprised they were the worst team in the league last year.
Think so?
Well, they had a decent. Like I don't think they were good, but they had a pretty good. Remember, they signed Snead and from the Chiefs there, and they picked up a few guys. I thought they were going to be. They're like a 7-9 type team kind of thing, or I guess 7-10 now. This is who I thought you guys might take, the Stanford guy. I really like this guy. Yeah, he's the guy, 294 yards against Travis Hunter in one game.
So I'm looking at as you just finished there, I was looking at there goes Ayim Manor.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's really good. I like him. He's the guy that killed the Hunter. He's also, I'm weird, right? Because I love the guys that run block. He's also an amazing run blocker. He's really, really good.
You like a guy that run blocks? What's the fascination?
Well, Miami should be a running team, right? So none of my guys can run block, except for that's why we signed Westbrook Akine, because when you got
How tall is Johnny Manure? Looks like a tall guy.
I think he's 6'3", 6'2", 6'3", but he's I like him. That's Hunter he's beaten there. Yeah, he's good. I'm surprised he lasted this long. I thought he was like a round 2 guy. Thankfully, he came off just a few picks before Miami, so I didn't have to hope they would take him.
Exactly.
Yeah. Fuck,
yeah. Well, Xavier Restrepo is still available, huh?
Well, Patriots just traded up. Oh man, if the Dolphins
6'2", 6'2" is a big boy.
Yeah.
What are the Patriots doing? Patriots are having a low-key, very good draft. Very good draft.
Miami's going to be like 3rd or 4th in the division. I think.
No, you guys would be last.
Looking good.
You guys would be last.
Well, we might beat the Jets.
I have to admit, man, that's got to be really tough.
Well, you guys have a lot of practice. You have 23 years or something. So
that's got to be tough for you, bro. You got to deal with your team just being middle of the pack every freaking year, man. Golly, either suck really bad or do something, man. Like, aren't you sick of it?
Remember the early 2000 Milwaukee Bucks? They're always the 8th seed. Remember every year they were the 8th seed?
Oh, buddy, that was terrible.
Yeah. Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson. Oh my God. I'm looking at this is the Patriots draft right now. I don't really like Craig Woodson too much, but they got a deep threat wide receiver, which they needed. They got a starting center, I don't think Campbell's a left tackle. I know they'll try him there. I think he'll be a left guard, but I think he's going to be an all-pro left guard. And I'm missing one. But, Travion Henderson. Who's going to be a problem.
Henderson, okay.
The problem.
Just so you guys know, if the Bills release DeQuan Jones, they save $5.5 million. And it seems as though that might be the route that they take, or they're going to try to trade him. But how do you trade a guy that's 32, I think now? That's tough. 32, 33-ish?
Yeah. I'm reading one of the comments. Guy wrote, Miami is Zach Wilson. They'll be fine. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, the Bills, we're chilling for a little bit. Folks, talk to me in the chat. Let me know how you guys are feeling right now. I'm going to try to – we're going to be having some people join us soon anyway. Let me just double check. I got to see if messages are coming in.
Where's Bobby, by the way?
Bobby is holding it down. That's what Bobby's doing.
Yeah, but why isn't he ever out here?
He's not a TV screen guy. You know what I mean?
Why not? He's got a face for TV.
I know. He does. Wifey's always saying, Bobby's so cute. He's so cute.
He's on like
some sort of,
he's on some sort of VPN from wherever country he's broadcasting from. No one ever knows where the hell he is. He's never at home, you know. Sometimes he's in Carolina. Sometimes he's in Costa Rica. Sometimes he's in Hawaii. He's FBI for sure. I don't know what he's doing, but man, I always remember him just sitting on the chair, petting the puppies. Remember? It was Bobby.
Where's he at? Oh yeah, the chair
we
with
were
the
at
puppies.
Tiff's place. Remember? We were at Tiff's place. He was petting the puppies.
Petting the puppies.
Bobby and all the puppies around him. He was the nicest guy. Yeah.
Yo, how do you feel about the Sanders brothers documenting this whole thing, like streaming wise and all that stuff? How do you feel about it? Is there a point where you just cut it off and just kind of wait it out, or like what difference does it make? I might as well just film this and just go from there. I mean, that's content, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And they got Joshua Farmer.
Yeah, I know.
Golly, Vrabel.
Fuck.
Yo, Vrabel's kicking ass right now, man.
I don't like that pick at all.
Yo, Vrabel is whooping ass in this draft.
Yeah.
Holy. Yo, I gotta give it up for the Patriots.
Fuck.
I gotta give it up for the Patriots. Will Campbell, Henderson, Kyle Williams, They got Wilson. They got some depth at center. They got Woodson. And then you get Joshua Farmer. That's a steal, man.
Wilson's going to start at center. He's a good player.
Yo, man.
Farmer's mean.
Woo-wee.
He's like a run stuffer. He's mean. Fuck.
Oh, man. All right. Let me see. Because I was looking at, hold on. I got Alton Venezuela has a question for you, bro. He says, Kevin, how do you feel about the 8-chain pick now? If I'm not mistaken, you were pissed when y'all drafted him.
I was. My concern was that he's 180 pounds and he wasn't going to hold up with a full season of pounding. They took him in the first year he played. He looked explosive. Of course, he missed half the year because, surprise, he was hurt and couldn't take the pounding. Now, I'll give him credit. Last year, he stayed healthy, but he's not like they need someone else. They need Jalen Wright to take the load because he's too small to hand the ball off to him 20 times a game. And you can't give him the ball inside. So he's a really good receiver. He's done well for us. He scores a lot of touchdowns, so he's a fantasy guy. But I don't know. So it worked out better than I thought. But I still think they need another running back to take the bulk of the carries and use him as a change of pace third down.
Xavier Barnes, 4.31. Arian Smith is gone. He ran a 4.3. I'm looking at the speed guys that are left potentially. Oh, man. I mean, Isaiah Bond might be the pick, but it's going to be later. They're not going to want to take a chance on him. A-Chain, by the way, runs bigger than he is. Definitely runs bigger than he is. My man Jeff King says, watching Sanders draft podcast is like watching the Titanic go down under. Isn't it bad? Isn't it bad, man? You're just watching the Titanic slowly just sink. Slowly sink. And just like, come on, man. That's rough. That is absolutely rough. Paul says, yo, Rico, how do you like our DT? I don't know much about him. Which one? If you're talking about Coleman, you got me saying Deontay, was it Walker?
TJ Sanders.
You want TJ Sanders? Which one are you talking about?
The good one.
That's what I was saying. Which one? Which one are you talking about? If you're talking about the one we just drafted, the recent one, listen, Kevin was hating on him. I don't got no hate in my heart for that brother. I think he's doing all right. But for the most part, I like what the Bills are trying to do. This is clear as day what the Bills are trying to do. Fortify the line and get younger. That's the problem. We had some older cats on the squad. So you gotta get younger. So that's exactly what the Bills did. And how do you fault them for that? You get Dion Walker, 6'7", 340. Like, you can't get mad at that. You absolutely cannot get mad at that. He's massive. You can't miss that brother on the field. So what the thing is, like, what people need to understand from a playing standpoint, okay, you have a massive man that takes up space. I mean, he doesn't necessarily need, I mean, you'd want that out of him, but he doesn't need to be the all-time guy. Sometimes you just got to do your job. Look at what was Vince Wilfork? I mean, he's not Vince Wilfork size, but Vince Wilfork was a massive man and he was good. Okay. But was he like a first round draft pick? I got to go and see where
he was.
Vince
he was a first round draft. Yeah.
Was he a first round draft? I can't recall.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
It was okay. So he wasn't known to get after the quarterback and do all that. Yo, just take space and do what you do. You know what I'm saying? And the rest will follow. And that's what Dion Walker is going to be. Take space. You know what I mean? Slow things down. Clog the hole up. If that running back wants to take that A gap, wants to take the B gap, be there. And take a space. Take A and B. Let them try to double team you and do all that bull. And then we'll do the rest. That's what he's supposed to do. That's his job, man. Now, if you want it to be a superhuman, not only take up the gap and do it and pass rush at the same time, do all that, like Kevin said earlier, ain't not a whole lot of that. And if there is, you're drafting it. You're absolutely drafting it. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how that else shakes out. But I mean, I'm not mad at any of the picks that the Bills have made. It's the nature of the biz. You got to do what you got to do. By the way, a little note here: Shadur Sanders has dropped into the 5th round now. That is absolute BS. Is what most folks are
coming up. Miami's coming up. Yeah, where they got 4 picks. Yeah, they're in 5 picks, I guess. Yeah, so this would be funny if they take Sanders. Well, I'll have to watch their documentary then. Yeah,
let me ask you a question. you're a GM, you're a head coach. Talent over attitude or whatnot, if you want to call it attitude. I don't know if that's what Shadur Sanders is. Where does it? Where at what point do you say, all right, the talent does the talent outweigh his attitude, or his attitude and talent at the same level where you're like, screw it, I'm not touching that.
Yeah.
He ain't that nice for me to deal with all this nonsense. He ain't that good. Is that what it's coming down to? You're not that nice. Your mouth is talking like you're a big time player, but your skill set is not. But the proof is in the film. So like what he's been able to do, I just don't get it, bro. This is wild to me.
And what's his name? Rich Eisen had a really good point.
Oh, he nailed it.
Yeah,
Rich
he was
nailed
like,
it.
you guys out here and he was good. He didn't go into detail, like he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He didn't single out your first round pick, but you're drafting guys with sexual assault charges, but you don't want to draft this guy because he's talkative. And because he wouldn't let them off the hook, he was hammering Darren Jeremiah and
he was
Joel Klatt from ESPN, or what was it, ESPN? I can't remember, but from one of the Fox Sports, he was, and they kept saying, "Well, saying the same things we were, right? Yeah, you have to deal with his dad, you have to deal with this," and he's like, "Wait a minute," and he just kept saying, he's like, "So you got guys out here that are accused of horrible things, and you'll take them because it's talent over everything, but you won't take him and his talent because it's." He's loud. And I guess at the end of the day, their points like basically they can't say, look, the NFL doesn't care about the criminal stuff. They just want to make sure it doesn't disrupt the locker room. And they're more worried about, is this guy going to disrupt the locker room than, or all the outside tension? Because it was kind of like, remember when Tim Tebow was in the league? And then he was just so bad that at one point, like the Jets signed him to play tight end and fullback, remember?
Oh my gosh, I remember that.
And every question in every press conference was about Tim Tebow. Like it was hordes of media following around Tim Tebow, because he was just a polarizing player, right?
Yeah.
And teams were like, "Nah, man, I don't want anything to do with this." The Kaepernick thing, right? So the Kaepernick thing was very similar. It was very controversial, and it didn't really matter where they stood. They didn't view him as a starting quarterback because he was a fringe starting quarterback his whole career. And then you take him out of the league for 4 years and you think he's going to be better, especially a guy who relies on athleticism. So I think they were saying like, do I want this? If he signs with this team, the whole world, even non-football, is coming down to interview this. So I don't know, man. It's kind of weird.
And this is where earlier when I was lashing out, this is where your leaders of men come in. You know what I mean? Hey, coach, Shadur Sanders, what about him? So what's he going to do? He's a backup quarterback. What do you need? Don't you find it particular that you waited till because I had other guys on my board? It's that simple. And then you can do what Dion says. I'm not talking to you. Move on to the next one. It's that simple, man. Until these people come correct, because these reporters nowadays are there to stir up stuff and create something. So don't give them something to create. That's why Bill Belichick was like, next question. They hate to talk to Bill Belichick because Bill Belichick was like, he'll answer what he wants to answer, and then he'll give you one-word answers. You know what I mean? Hey, Shadur, you drafted Shadur. Isn't he going to? No, he's not. Hey, Shadur and his father. I like Dion. He's a good guy. But keep it simple. It's not hard. It's not hard, man. It's a bunch of cowards in this league. Bunch of cowards and a bunch of soft-ass dudes that claim they're men. You know what I mean? These guys that can come in and be the what's the word I'm looking for? And it's eluding me right now, right? These men in these locker rooms, like I can be that. I would be able to do that. That's what a good coach does, man. Be a leader of men in this bitch. But you got a bunch of soft-ass kitty cat losers of coaches that are like, nah, he's too much for me. I don't want to deal with the baggage. Man, please, man. Get out of here with that. Truth to Hearts, what up, man? Truth comes says, sub Rico. He's like, but I think no matter what Shadur will benefit from the fall, he will benefit from the fall. He will capitalize off the attention. His marketing will be like Cam Newton's return when he went to the Pats. And here's the thing. If you thought it was loud then, it's going to be loud, even more loud. Because now it's like, wow, this guy went to the 7th, and then the team that does draft him, they got to explain why they waited this long. Just answer the question and move on from it. But are you shy? Oh, now I got to answer that. Why we waited so long, and is this guy better? Oh, get out of here with that.
And if you are a team with a good quarterback, you don't even have to answer that question because you just say, hey, listen, we hadn't established starters. We weren't looking at quarterbacks early on, but at some point in the draft, the value just was too great.
Listen, I'd play for you, Kevin. That's a great answer, man.
Yeah.
You'd be a good GM.
Yeah. But the problem is I don't think he's going to benefit from this because when you're a first round pick, the teams will build the team around you, right? They will change the scheme. They will build the team to try and accentuate your skills and your strengths. If you're coming in as a 5th, 6th round backup, no one's doing shit for you. So it's sink or swim. And unfortunately, with his talent level, he's someone that needs kind of like a Tua or Purdy or whatever. He needs to be in the right system to succeed, I think. So he has to, in my opinion, unless he gets drafted, like imagine like the Ravens are up. If the Ravens take him right here with the way their scheme set up to like take advantage of like Lamar, he can't play in that offense, right? I'm not saying they were going to take him, but just as an example. Or, so he's going to come in and they're going to have a few plays that they're tailored to him. It's going to be tough for him to stick now. With the higher pick you are, the more commitment a team and more time and assets a team's going to invest in you. At 100%. This point, it's a 5th round. No one's investing shit in you now. You sink or swim. No. So it's going to be tough. It is sink or swim. It's going to be very. It's pretty much saying
your talent is now going to have to show me that you deserve to be on this squad.
Exactly.
Right, because this is
limited
special teams spot.
Yeah, because if you go somewhere and you're the first, like you're going to get all the reps. Right now, it's the 5th round. You're not getting all the reps. You're second or third team.
You're
if Miami's in 2 picks, right, or if they take him, they're not going to give him split reps with him and Tua. You know what I mean?
No, but he's gonna have to beat. You know what it is?
You're gonna have to beat Zach Wilson.
You do. You got to beat out Zach Wilson. You're pretty much saying, bro, you're gonna have to prove to me that you're good enough. Yeah. And here's another thing. I just thought of this just now, right? You didn't do the combine. You did like I think he did his pro day. I think he did his pro day, right? He did his pro day not until later. His own personal, I think he did personal workouts. He didn't do a pro day, but he did personal workouts, right?
Yeah,
I can't recall what he did.
He didn't want to do, because he wanted all his own receivers.
Right. So they're like, you didn't want to do that? Your choice. Now it's our choice. You're now going to compete with a 2nd string quarterback and the 3rd string quarterback. And these third string and 2nd string are hungrier than the starter. So they said, you're going to earn your way. You are definitely going to earn your way. And you got Baker Mayfield that tried to run away from police. Live footage, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And not even a peep. There was no bother of him getting, dropping in the draft. Because his talent was that.
Yeah, he's got a better arm, he's more mobile.
For sure. And I'm a big fan of Baker. But come on, man. Like, be consistent, NFL. And owners, be consistent.
Well, but again, that's what we mean, though. He was more talented. So they did it, like the NFL will always show like how many chances did Martavius Bryant and who's the guy, Josh Gordon and like T.O. How many teams did T.O. go through? Like how many teams did he wear out his welcome? But other teams are like, come on down. Tyreek Hill is going to get traded again. He's going to go somewhere. All these guys are douches, but their talent level is so good that it supersedes that the teams are willing to take a chance, right? Because they're all hoping that when we get here, our leader of men can keep this guy under control. Yep. But time over time shows it doesn't usually work. Like that Steelers had Tomlin, Roethlisberger, like they had established vets, and no one kept Antonio Brown from going loony.
Mm-hmm.
So they see this, right?
Scott Blakey says there's a big difference between confidence and arrogance. Sanders comp equals Josh Rosen caring from his dad. How do you feel about that? Confidence and arrogance. Is there a thin line between the two?
Well, confidence is usually because you have accomplishments to back it up, and arrogance.
Which he does.
Does he? He was like 8-4, never won a bowl game. Like I don't know, man. Like he did well. He played well. He was very high profile, especially because of Dion and because of Travis Hunter. Everyone tuned in to watch Hunter and Dion, right? Whether you wanted to root for them or not. But like, I don't know. Like, and it's from the whole draft. Like, no one came in thinking Sanders was like really good, right? It was like he should go. Here we go.
Here come the Dolphins.
I'm hoping for a defensive tackle.
Dolphins pick is in, baby.
I'm hoping for a defensive tackle named Peebles.
Oh, Aeneas Peebles.
Yeah.
Athletic as ever.
That's who I'm hoping.
Not the biggest guy, but he's athletic. He can move.
Oh, I've been here. This is Portugal. Oh, Madrid, Spain. Sorry, I've been here. It was the same trip. I went to Madrid and I went to
What are you trying to flex on us, buddy?
No, I have a photo of this same courtyard on my phone.
Oh, Jordan Phillips, welcome back.
Oh, I forgot about him. Yes. Look at his face. Looks like he got hit with a shovel. He looks like a mean dude, man.
That boy thick, man. Golly.
Yeah. Okay.
He's just strong, man.
Yeah, he's a run stuffer. Yeah, and he's young too.
So Jordan Phillips, do we know much about Jordan Phillips? Are you familiar with his game?
Yes. Yeah. So he's I've been up here. So yeah, he's strong, big run stuffer. Very young too. I think he's 20 or 21. Because it's funny because every time you listen to like a Miami podcast, they're always like, we need their talk about Jordan Phillips. They go, not that Jordan Phillips. Yeah. So yeah. No, that's a really good pick. I kind of forgot about him. In my head, I was thinking Peoples because Grant's kind of like a bigger boy. So it'd be cool to get like the quicker guy. But Phillips, I mean, you can't have too many guys like that, mean guys in the middle. I think, yeah. So we do. Plus, we have so many Jalen's on the team. But oh no,
they did. Did you see that?
No.
Did you see that? It's bad.
No.
So check this out. So here's the story on it.
Oh
so
no.
He bought a burner phone. He bought a phone number, everything, just for the NFL execs. I mean, nobody has a number except for so that he can avoid the prank calls. So he gets a call, and he's got everything. He's got everything being obviously videotaped and everything, right? So he's got documentation because he's doing all this streaming stuff, right? Pick up someone. He's like, "Hello," and they're like, "Hey, Shadur, blah blah blah." He goes, "Yeah." So he's like, "Hey, listen, we're about to." It muffled a little bit because he didn't hear where the team said it was. He says, "This is such and such from such and such, and get ready because we're about to pick you." He goes, "Oh, sweet, let's be legendary, right?" And then he goes, "But hold on, you're just gonna have to wait a little longer." Okay, all right. He hands her the phone. He goes, "Yo, so who was that?" He goes, "I don't know. He just said that I'm gonna have to wait a little longer." And the brother's like, "Wait a minute, what's that even mean?" He goes, "I don't know." He goes, "You were on the phone. Tell us what it means." He don't know. I was like, golly, man.
Oh,
so
no, that's really
listen,
bad.
man. And he didn't give the phone number to anybody. So like only execs have that. So then now there's footage of the Ole Miss students, their Ole Miss students that called him and they recorded doing that, messing with people's lives, bro. Like that's cold. The internet, man. The internet will get you. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we got more content coming your way. We've got guests. If you guys listen to the Podium, I always mess this up. You know what? I'm not even gonna jump in there. I'm gonna let my mans talk about it. No, you know what? No, I will not. You guys already know what time it is, man, because we had it last year. If you guys remember correctly, day 3, we had Keyshawn and Aramis that was here hanging out with us. We were king, laughing it up. We had a good old time, and we tried to get these boys to be with us the whole time. But I mean, listen, you can't get what you want always. But we are gonna put these boys on, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta bring you in. Podium podcast. What up, B? Let me get my banner down and let me get the triple box up. And I'm gonna get my man Aramis in here. Give me a sec, Aramis. How you doing, boss?
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hold on, let me just switch this up. Let me get the 3 of us on the screen. Yeah, we go. What up, B?
What's going on?
We're good. Listen, we were just talking. Listen, let me get this in right off the rip. Bills, what they've done who they've drafted. Are you in? Are you out? Are you turned off? Are you all the way in?
I'm turned off. I was a big Will Johnson guy from the start.
Yeah, me too.
So you
Big
were turned
time.
off from the first pick, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
And then
I don't listen. Yeah, I don't hate any of these guys. Honestly, I want them all to do well. I think there were better players on the board that the Bills could have used over the guys that they took.
So what is it about Will Johnson you liked over Hairston?
Okay. So when you watch Will Johnson play, you can see a corner that thinks the game at an elite level, right? It's not just about his athleticism. He thinks the game at an elite level. And to be an elite player in the NFL, you have to be more than fast. You have to be more than agile. You have to be better than, not having to use your hands in coverage. You got to be able to think the game better than the guy across from you. And look, I'm not hating on Hairston, but he's not on that level, not right now. And that's not to say that he can't develop into that, but for my first round pick, I want a guy that's coming in with that. I don't want a guy that's got to sit and develop that. I mean, they already have Hairston first on the depth chart at CB2.
As they should.
Yeah, I get it, but he's got to go in learning what Will Johnson already knows.
Good, but now here's the deal: you have a Will Johnson that has a degenerated knee.
No, he does not. So
so you're the medical doctor now. You know what's going on. You and that brother's camp.
I'm gonna tell you. Here's some breaking news. I got a source very close to Will Johnson. I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. Okay.
Talk to me,
so,
man.
2 years ago. That's where this report is coming from. It's coming from a medical procedure that he had.
Time out. Breaking news: Shadur Sanders just got drafted to the Cleveland Browns.
Oh wow!
They made that brother wait till the 5th round.
And they took Dylan Gabriel over him.
And now he's got a complete.
They took.
What is going on, man? We'll get into that in just a moment.
They traded up for him too.
Let's talk about it. Let's go back. Aramis, talk to me. Will Johnson, please.
Okay, so 2 years ago, he went to go see a doctor and have a medical procedure done to clean his knee out, right? And the part of the surgery that they did was to basically make it so that what was happening to his knee would just stop, right? And it was kind of like a 50-50 shot. If the procedure worked, he wouldn't deal with any issues with the knee after that anymore. The decay that was trying to begin there would be stopped, right? So he gets the procedure done, and based on the report, an actual report from the doctor that was given to every team in the NFL, it was clearly stated that the procedure had worked, and it was deemed by that doctor that there would not be, or at the very worst, there's an extremely low level of any issues with the knee returning at any point in his future, right? So what then happens after that is Will Johnson then plays 2 more years of college football with no issues on the knee whatsoever, right? So now you fast forward to a week before the draft when the combine report comes out. That goes out to all 32 NFL teams, right? Now on that report is that flag of this medical procedure that was done 2 years ago. And so the Buffalo Bills, according to my source, were one of 3 teams that had a really big issue with this. Okay, now here's where it gets kind of dicey, because the Bills for weeks had tried to, investigate and figure this stuff out, and they just weren't comfortable taking him in the first round, right? Now, here's where I have a problem with this. Here's where I have a big problem with this, because initially it was just about Will Johnson being a better player than Max Hairston, right? But now you factor in this 4th round pick that they just took, who had back injuries last year.
Yes, just last year.
They had no problem taking him, but we got a problem taking Will Johnson, right?
Now keep in mind now, to me, I mean, investing in a first round pick and probably having to potentially move up, but in this case they didn't have to because he fell right to them. But first round corner that's ready to start right off the bat, or in a defensive line that rotates constantly.
Okay,
So you can't
I get
compare
it,
the two.
but
Although I want to, you can't.
You can, and here's why. Because it didn't even have to be in the first round. Second round, they trade up to 41. Who do they take? TJ Sanders.
TJ Sanders.
Right. Now, we've seen the Bills double up at a position before, a position of need. We've seen them do it with Groot and Boogie Basham. So it would not be unprecedented if they said best player available, we take Will Johnson. Wouldn't have been unprecedented. They would have ended up with two great corners, and
You're
I
right.
would have been happy.
Hold on.
But they didn't
Let me
do
push
that.
back a little bit. Let me push back. Push back. Because I like where you're coming. I think you got a little too much bass in your voice. Let me soften you up a little bit. All right. So you say we moved up to get TJ Sanders, and I mean we moved up him when the picking was right there for Will Johnson. I mean we double dip for Boogie Basham and Greg Rousseau. You just brought in freaking Dane Jackson back. Not that I'm saying he's to be wowed bought. And then you have Trey White. They have all the confidence in Trey White. So you would have taken Maxwell Harrison and Will Johnson back to back. So like so the need that we have is not at the corner position. It was in the defense. You saw what the Eagles did to the Chiefs. That's been the MO the whole time. It's clear as day. DT, DE, DT, DT. They feel good enough that they went with Harrison to match up with what they have in Trey White. So to go with Johnson, I feel it, best player available. I'm not hating on that, but it wouldn't have made sense. It wouldn't have made sense for me there, especially at that pick with the second pick when you have greater need in the middle of that defense. Push back on me, man. Let's go.
Yeah, defensive tackle was not going on a run at that point. There were only two defensive tackles taken in the second round. Three. Alfred Collins, TJ Sanders, and I forget the other guy. He was taken later on in the second round. Three. So there wasn't a need or a perceived need, so to speak, to trade up for defensive tackle at that spot. There really wasn't a need. They wanted that guy. They went and got their guy. More power to them. But if you look at what the Eagles did in the Super Bowl, it wasn't just about the pass rush. They drafted two corners in that draft prior to getting to the Super Bowl that both ended up making plays in that game. So the need that the Bills perceive that they have is really just relative to whoever's making the decision. It's not relative to a collective thought process outside of the building. So if you really look at what they did, they drafted TJ Sanders right now, as currently constructed, is a backup to Ed Oliver. He is a pass rushing defensive tackle. The guy that they drafted in the fourth round is a backup to DaQuan Jones, as currently constructed.
If DaQuan Jones is still in the squad, DaQuan Jones say bye-bye.
There's no way that Walker is coming in and taking DaQuan Jones' job. He's not skilled enough yet.
It's a numbers game, Aramis. Hey, hold on. It's a numbers game. Think about it.
Who else do we have that can play one tech besides DQ and Walker?
Walker's going to be the one. Listen, you can't tell me they're going to have Walker, Ed Oliver, DaQuan Jones, who else am I missing? Dwayne Carter, and I'm missing one person. I don't know why. And TJ Sanders. You got 5 interior linemen? Bro, you're saving $5.5 million. You're letting go DaQuan Jones. Let go of it. We're getting younger.
Go look at where the money's allocated on the Bills roster. Every single year since Sean has been here, all the money goes to defensive line. So it is not a numbers game, it is a money game. At the end of the day, it's about the money. So when you look at DaQuan Jones and his value to the Bills respectively, it is higher than just the $5 million that he's going to get paid. Because realistically, Sean doesn't just trust rookies. He's not going to just trust a fourth rounder to come in and do what DaQuan Jones does. So that I get what you're saying there, but we're talking about Sean's habits now. So his job is solidified. He's the starter. He's on the depth chart as the number one DT next to Ed Oliver. That means that the Buffalo Bills have used their second and fourth round picks to draft backups at this point. I'm not excited about that. Now, like I said, they may turn out to be great, but not now.
No, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. No, I'm not. I can't do it.
Come on with it. A lot of sense, I can do this all day.
Hold on, before I jump with that, Kev, I want you to jump in. You're the middleman, literally in the middle. Let me know what your thoughts are. The argument that Aramis is making, because they're fair. They're absolutely fair. But I got to push back on it because you don't just bring guys onto the roster when you draft them that high to allow the old man to stick around. Bro, it's happened before. We've done it. We did it. Who was it that we drafted some replacements and we got rid of the Hawaiian guy, or the Samoan guy we had earlier years ago? But anyway, it doesn't matter. Kevin, talk to me. What are your thoughts? Yeah, you start Lieutenant. Bro, you out of here. It's time to go. Changing the guard.
He was past his prime. He was past his prime though. That's different. DeQuan Jones is not past. No, he's not.
See, this is where we differ. But go on, Kev, get in here, man. Talk to us, man.
As a Dolphins fan, I think it's
as a Dolphins fan,
I think it's such a good idea to get rid of DeQuan Jones and entrust Walker to be your one tech for the rest of the season. I can't wait. I hope you do that badly. Yeah, who was on even like Joe Marino's do not draft list. But I don't know, man. There's no question Will Johnson was a better player in college than Hairston. So it comes down to, I guess, like you were saying, the Bills were scared by the medical reports. Like it's not comparable, the two players in college. Will Johnson's definitively better. He's a top 5 player in the draft. But obviously it's not just the Bills. A lot of teams, Miami was dire need at corner. They passed on him too. So there must be a few teams that were quite a few teams, I should say, that weren't comfortable with the medical records. So I don't fault the Bills for taking Hairston if they were scared off. When you explain it though, I'm sitting here thinking, damn, I wish Miami had taken him then, because in my opinion, Will Johnson is a top 5 player in the league. Now, it's funny that we talked about the double dip because he really got you, because you brought up the Eagles and he said, yeah, what did the Eagles do last year? They double dipped and took 2 corners. But I don't know.
2 healthy corners. Don't play with me. 2 healthy
corners. No. You don't,
Come on. Will Johnson is healthy.
The question isn't can Will Johnson play in September? He's not hurt. He's not hurt. It's not that he can't play. The question with him is long-term, his long-term longevity. And we talked about this last night. You had Trey White play for what, 6 years with you guys?
Yeah,
and
Trey.
You guys love him, right? You telling me if he comes in and gives you Trey White level of play for 6 years, you're going to say, oh, it's a bad pick though because we didn't get years 7 and 8. We'll just wait till he's finished and re-sign him back like Trey White. You know what I mean? Like,
but we have to start thinking not with our feelings into this and what Brandon Beane's thinking. Brandon Beane's thinking, I got to get younger and I got to make some moves. And right now we rotate the heck out of this line. The numbers got to make sense. It's a numbers game at the end of the day.
When you listed everyone, you forgot the Pittsburgh guy that's suspended for the first
Larry Ogunjobi.
So you forgot
the numbers, bro. It's a numbers game.
So unless they don't
feel about Larry Ogunjobi. He's a good run defender, but he's not a one tech. He's not what Ed Oliver needs.
So I think that what you're saying makes a lot of sense, Rico. The only issue is if you only have one other guy on the roster that plays that position, are you going to just entrust it off the hop to a rookie, a 4th round rookie? Right? So to me, it would not make a lot of sense to cut Daquan. I would cut some other guys before him because you want to keep the starter and the backup. Now, if Walker comes into the training camp and by the end of training camp, or an exhibition, like last cuts before the season starts, if he's playing like a madman and he's a superstar, okay, then I can see it because you will save, I think it's $5.5 million on the cap by cutting Daquan. But unless that happens, man, you can't roll in with just one guy at that position. Like you can't just look at it as DT. You have to look at it as what roles do they play. So the other guys don't really play that role. So like it may happen because like you said, I understand the need to get younger, but if there's only 2 guys on the roster to do that job, I don't know about cutting the vet and just giving the rookie that position blindly.
So
are we going to sit here and just dismiss that all the numbers that we have on this roster? We're just going to dismiss it. Everybody's making this freaking team.
I think other people have to go. You have to go. Does it have to be him?
Right. And you got to keep in mind, Dwayne Carter right now is 3rd string on the roster. 3rd. He was a 3rd round pick last year. So we're looking at TJ Sanders and we're looking at a 4th round pick like they're supposed to come in and contribute. Dwayne Carter is 3rd string on the roster right now, and he was a 3rd round pick. So I don't think Bean and Sean look at this from the perspective of where we drafted them necessitates them getting experience early. I think they look at it as these guys are going to come in, they'll get in where they fit in, they'll develop until we're happy with their development, then they get on the field. The Terrell Bernard situation was more of a serendipitous situation where they got rid of Edmonds and Bernard showed that he was ready to step right in. But I don't think Sean trusts rookies just that easily for this 4th round guy to just come in and take Daquan.
That's an old
Jones
narrative.
right off
That's
the bat.
an old narrative. That don't happen no more. Sean's about getting the damn job done. If you win it, he was like that when he started off. Rookies don't touch the field. Now he's like, yo, you nice, you gonna play. What you mean?
Where?
Look at Christian Bedford.
Huh?
Christian Bedford's a prime example. If not for Christian Bedford getting hurt early, bro, he would have been on that field. Stop. Tell me I'm lying.
It would have. Corner is the first position he ever did that with. Corner is the first position he ever did that with. You know what the second? The second position he ever did that with is left tackle. That was the second position he never did. So it's not like he's doing that all over the place. Spencer Brown was in competition. Spencer Brown that year was in competition. He won the competition. That's different. That's different. Christian Benford won the guy you brought up. He won the Elam was supposed to be the guy. As a 1st round pick, he should have been the guy, but he showed that he couldn't handle it. So Benford comes in. Benford won the competition. That's different. I'm talking about the early 1st and 2nd round guys are what the Bills get killed for not being elite at drafting. That's what the Bills get killed for. Everything after that, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, like we've done very well, right? But again, when you look at the report that Jim Monis gave on Tyler Dunn's podcast, he specifically said the 1st, 2nd, and sometimes the 3rd round picks are not decided by the scouts. Those are Bean and Sean decisions. So
correct.
What does that tell you? That tells you that a lot of these guys that they're picking in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rounds are coming from a perspective of what the coach wants to deal with in the locker room, not necessarily the best fit on the field. You get what I'm saying?
I get it. You're making great points. There's no. I'm purposely pushing back, but I'm not going to give it all to you just yet because I the numbers don't lie, and there's only so many guys you can freaking put on the field. Is what I'm getting to because last year it was 5 DTs and 5 DEs active.
Yeah.
So I see Ed, Daquan for now, TJ. You got Walker, you got Larry when he comes back, and you got Dwayne Carter. I feel like I'm missing one more. Am I missing one more, or do I got everybody?
Zion Logue.
We know what's up.
There's one of your numbers. Right.
Sure, I'll put Zion Logue. I wasn't even going to count him, but I'll put Zion Logue. I'll put him in there. So we're keeping 5. One's got to go.
Okay.
You want to keep the guy long in the tooth that you can save $5.5 million from, and he's got to be that much of a difference maker. If Coach Bean, if you got Bean and McDermott that made it very clear that we want to upgrade in that DT room, they would have went Will Johnson, but they didn't. They went TJ Sanders, and then they doubled back and said, "Give me Walker," and they said, "Oh, by the way, we got Landon Jackson that can play in and out, but mostly he's going to be playing out."
Why can't they cut Ogunjobi?
They could. How much money they put into Larry? Was it a good chunk? I can't recall what. How much money they
I
gave
don't
him.
remember the specifics on that one.
It don't matter.
I think it was
decent.
It wasn't starter money. I know that.
It wasn't starter money for sure. There's no question about that. So, you think they're gonna cut Larry?
They cut Mike Edwards, and he had a 1-year deal. Just signed with the team.
They liked what they saw in Cole Bishop, and they liked what they saw out of DeMar Hamlin, which surprised everybody. I don't think.
Well, you're adding context to a statement that was black and white. I get what you're saying, and yeah, context matters. But when you're talking about whether or not the Bills can cut a guy that they've given a 1-year contract to, that hasn't even had a chance and won't have a chance to really show much on the field during the regular season, yeah, I think they'll look at that as you're already suspended for 6 weeks. If it comes between keeping Ogunjobi and Daquan Jones, we're gonna keep the guy that's gonna play.
By the way, hold that thought because I love this conversation. Did you guys pick already, Kev? Is this accurate? I don't know if you're watching your team or not.
Yeah. No,
I don't know anything about Jason
I'm
Martin.
watching, so I saw that. I don't know much about
I got you.
him,
Now,
I'm not excited.
Aramis,
he's okay.
You like Landon Jackson? You good on Landon? Or are you like,
So
no, I'm not good on Greg Rousseau 2.0. No, thank you.
I like it. My man said, love it. Get him, Aramis. They like when you try to push back on me. I like it. So you don't like Landon Jackson. You don't like. So that means, are you falling for what the people are talking about? Are you falling for it?
No. Here's what I'm trying to get at, and this is really the whole basis of my point.
Yeah,
the Bills have added aspects of their scheme that they already have. They already have a good pass rushing defensive tackle. They didn't need another one that early. They already have a good run stuffing, pressure getting defensive end in Greg Rousseau. Both of these guys don't get sacks. The most sacks that Landon Jackson got was 6 a couple years in a row. So, and Greg Rousseau had 14 at Miami. So we've already got a guy that's better. What they're doing is they're adding depth. These are depth pieces that they're getting in the second and third rounds. I would like to see guys that fill a need that they haven't filled yet. Go get an elite one tech that can be in there on first and second down, and then you can invest a later round pick to go and get a primarily pass rushing defensive tackle to line up next to Oliver, and then do some stunts and do some different things. Run a turbo package where Greg Rousseau can play on the inside. Just let's see some different things other than the status quo of we're going to build depth and do the same thing every year and expect different results.
Hold on, but there's a system. There's a system in play, right? You can't just change up the type of personnel to just because that player has this great skill set, like a pass rushing defensive tackle that you're mentioning, or run stuff, or whatever you want to call it. There's a system. There's a reason that certain players are brought into this defense, like Casey Tuhill. I didn't think Casey Tuhill was nice at all, but he served a purpose, right? That's the type of play we want for this scheme that we run. So that and you're getting a lot of love, by the way. I gotta do double duty here and go into the chat and show some love because you get some love. By the way, Aramis is on his break right now. My man said, "Yo, let me just jump on the break real quick, and I'm gonna jump back in." So I appreciate you coming in, man, because I know you busy and you're doing what you got to do. My man said, "Rico, stop pushing back." Pause. You guys are stupid. Kev, what were you gonna say, Kev?
I looked it up. There's no way you're gonna release Larry Ogunjobi. You gave him.
I know he's.
Oh, really?
It's $8 million guaranteed. 8.3.
I know they're not.
It's 8.3 for the year. And
come for me. They're not getting rid of it. It's a numbers game, man, and it's money. If I can save money.
I hope you're right.
That makes it really honestly. If they gave him that makes Dwayne Carter expendable.
Yeah.
Well, and
he's already third string,
and that's where when you said Carter third round, and then Bean was like, yeah, he's gonna be our one tech in that presser. It kind of got me saying, huh, okay. I mean, all right, I guess. So maybe that's the case. Maybe it's Carter that's gone, and the way we look at it. But I mean, I'm not gonna sleep on Daquan and that $5 million that they could save. I'm just saying. I'm just putting out there. We'll see how camp plays out because camp is funny that way, man. Camp is super funny. You got the guys that you think was gonna make the team, and then surprise cut. Here we go. We got Papa Bill says Larry Ogunjobi is the reason why the Bengals made the Super Bowl in 2022, but that was 2022. Go ask Pittsburgh Steelers fans how they feel about Larry. They'll be like, "Yo, get this guy out of here." So, 2 years ago, yeah, you're right. Now we'll see. We'll see. Maybe that's why he's got a 6-week suspension. He's trying to get back to 22 form, and he's not.
Steve Lynn's got a good one. No, you skipped Steve Lynn.
Wait, who?
Go up two.
My guy Steve Lynn. Yeah, that's my bro.
Keep feeding the system and scheme that sends you home. Keep exposing Rico's takes. What are you, Steve Lynn?
That's not what I'm here to do. Steve, don't do that to me, bro.
Steve Lynn, we go way back. Steve Lynn and I go way back. He's like Walter. We go back and forth. All right. So keep feeding the system scheme that sends you home. That same system and scheme that sends us home is the same system. You wanted to cuss. It's the same system that continues to get us back into the playoffs and get to where we need to be. What has
is that
stopped
wait
us
is that the goal though?
Right.
Is that the goal?
The goal is to win the whole thing, but you can't.
Right.
Has to get you to the dance. Has to get you to the dance, and the system has been consistently getting you to the dance. We just don't have the playmaking guys to get us over the hump. So this is where your Josh Allen comes in, right? You need that receiver. They got Keon Coleman. They got these specific guys to make things happen. Now, right now, defensively, that's where they needed to put the pressure, and that's what they did. The DT. Did you get enough push from our defensive line in that Chiefs game? Did we get enough? Were you guys satisfied? Because that's what keeps burying us every year in the playoffs. We always complain.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, let me finish this. I want to finish.
Go ahead.
That's what always gets us in shit every year. We complain and say we don't have enough pass rush. Where's Ed Oliver? Where's Greg Rousseau? Where? That's what we always complain about year in and year out. We never complain about Josh. We never complain about the offense. The offense is always scoring the points. It's the defense that lets us down every time. And where it always lets us down is in the trenches. So we're going to sit here and complain?
Yes, here's why.
I heard that if you keep doing the same thing over and over, it's smart to think you're going to get different results. I'm sure. I think that's how the saying goes. I'm not sure.
I mean, that's what Miami fans want us to do. That's what they want us to do. Bro, if you bought a car, if you live 20 miles from work and you bought a car and that car only got you 3/4 of the way, how long you going to hold on to that car? You going to hold on to it for 9 years and you going to park it 5 miles away from your job and walk the rest of the 5 miles? You going to be happy with that? No, ain't nobody doing that. Bro, it's time for a new car. Where the shop at? I'm about to trade this bad boy in right now. That's the idea. We've been so accustomed to this regular season winning. It's fun. We sharing all the joy of camaraderie and all that. The AFC East dominance that we've been having, and we forget about the playoffs once it's over. And we get right back to the regular season when all the winning happens and the same thing over and over and over. The issue is not the trenches. The issue is the scheme. They want pass rushing defensive tackles and run stopping defensive ends.
Fire McDermott. Fire McDermott.
I listen, I've been there for 2 years. I don't understand why people don't think another head coach can't come. Yeah, I've been one of them done. I think Bean would be better off without him in the building. I do. I really do.
I don't know about all that. I don't know about it.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You think Josh Allen is a great quarterback, right?
Hell yeah.
Do you think he's top 2, top 3 in the league? Do you think he's the best quarterback in the league?
Absolutely. I think he's top 5 for sure.
Okay.
You know that.
So if that's the case, how hard do you think a head coach has to work to get wins?
With a quarterback like Josh Allen? Not a whole lot.
Yeah.
Josh Allen's nice like that.
So why are we making it seem like Josh can't do it with another head coach?
But that's not
he's doing it with Sean.
You're talking about what?
What happened?
He's mad somebody else got picked.
No, 2 in a row. 2 in a row.
So you were telling me the scheme is the problem. And I was telling you the scheme is what keeps getting us success. That's how we keep doing it.
No. And Josh is what keeps getting us success. It's not the defensive scheme. It's not. The Bills had the number 1 defense in the league when 13 seconds happened. So how effective was the number 1 defense in the league? Scheme-wise, not effective at all. You're supposed to be able to stop teams if you're the number 1 defense in the league and shut guys down at the moments when it counts. And they went up against the number 1 offense that year and they lost. So that tells me against the team that you've been trying to beat for the last 5 years, defense really doesn't matter. It's about giving Josh what he needs to win games, not putting him in a position where you're at 4th and 5 and he don't know who to throw to. And he's throwing up a prayer to Kincaid, who hadn't done much all season long. That's the issue.
I like where we're going with this because this opens up a whole lot of conversation for a whole lot of things. So let me it's good. I remember this was last year. Last year we were getting into it.
Oh yeah.
So let me keep going because I want to get to the more of these picks and what these Bills need to do going forward because I don't have you for very much longer. So I got to try to get everything in here. So obviously the theme is they're trying to fortify their defense. Clearly that's the theme. offensively, where do you? I mean, obviously, receiver is probably where they're going to probably touch and add some things. Are you confident with the receiving crew that we have right now? Is there somewhere where we really need to improve? Obviously, we know we need speed. We get that part. But is there a piece that you're not happy with that we could do without that piece and add a piece that does this? Or do you like where we're at?
Yeah. Look, a lot of people have been saying receiver. Joshua Palmer he's a deep threat receiver, and I know people look at his 4.5 and they say, "Oh, he's not that fast," but it's not always about speed. I've actually talked to NFL players about this before. It's not about speed when it comes to being a deep threat. You have to be able to use your technique to stack a defensive back and get behind him and force him into positions where he's opening his hips too early and guessing wrong, and then you become a deep threat at that point, because now you know how to work the DB and make him second guess himself, right? So I think Josh Palmer is a good enough deep threat to threaten consistently. My only issue with that is most defenses in the league respect speed more than they respect a technical deep threat. So
I agree.
But here's the thing. I think that's a secondary position to what I really think needs to change, which is David Edwards, the guard, left guard. I think because of where his skill level is, it's not really above average. He's an average guard. I think that forces Dion Dawkins to have to work a little bit more. If you look at what happened last year, part of the scheme change was to allow Dion to not have to do so much on his own outside on an island as a left tackle. When you don't have that guy that you trust next to you like that can handle whatever comes his way on stunts and twists and things like that, and that kind of empowers you as a left tackle to just be okay. Now I can play my game, right? And we saw Dion Dawkins play a lot better as the season went on last year, and that's also because of some of the changes in the offensive scheme that they made. So if there's a guy that I really needed to replace, it will be left guard David Edwards. I think they need another road grader in there like Cybo to really just make things so easy in that run game and make things easy on Josh.
So you feel good. You feel good about because you were talking about left guard. Because I didn't feel like Edwards was a liability. I felt like he was just, like you said, average. I would say a little bit above average. I think he was solid. He started in the league before. I didn't think he was that bad. I think him in this offense, there's a trade. By the way, excuse me, I gotta go back. Kev, did you guys pick yet? Yeah. I see you rubbing your face, so I didn't see that.
We took a bum. So the two picks.
My bad, Aramis. I saw his face making.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
Fuck. I wanted Jalen Rivers. He goes 2 picks. Then I said, okay, give me Marcus and Bo. He goes the pick right before me. Then we take Dante Trader, the safety out of Maryland, with his 4.65 speed.
So you're not happy about that one?
You might as well have just forfeited the pick.
Maybe Damn. We're gonna find out what KC does.
Maybe he's a good special teamer.
We're gonna find out what KC does. So Aramis, I see that you're if you're looking at the offensive line, more specifically David Edwards, you're not the happiest. I don't think they're gonna make any moves. I think they like him there.
Oh yeah, yeah, they do. Yeah,
they do. I think they like him. I don't think they're gonna move anything out there. Let me go back to the defense though, because speaking of this defense, and when this defense was considered, you know what I mean, top 5 defense, all that good stuff, we had 2 guys on the back end that were holding things down that allowed you to do a whole lot of things, and Poyer and Hyde. Obviously, since those 2 guys have left, the defense looks a little different. Did we mess up by not grabbing Starks? Would you have grabbed Starks ahead of, if obviously when Johnson was not there, we grabbed Hairston, but with safety and Starks more specifically would have been something that you liked, or are we looking to attack safety soon? Because I think safety should be the next pick that we make up.
There's still some guys that can come in and do well, but the guys that they're going to bring in the later rounds are not going to be guys that are going to beat out Hamlin and Taylor Rapp. First and foremost, they love Taylor Rapp. DeMar Hamlin is the one that they're iffy on. That's the guy that's in competition for his job right now. With
depth for sure, 100%.
Yeah. So with the money they're giving Forrest, it's like basically vet min. So
Yep.
he's probably going to be the backup to Taylor Rapp. So that puts Cole Bishop and DeMar Hamlin solely in the spotlight in terms of competition for that other safety spot, right? I would be happy if they drafted Starks, because it means that they're trying to get back to what they were in terms of having playmaking safeties. The only thing with that, I think Sean is looking at Starks as more of a coverage safety and not a guy that can bring the wood, so to speak. You know what I mean? Pause. But
No,
I think I think when you're looking at Starks in that way, you're missing. It's almost, and I hate to say it this way, but it's almost a pessimistic view of what could be a very, very, very good playmaking safety for your team. Think about what Ed Reed was. Think about what Jarris Bird was. These were playmaking safeties that took the ball away. Yeah, they might not have been the hardest hitting guys. Yeah, they might not have enjoyed sticking their nose in a scrum. But when it's time to get a running back down, they go at his legs, they get him down. There's plenty of guys like that in the league that are good at their jobs in terms of playing coverage, right? So, yeah, I mean, to answer your question quickly, I think Starks would have been a great pick. I think Makuba would have been a great pick. That's one of Key's guys. Look, you probably could have solved a really big problem by trading up for Jahdae Barron. The guy plays corner and safety. You could have put him wherever you needed to put him.
easily.
You know, yeah. So
I mean,
I mean,
like where we're at. I think safety would have been something that I was absolutely open to. At first, I was there. I wasn't. I like Imawari early. When we were doing the mock drafts when draft was in the round, because you looked at 6'3", 4'3", like that's solid. And then you start looking at the greater needs of the team, and then obviously the draft has fallen the way it's fallen. But I think what we need to do is recreate somehow what we had once in Poyer and Hyde, and I think we're still kind of figuring things out. Cole Bishop, hopefully he plays the way we need him to. I'm the jury's out on Cole. We don't know much about Cole. He's had some good moments, and he's had some moments where you're like, what? Why is he over here? How did he miss that? And so I'm still open to that. We'll see how the Bills play this out at the end of the day. But going overall, I don't know how much time I have. You still good? We still good for time?
I got like 7 minutes.
7. I'll take 4, and then you got to walk back. So I got to give time to walk back and get back in. Right. Long story short is I'm looking at this, and I will respectfully disagree with you not liking the picks that we made. I mean, not that you don't like it, but you would have preferred we went in a different direction with certain players. I don't want to say you don't like it, because at the end of the day, we know Bills fans. We can lament how we don't like or we should have picked, and then the guys that they did pick end up being the guys that we end up loving, right? And that's typically how this game goes, man. Hold on, I got somebody coming in saying, he said I'll give you 2 minutes. He's got to walk back, man. I know how it works. When you got break, you got to make sure you time it right and you get back. So I get that. Overall,
so far,
what would you grade your grade? Because I know it's probably going to be dicey. Thus far, obviously there's a lot more draft left, but what would you grade this draft thus far, in your opinion?
All picks considered, I think I would give it a B-. I think I'll give it a B-. I mean, yeah, they're building really good depth. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have gone the depth direction, but for what they're building in the depth of the defensive line, and the fact that they've not only gotten another pass rushing guy in case something happens to Oliver, they also have another one tech, another young guy with some energy that can come in and really plug up the run. So I think that, combined with a very athletic corner that looks like he's probably going to take the job day one, I don't think it's a bad draft. I don't. I'll give it a B-.
Be honest. Okay, I respect that. I got one more comment coming in before you get out of here. Truth to Hearts comes in and says, it's not a scheme problem. All right. I agree. I don't think it's a scheme problem either. That's just me. If you play a team twice a year, they'll most likely have counters, and it's a chess game at this point. I don't think it's a playoff thing. I think it's because of familiarity. I mean, there's a lot of that has everything to do with it. You play a team multiple times. It's division games. Division games are always tight. You have to find that edge. And literally, what ends up bouncing us is because we don't get enough pressure and we don't get our hands on the quarterback, which allows him to go up against guys like Kyrie Elam at the time, goes up, you mean Damar Hamlin, God bless him and stuff like that. But those guys aren't guys that Pat Mahomes fears, right? So now we're like, okay, we pretty much brought the same crew back somewhat. So at least we can change up the front line. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see how it all plays out. We don't know a whole lot. We're armchair GMs. You know how that plays out. So we jump in and do
I'll consider myself an analyst before I consider myself a GM or anything like that. I'm an analyst.
You're an analyst, armchair GM. At the end of the day, we ain't in the front office. We ain't in the office making those legit picks. So call it what you want to call it. We out here, they're inside. So
let me say this real quick. To that point. Not that I have to respond to every point, but to that point, okay. I want to clarify just so everybody understands where I'm coming from. When I say, and I probably shouldn't have used the word scheme, I think it's a philosophy standpoint, because when you look at the build of the defensive line, their best pass rushers are in the middle of the defensive line, not on the edge, right? I know Greg Rousseau was number 2 in pressures. That is more relative to the competition that he played against all season long. I mean, the right tackles of the teams in our division alone were terrible. So when you think the issue with the Bills defense, you have to think the issue with the Bills defensive philosophy. They do not want really, two run stuffing defensive tackles in there. They don't want to focus on getting players that are good against the run. What they want to do based on the build of their defense is they want to funnel everything through the middle when it comes to the run. Based on the analytics and the advanced stats, all the home runs that typically happen in the league are to the outside. So I think Sean is looking at this from the standpoint of, if I can funnel everything through the middle, that decreases the likelihood of those home runs, right? And if we can keep that going, now we're not giving up big runs, demoralizing runs. We're not giving up, big plays on a regular basis. That increases our chance of stopping that team. And it's a good thought from an advanced stats perspective. But the issue with that we've seen now is teams can just run you all the way to the 1 yard line and then run it in from there. That's a problem.
There's a lot to it. There's a lot of discussion. I love these conversations because I'd love to have you back on, but you got to dip. But listen, we're gonna be here for a minute until this whole thing does. So if you have a moment to come back on, you have the link. Come on back and we'll chop it up, man.
All right, sounds good, man. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll keep in touch, brother. We'll keep in touch.
All right,
that's
cool.
My guy Aramis coming through, hanging out with us. He always comes through, man. Every time we had a great time last year. We were just chopping it up, having a good old time. He made some good points. And you know me. I always like to push back and get more from someone. I mean, if you're going to say something, stand on it. And he did. And I stood on mine. And I love it because there's some people that were in disagreement with me and agreement with Aramis. My man Kev came in and said, I agree with Aramis 100%. He always likes to go up against me. So it's all good. It's all good. See what the love is at.
Right. I don't know if double dipping at corner is the move. I didn't say that. I just said that, vacuum Will Johnson's a better player. But they have to go with off the medicals. I don't know what the medicals look like. Even if they showed it to me, I don't know shit. I'd be like, oh, looks good. You know what I mean? Obviously, a bunch of other teams passed on him too. So there's a reason why the Bills passed on him. There's a reason why everyone passed on him in the first round when he's a top 5 talent. So yeah, I like the idea of going up to grab, a guy who has so talented it has slipped. So there's always merit in that. But at the end of the day, like you said, it's overkill. Now you were talking about, numbers in the defensive line.
Numbers game for sure.
So the route they did go does present some interesting questions on like who's not making the team. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, if someone's here and you're cutting them, it's because you have someone better. So you've improved the team, right? So you don't miss the guys that aren't good enough to be on the team anyways. So the guy like Carter is practice squad eligible.
No question. Walter comes as double dipping at the corner is dumb for me. You have a CB1 and CB2 locked in for next 4 years.
And you signed him to an extension too, right?
One way or another, bro. I mean, the double dip. I didn't agree with the double dip at the corner either.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I didn't think so because I mean, you're not going to say that. Let me explain something too. Will Johnson is a good player, and I'm not going to come in and diminish what he could have brought. But team saw something. And I respect what Airman's came in. He was like, yo, I know someone that gives him information. Who am I to say, nah, it's a lie? But they made the decision. But let me go back. If Hairston came out the year prior, he's a first-round draft pick. He's a first-round draft pick, and they had this guy early. He could have been a first, like a top 15, top 20 pick. So the fact that we got him where we got him, like, let's not sleep on that. That boy had 5 interceptions in 2023, right? He got hurt last year, and the lone interception that he did get took it back to the house for 6. You have to understand what Bean is trying to get is someone that makes plays, take it back to the house, give me back the football. We were number 3 in the league for 32 takeaways, 16 interceptions, 16 forced fumbles and recoveries. You can't tell me that we don't know how to develop corners. Hairston will be where he's at. To double dip and go after that, I don't think it was necessary. I don't think we necessarily need that. So this is the way I look at it, man. I like that he went with Will Johnson. I think that would have been great. I don't think anybody would have been unhappy if we went Will Johnson. But they got who they got because they felt good about it. And Hairston was the next guy up. I mean, you can't hate on it. It would have been nice to get Will Johnson. Don't get me wrong. Get me wrong. But we got who we got because we want to take the ball away and take it back to the house. And we don't have to deal with, is his knee good? How's his knee? Your knee cool? I know the doctor said
you got to leave it at health, because if you're talking about taking it away and taking it to the house, Will Johnson's better than that at that. But so it's just health. It's just
that's what it comes down to. That's what I came down to. Is his knee really that good? That's what it comes down to. Is his knee good?
Hairston's a good player, right? Hairston was supposed to go the end of round 1. You got him at the end of round 1. He's a good player. And if you're not comfortable with the knee, you're not comfortable with the knee. It's you don't want to gamble your first round pick. And obviously all 32 teams agreed, right?
And just maybe, hold on a second. Come here. What's up? How you doing?
Is the leaves raked?
Girl, there ain't no tarantula in this weather. It's too cold for that.
You know, it was dead. No, I swear. It was like.
Go get it and bring it to me.
I'm not picking it up.
How's the raking coming?
Good, but I'm not going back out there.
Okay.
Actually, come look.
I can't right now, but listen, on to task number 2. Get going. Yes, that is. You want this? Exactly. Get going. Tarantula, she says.
Yeah.
There's a tarantula outside. Oh,
what is it, +6? Yeah, where you are?
I was like, we don't got the weather for that.
Yeah.
It's dead. Okay. By the way, big shout out to Podium podcast, bro. If you guys have not, those guys, Aramis and Keyshawn, those guys are my dudes, man. If you have not followed them, do me a favor. Go ahead and follow those cats. Those guys are good dudes, solid dudes, all around dudes. And they got great content, good energy. Every time they came out last year, and it's like I just met them last year, and it's as if we knew each other for years, the way we were going back and forth with the banter. And he made some great points, man. He made some great points. I like to get into you mean back and forth. It's something I like. Kev see me in action when I like, well, hold on, tell me more about that. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. You're talking about their podcast, right? Is Keyshawn coming on?
Is who, sorry?
Keyshawn, is he coming on?
We got the link. We gave the link to him. So
Keyshawn's always he's always the more positive one. And Aramis is always the more angry one. Yeah. So
it's so funny that you say that, because I'm usually more like Aramis, where I'm like I push against it. I'm like, nah, I'm against that. I'm like usually against the grain. So 2 people that normally are against the grain are going at it. I love it. Me and Keyshawn usually see eye to eye with certain things too. So it'll be interesting to see what route he takes. He might love it, or he might feel the same way Aramis does.
I bet he's gonna have come in, and that's why their show is pretty good too, right? Because they're so
great show,
so opposite. So Keyshawn's very like team, and Aramis, man, they could have been like, we traded a 5th rounder for Jefferson. He's like, Jefferson with that knee, there'd be something wrong with it, right? So like,
that's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
you're so right.
Like they're good dudes. I like them both because I was on last year when they were on too, so I followed them both and I was watching. And it's funny. So it's like Keyshawn's always like, a great pick, and Aramis is like, what's going on?
Maybach Mel, what up, man? Listen, I got my man Maybach Mel in the building. Hey, man, your Patriots, bro, y'all having a hell of a listen. Y'all had a hell of an offseason, number one, a low-key, very good offseason. And then you guys are killing it with this draft. The Patriots will be a team to kind of look out to be like, all right, let me see what these Patriots are really all about. It's all about Drake May. If Drake May is the real deal, y'all could be a very good conversation, a good team. We'll definitely, it's gonna be fun to see how that all plays out with the Patriots. Yo, good shout out to you, my man Maybach. What's up? Walter says, yo, good conversation. Definitely, though I agree with Aramis. Yo, Aramis made some great points, man. Great points. I'm still pushing back on the defensive tackle point. It may not be Daquan Jones that gets dipped, but you can't act like because he's a veteran guy and bro. No, sometimes it's not about that. Sometimes if they can save $1 here and there and get it cracking, then okay. Or they might say, yo, you need to take a pay cut. I know it's your last year of the deal, but you need to take a pay cut. They did the same thing to Mitch Morse. Mitch Morse said, yo, you need to take a pay cut, bro. Right? And he's like, yes, sir, I will. And guess what? The next year, you out of here. He was out. So listen, we'll see how that plays out. I've seen this team do this too often. You don't draft all these players on the line and expect everybody to make the team. It's not going to happen. Someone's going to go, maybe two. And it could be Dwayne Carter. Maybe Dwayne Carter. They just didn't see enough in year one for Dwayne Carter. It could be. That would be interesting. What's that, buddy?
Oh, I'd love if it was Daquan. He came on down south. That would be nice.
Listen, I mean, how old is Daquan Jones now? What is he, like 32?
30. Yeah, 30, 31.
I don't want to put too many years, man. Daquan Jones. So how do you feel about your pick so far, Kev?
Oh, the last two were just trash. They might as well just throw them in the garbage.
Wow.
So
how do you like? I hated it when the Bills kept on drafting just bum after bum, and like I was like, bro, how people kept on asking me, how are you still a Bills fan? And I kept on telling myself, next year we got it, man. Next year, watch out for next year, bro. We're gonna be next year, and that happened forever, bro. So like, I feel like it's been so long since we've been bad. It feels as if it's like that, but like you to do it constantly every year, brother. You get right in the middle of the pack, which pisses you off even more. Although, like, you're there, you made the playoffs.
But you keep saying that we haven't even been. We've been winning. Like, we made the playoffs like 3 times in the last.
I know, but it just feels
winning
like it's
10 games, 11 games, 9 games, 9 games. We're always a winning record. But it's like
right in the middle is what I mean. Because you're like,
yeah,
you don't get a high draft pick, you don't get a middle. You're right in that. You're right in that spot. You're like, golly, man. So I feel for you.
Well, here's the thing. They didn't trade Jalen Ramsey. They didn't trade Tyreek.
Damn, Daquan is 33 years old.
33. So I think Miami's going to trade both these guys in training camp. I think they're looking to accumulate a bunch. They picked up extra third round pick next year. They're looking to get an extra 4th next year. And next, at the end of this season, is the season where they've built themselves an out for Tua.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if they're collecting a bunch of draft picks for next year. And when he gets hurt again, they dump him because there's an out in the contract. And maybe they try and get a QB.
I can see that. I could definitely see
and
that.
That's what the NFL comes down to, right? Doesn't matter what you do. At the end of the day, you have to have a QB. Once you have the QB, the rest of the team falls into place. How many great teams are out there with no QB? I mean, the Eagles are the only exception to the rule because Hurts isn't that good. But they're the most talented roster in the NFL by far, outside the QB position. So, But other than that, man, you had San Fran for a few years, but the NFC's weak. How are you supposed to do that in the AFC? You got Allen, you got Mahomes, you got Burrow. I don't know, huge on Herbert, but he's pretty decent. You got all these guys, man. You don't have a QB, you don't have a chance in the AFC.
No, you're not wrong with that. Well, I'll tell you this: Daquan Jones, 33 right now, and December will make him 34, if that's right. Or am I late on that? Or is he 33? Is he 30? Yeah, it's 33. He'll be 34 in December. So 33 years of age. Like if they were to move on from him, it wouldn't shock me, and it shouldn't shock anybody. It's not like he's 30. He's 34.
Yeah,
34.
You just need another fat guy to stuff the run, though, because I don't know if you just want to give that whole role to a 4th round rookie.
Hey, they want to know if you guys are giving up on Tyreek Hill.
Oh, I can't get him out fast enough. The problem is,
really?
oh
Really?
yeah, I'm just done. Like he's just a shit person, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's like he can't go. I'm sure they're trying to trade him, but every 2 months he comes up with something new and kills his value. So then they're probably like, well, hopefully they can, just hold down the fort for 3 months and then we'll get rid of him. But like, this is his last year with Miami, regardless, if they keep him, because everyone talks about the contract they gave him, but for all the knocks Dolphins have, they're one of the best teams in the NFL at contracts. You always see these numbers, and everyone's like, "Oh, but the Dolphins gave all this money." They didn't give all this money. Tyreek has this huge inflated salary because they have a mythical contract, which is next year, where he's making like $55 million. There's not a chance in the world they're keeping him on the roster for $55 million, and almost none of it's guaranteed. So they take this last year with this huge amount. It balloons the average length of the contract up so that they can the agents can come out and say he's making $30 million a year, but he's making $30 million a year because they have $55 million on the last year of the contract that he'll never see. So they're going to get rid of him. He's no chance he's playing. So they're going to trade him at some point. I think they're just trying to hope he can get 3 months without him getting arrested. And then Ramsey wants out because he's a mercenary. He just wants to go somewhere else. He wants to win a Super Bowl, right? So they'll trade him away. So I think they're going to collect all these picks and they're going to try and see how it goes with Tua. If Tua shits the bed or if he gets hurt again, I think they'll get rid of him. And I think that they'll try and go for Manning or whoever in the draft.
I'm with you on that, brother. You see that question right there at the bottom? I left that one for you.
Yeah. Well, it was tough, right? You had a coach that you thought like a Hall of Fame coach, the winningest coach in NFL history. You had like this offense that year after year was really good, and for whatever reason, they just couldn't get the defense right. So I see the parables. I don't know if Allen's on a Marino trajectory, but I get it. Whatever. I get the gist of the question. He's doing really, really well. But it's tough. It's tough, right? You guys, Allen's how many years now? This is 6? This is the 6th year he completed?
For who?
For Allen, how many years? He just finished
7. He's going to, I think this is year 7.
So he's finished 6, right? So yeah. I get it, because you guys are like, because you have this elite quarterback, and it's tough because you get so close. And that's what Miami did every year. He was definitely wasted. I would say he's the best player in NFL history to never win a Super Bowl. I don't think that's going to get too many arguments. You don't want Allen on that track. That's for sure.
No, we do not.
But, you just got to keep doing what you can every year and hoping, adding pieces and hoping that you get the breaks one year, right? So that's what it comes down to.
You hope for it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Man,
let's see what's going on in the chat. So, guys, we're close. The Bills are getting close now. We're getting there. Patience, folks. We're getting there.
We're getting 3 picks really close, eh?
We're getting there. Where we at? So there's been some. Jeffrey Bassa quietly went to the freaking Chiefs. So that was an interesting one there. It's Francisco Maigoa. Golly, what a name.
Yeah. I'm reading this comment. What do you mean frustrated with the losing? I don't understand. You guys beat us the year before in the playoffs on the last game of the season. They won 11 games. They were the number 1 team in the AFC going into like 2 weeks left. And then we ended up a wild card and had to go play Kansas City in negative 60-degree weather. So we did well in the regular season. We lost to Kansas City. You guys are familiar with that. We played in the playoffs the year before. Unfortunately, Tua got hurt. And we played the game against you guys where Skylar Thompson, you won what? I think it was 37-34. So what is this? He's tired of losing. Every year he's been here, they've had a winning team.
Hey, listen, you're going to watch how you talk to my girl, Laura, okay?
I'm just saying,
I got you, girl. I got you. But I mean, listen, at the end of it, the results are the results. It is losing. It's like no different than the Bills. Aren't you sick and tired of using the Chiefs? Yes. Yes, we come close every time, but we lose every time. I'm sick of it. So I think that's what she means. Aren't you sick of it? You got to be sick of it. We keep talking about how the Dolphins, you guys are a little brother.
Oh, sick of that? Yeah. We're tired of that. I miss Jay Ajayi. It was the last good year we had.
Tired of that.
But it's like, we know we were used to it, right? So we
doubt.
we had the Patriots for 20 years.
Oh my gosh.
And then, right, because you guys never won anything until Brady.
Hell yeah.
Brady had to leave, and then you finally won. So this is going to be the same thing with us. I got to hope fucking Josh Allen leaves. Like, fuck, man.
Here's one for you. Why don't you guys play Eric Izuka more?
He's not even on the team anymore.
Oh, there you go. Done.
Ezukama. Yeah. I don't know. They liked him.
Is he year 8? Oh my God. I said year 7.
Wow.
Year 8. No wonder most folks are like, yo, don't waste Josh Allen's talents. We're wasting him.
Wait, is it? I thought 19 was his first year. 19, 20.
18 was his first year. 18.
Oh, 18. Oh, shit.
Yeah, he came after Trey White.
Yeah. So, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Bills receivers and James Cook dropped almost 400 yards of catches in the 2020 divisional round against the Chiefs. Listen, man.
Yeah.
We got to be better everywhere. What we mean by losing is not winning in the playoffs. Hope we cleared that up.
Well, if anyone knows, it's the franchise with 23 years of a playoff drought. So I'll take your expert opinion. But I hear you. It's frustrating, I would assume. Yeah. How is Kiko Alonso?
Chris is being a funny man.
Yeah.
Bills get Jimmy Horn, Kobe Hudson, or Will Shepherd at receiver, or we may get Reed at safety from Penn State. Who are the safeties that I want to see who's still like best available?
There's not much.
Let me see. Let's go to the undrafted. So Isaiah Bond still available. Obviously Dominic Lovett, JJ Pegues. I don't know how to pronounce it. Drew Kendall gone. Nick Nash is still there. Jalen Reed, safety out of Penn State, senior.
He's
still there.
Best, yeah.
Chris Paul Jr., the linebacker out of Mississippi.
I like Jalen Reed. Actually, that'd be a good pick. Jalen Reed.
Like that?
And then what's his name? Pierre's guy, Jimmy Horn.
He's got good size, man. 6.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he knows.
He's got short hands though. I mean, short arms, whether that matters or not. But ran a 4.49 40, bench 19, so he's decent strength. On the IGA score, he scored a 75. Pretty cool. In-game athleticism, if you guys are wondering. By the way, in-game athleticism for Hairston scored a 96.7. Nice. In-game athleticism. I thought that was a pretty cool stat.
The safety Miami just took, his RAS score was 2.
2?
Yeah.
Dude.
2.
You can't put all your stock into it, but the statistics show that if you're scoring an 8 and above, you have chances of more success in the game.
If you just show up, you get 1.
It's like writing your name on the SAT score. If you write your name correctly, you get 1. Yeah. Golly.
Jaden Reed's on the board. We're taking a guy with a 2 RAS score. Holy fuck.
Get Bond and let him play with the Virgil role. Listen, we got Jalen Virgil right there on the squad already. So, hey, man, we didn't really touch on it too much. So, Cleveland going with Shadur.
So weird after you take Gabriel. Well, you didn't want him when you round earlier when you took Gabriel, but then you wanted him the next round.
Let me show you something that's you want to talk about bizarre. I'll show you something that's bizarre. Look at this. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to share my screen.
Oh,
I don't know who the black man is next to him, but I find it very odd. Look at this. Who's happy here? I don't even know who's happy.
Yeah,
I don't know who this guy is on the right.
That's a GM.
Like, what is this? What is this? I don't get it. Like, what's this? What's this? Like, nobody's happy with this. Was this forced? Like, I don't get it.
The owner
this is puzzling to me.
Yeah,
I mean, I get it. I already got Dylan Gabriel, so I got my quarterback. I guess we can get this one, and we'll let them compete. And simple as that. But this is alarming to me. As a player, I'm coming to a team. I want a team that wants me. It doesn't look like you guys want me. It looks like it was like you're doing me a favor, and I hope that's not. That would suck if that was the case. where I feel like, you're just doing it just to put me up.
quarterback they drafted.
That's weird. I don't know. I wouldn't like that. If I'm watching this, let's just say my parents, my folks are watching this, you know what I mean? My family, and they're watching the feed and like, yo, do they really want you there? Like,
Yeah.
so there's only 32 teams though, so at least one of them picked you.
Man,
Only took 5 rounds, but it's there. You made it work. By the way, you guys are tuned in with us. I appreciate you guys. We appreciate you guys. There's 2,400 you guys watching. We got 500 watching on YouTube. Do me a favor. There's 500 y'all. Do me a favor right now. Press that like button. Click that like button. Let's get this video let's get up to over 700 likes. 700 likes on this video. All right, on this stream. And we'd really appreciate it. I'd like you to double tap that screen and give it a like if you guys are on any other app watching this. And show love to my guy, Kevin. Kevin's been holding it down for us. I'm going to give him a solo shot here. Kev, let the people know where they can find your stuff and where they can get all your podcast information and what your Twitter handle is.
Yeah, good point. So you can find me nowhere. Yeah.
But I do this to Kevin all the time.
Every time, yeah.
All the time.
But that is my Twitter handle at the bottom left, the Kevin Gerard.
Yeah, go ahead and follow my guy Kevin Gerard. Do you go by Gerard or Gerard?
Gerard.
There you go. Because some people might say Gerard and try to mess with you.
There's supposed to be an accent aigu over there.
Watch out. You're dropping that accent aigu on us like that?
Yeah.
Don't do it to him. Who's got this? We got my man White Town Kings. What up, White Town? He says, yo, I'll go to Canada to play before I play there.
Probably the same.
Cleveland, weather. I know, man. Cleveland don't look like they showing some love, man. Like, geez. That's crazy. My man Breeder Johnson said, I find Kevin everywhere. I mean, shoot. Kevin's that guy, man. Kevin, come over to the dark side. Guys, quit telling him to come over. He's not going to do it. You're going to push him away more. All right, the Bills pick is in.
Here we go.
Let's see what we got. Let's go, Buffalo. What are these Bills going to do? What are these Bills going to do, guys? Because I'm absolutely...
Some good choices. I saw I forgot Mickens was still there.
RJ Mickens would be a solid pick.
Jaden Reed would be a good pick.
Let me see if I have RJ Mickens on my list.
If they do pick Jimmy Horn, then miraculously Pierre will show up.
RJ Mickens, I had him chosen where? Did I not have RJ Mickens in my shoes?
You didn't even have him. Look,
I don't.
Get a little closer to the screen there, old man.
Oh, listen, the thing goes small. I can't see crap. It looks better for people that are watching, but I can't see a thing. Can you?
Yeah. You didn't pick him.
Golly, maybe my eyes are bad.
No, Bot picked Mickens in the 4th round.
Bot did?
Yeah, he said he'd get him in the 4th. There you go, Jordan.
I don't know how Bot. Listen, look at Bot, man.
Your picks in. Jordan
Harrison
Hancock
with me, and then he took Landon Jackson. This guy won the whole thing with that double pick right there. But then, and then Bobby came in with the right pick with the 4th pick. So shoot, man, boys are doing all right. All right, who the Bills taking, man?
Jordan Hancock, cornerback, Ohio State.
We double dipped, huh?
No,
we double dipped.
Aramis might come back on.
We double dipped. We went back for corner. So we let I think Ty Alexander got drafted already. So interesting nonetheless. Let's see. Jordan, what was it? Jordan Alexander, you said? Corey Alexander? Corey Hancock?
Like the movie.
Like the movie. That's a
underrated movie.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, what's her name? Really nice.
Let's see what's going on. Let me see if my little booklet here has Noah Williams is gone too, right? I think Noah Williams left early. He went to a team that was pretty good. Zach Alexander, I think, still available. Yeah, he's not even on my list right here. All right, let me go take a look. Let's take a look, see what the Bills. I mean, don't go too far, guys, because we're picking very shortly again.
Yeah, you picked 3 times, real quick.
It's gonna be quick, bang, bang, bang.
Because you're the first pick in the 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jordan Hancock out of Ohio State. And that's the trade that we did with Dallas. Oh, that's a compensation. That's compensatory pick. So Jordan Hancock, he's got a prospect grade of, I'm on the NFL website, prospect grade of 5.97. 6 feet, a buck 95, good size. He comes out of Georgia. He's got 30.3, 30 and 3/4 arms. So that's like around average. And all right. Is he a fast guy? I'm looking at his 40. What's his 40 time? 40 time, don't say nothing. So experience playing back down from the slot. Excellent size when lined up as a nickel corner. So most likely he's going to be backing up. Hands are heavy when punching and rerouting releases. Rides heavy on short routes. Tight man coverage. Size creates catch disruption. And runs the alley from safety and strikes. So we might have a little thumper on our hands over here. Here's his weaknesses: loses sight of play development from zone, lacks route anticipation and twitch, tends to stay behind once he falls behind in man coverage. So he ain't got no get back. Below average instincts, needs better use of hands to play off the block near the line. I mean, I don't really need you to do that, but all right. So that's our guy, Jordan Hancock, right? He was projected to go around 5'6", and we picked him where we picked him. I mean, shoot. Let me see. I want to see what his RAS score is. I'm curious to see what his RAS score.
Wonder if it's a 2.
Well, listen, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. How do you guys? I mean, listen. This is at the
9.82.
We're at the point where some of these guys that are going to be picked right now. You ain't gonna know who they are, people. So you're gonna have to do what we can to kind of do some homework on these guys.
Mm-hmm. The Lions traded up. Like, who's got that much conviction in the 5th? He's like, we need this guy.
I know.
This is where safeties.
This is where we get it gets funky.
Mm-hmm. They took a big
run-stuffing defensive tackle and a guard with a mullet in round 2. It's such a Dan, Detroit, such a Dan Campbell draft.
Shadur Sanders getting picked finally. Somebody said, looks like that picture I showed you guys. Somebody said it looks like they were directed to take this guy.
Yeah,
take him now.
Yeah, the owner
pull the trigger now. So there's two things. They're either pissed. The brother right here is either annoyed. Let's try to read this picture here. So you're looking at these two guys here. When you're told to do something that you were gonna do already, and they said no, not now, and then you do it. They tell you finally do it. You're like, dude, I would have picked this long ago. We just embarrassed this kid for no reason, and now I'm not happy because now you're putting me on camera to show this. Or they really did not want to pick this guy. We're like, yo, I want nothing to do with this guy. Allegedly, when he went, this is what was on Twitter. Take what you want with that. When he went on his interview with Dable, apparently he walked into the room unprepared, not prepared whatsoever. And Dable called him out on that. And that was it. It was downhill from there. And he bombed it. So
I've heard that a bunch. One guy.
That's why he didn't go to the Giants. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. One guy said that was the quoted the worst interview he's ever had.
Yeah. I mean, Dable doesn't give me the impression that he's a guy that he's not for everybody. I mean, that's what. And so, I mean, the rumor has it that him and McDermott, didn't really see eye to eye on certain things. So I mean, shoot, not everybody's for everybody at this point.
Yeah, I think Dable was like, cover the tight end with 13 seconds left.
With 13 seconds left, cover him.
Maybe cover Travis Kelce. He might go.
Maybe try that. Maybe don't give him so much freaking room.
Oh, this is a really good pick, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. Why it was? Of course, it's Detroit.
Miles Frazier.
Guards now. Yeah, I thought he was going to go in like the third round. To be honest, it's getting him here in the 5th. That's the type of move Miami should have made and didn't. Yeah.
All right, let's see what the RAS score is saying for our guy.
Someone posted it. They said it was 9.82.
Oh, so that boy, athlete. Yeah, athlete. Oh, Danny Stuntman went. I didn't know he went. He went to the Saints.
Yeah.
Al Robinson, obviously, we know where he went. All right, they haven't. I need to get an update of this.
Fuck. Would have been a good pick.
Miles Frazier. All right, yeah, Jordan Hancock. There it is. I gotta show everybody so they see it for themselves. You know, I gotta show you a visual, people. I gotta show you the visual of the RAS score for the big fella. So 6 feet, $190, $195-ish. 14 on the bench. It's not bad. 225. Hey Kevin, what's your personal best on the bench?
Like max or the amount I can do?
Heaviest, the heaviest you pushed on the bar.
Right now I can do 300.
3? Nice. That's my guy. Just 1 rep or a couple reps?
3. Doesn't count.
3 reps?
If you only do 1 rep, doesn't count.
What is that? 2 plates and a what? 20, 35?
300, you have to, it's a vanity push. You have to put 2 plates of 35 and then an additional 2.5 to hit 300.
Yeah, it is a vanity push. You want to make it that even 3.
Yeah.
How much you bench? 3. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
225,
Yeah,
I can do 15, 16 time.
How many?
15, 16.
16. So you'd be right there with him. I think the most I did when I was like heavy in the gym at one point. I think I was repping 225. I couldn't believe in myself. I was like, damn, I could get there. I was repping 225, but I never like pushed it to see how many I could get. I always just stopped at 10 and I'm out of here. Like 3 sets and call it a day. If I went in right now, I'll probably pull everything I got. I gotta get back in it. I'll pull everything I got, man. Being an old man. All right, so Hancock. Not bad. 9.82. 4.5 40. He's got good size, but he's more. It seems as though he's more of a nickel guy. So that'll be interesting. He ain't afraid to hit. That's for sure. That's what the people are saying. So we'll see how that all shakes out for us. How y'all feel about this Hancock pick right here? Y'all let me know.
Wow.
I got TJ says Sanders signs a shadow contract and announced he is going to Canada. Yeah, right. He's going to make if he's smart. He's going to leave all the hoopla behind. I mean, they're going to make it very clear to him. Yo, this is why you dropped. And I'm sure they're going to have a conversation. There has to be. Or he might say, yo, why did I drop so long? Why did you guys take so long to come get me? Do you really think? I mean, I don't know how he's going to do that. I doubt he's going to shake things up that way. I mean, you got picked. That's all that matters at the end of the day. But there comes a time where you're going to have a real conversation. Be like, yo, why did I drop? That's a legitimate question. If you've ever done a job interview, I've always told when you do a job interview, you got to do a what do they call it? A post. Like a post something. I think postpartum. No, not postpartum. It's post something where you ask, how did my interview go if I didn't get the job? You want to ask, okay, so what did I do wrong? And people don't do that. They don't get jobs and then they move on with life. Like in the corporate world, at least, you want to, you know what I mean? Ask why I didn't get this gig. So you got drafted. I'd like to know, like, listen, waited till the 5th. What's the reason behind it? Right? Now, one thing he will not know.
You made your pick, eh?
He's his own representation, no agent. So the agent would be able to, his agent would be able to tell him, yo, this is why they dropped you, but he doesn't know anything. So I guess this is what it is. Yes, this is what it is. All right, who's in? Oh, did we pick already?
Somebody say Jackson Haas.
Who?
Jackson Haas, tight end from Georgia Tech.
I don't have. Some people were telling me, yo, put tight end on your mock. I was like, yo, do we really need a tight end? I know we lost Quentin Morris, but I mean, Zach, I thought they kind of liked Davidson.
So Jackson Haas, he caught 16 passes last year. He's the best by a mile run blocking tight end in the league. So if anyone's confused, thinks this has anything to do with, in the college football, if anyone thinks this has anything to do with Dalton Kincaid, it's not close to the same position. So they're both tight end, but they're not the same. This is more of the Dawson Knox inline. So Dalton Kincaid's not really a tight end. He's like a big wide receiver. He's a flex.
I love comments like this.
Yeah, so Dalton Kincaid plays what's usually referred to as the F position in football. So he's a flex. He moves around. He's rarely attached to the line of scrimmage, and he's usually in the slot somewhere. Dawson Knox is more of your traditional wide tight end, which is in line, usually close up against the tackles, the offensive tackles. This guy plays that area. I'm furious that you've picked him up right now. I was praying Miami would grab him in 6 spots. He's exactly who Miami needs.
Really?
It's
Are you being for real right now?
He's a dominating run blocker. When they show his highlights, if you ever look him up, it won't be him catching the ball. It'll be him running guys 5 yards out of bounds.
Okay.
This guy is a monster blocker. It annoys me to no end that you've drafted him. I'm really angry about it. It's one of my favorite late round picks in the draft. If you want to, he's a people mover. You want to run the ball, you put him in. You want to run the ball in short yardage, you put him in. He's outstanding. So anyone that thinks he's a dumb pick, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. He's going to be the best run blocking tight end in the NFL, I think.
I like what you said about.
I haven't seen anything like him in years as a blocker. He's very limited as a receiver, but that's not the role. I mean, it's the 5th round, the end of the 5th round. So you're taking role-specific players. You're taking guys that they're not going to come in and become starters. You're taking guys that have a specific vision in mind. And the vision of this is anytime you need to run the ball to close the game out, anytime you need to get a short yardage, anytime you're on the goal line, you want this guy in because he's going to run his man out. This man can block defensive ends one-on-one. There are very few tight ends in the NFL who can block defensive ends one-on-one in the NFL.
So this tells me everything because we brought in extra linemen all the time during the year. So this, instead of bringing bringing an extra lineman in, this might be one of those things where now we got a tight end that if need be we can roll him out, but he can block too. So this is not bad. I just want to see his size. I didn't see his size yet.
You might make that quarterback sneak.
Let me see what his size looks like. I didn't see the size. Where he at? Jack Hawes. I thought Jack Hawes was black.
Jackson Hawes?
Jackson.
You went on mute or something.
Austin Knox. And he ran a 4.840. Bench 16 times. So he's as strong as you are, big boy.
Yeah.
And he's got an athleticism score of 70. So we're gonna see what the RAS score on my boy is, and see what they're saying.
Yeah, he's really mean. And he's in his interviews. That's what he says. I'm here to be the best blocking tight end in the NFL. He doesn't think he's not here. I want to catch extra passes. I want to do this. He's like, I forget he had like the best answer. I think he said something like, "What are you trying to do?" I'm trying to hurt the man I'm up against me. Every play, he's trying to hurt whoever he's running up against. Like he's a mean bastard.
It's kind of like that lineman that got drafted by Dallas. He goes, he said something that was absolutely dope. He said something to the nature of like, "Listen, every time I block someone, I want to make him like quit football. I want to make him not love football. I want to take that love out of his eyes every time I hit him." I was like, golly. So maybe Jackson Hawes is kind of like that as well.
Yeah,
maybe that's what it is. Rico got to put his headphones in every time Kevin says something. Rico just doesn't even acknowledge it. What are you talking about? I've been talking to Kevin for hours. What you saying?
3 hours, 42 minutes.
Yeah. He doesn't acknowledge what Kevin's saying. All right. It was wild. I like it, man. I like the fact that you've done the research because I had no idea who Jack was, bro.
No, I really liked him.
Like on the front, like I know who he was.
I really liked him. I was really hoping because we need that bad. Miami needs that badly because they run that wide zone, right? So Miami's run game is outside mostly, and you need a tight end that can block. And that was one of the problems that we had is that we couldn't. The tight ends last year were terrible blockers. So this guy would have fixed that. So I was hoping for him in the next 3 picks, and you guys ruined it.
I'm reading some of the stuff on Hancock right now. So nickel for sure is where he's going to be. So he'll be competing with Cam Lewis. That's where the competition is going to be. Cam can play. He can play a little corner. He can play a little bit of safety, and obviously he'll fill in for nickel. So I think that's where the competition is going to be. So Cam Lewis has got some comp coming in. Jackson Hawes, huh? Okay.
I'm reading the comments. It's really good. They're like, you kept saying, he's like, you kept saying the pick's in, Rico. The pick's in. It's really funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
you were telling me the pick's in?
Yeah. It was funny. But like you were already talking, you know.
If you guys don't know Kev is not a loud talker. He's a smooth, debonair talker. Sometimes he might say, "Yo, Rico, the pick's in." I'm not gonna hear him. And plus, don't get me wrong, I have like my earphones. I don't have my earphones in because I have them come through the speaker right now, and I got the volume up on the laptop here. So, and I'm in my own world at the same time. Sometimes I'm reading the comments, I'm looking at Twitter, trying to see what's going on, so I can give you guys some updates. We're producing here, people. We're producing out here. Golly, this guy's toes are gone. He's got 3 toes left. Dion Sanders. You see that?
What?
This brother got 3 toes left. Golly.
Yeah, I saw that.
Damn, man. You better not ask him to get something on the top shelf. Can you tip your toe and get that on the top shelf? Can't do that. No, sir.
Yeah, I'm reading the comments. It's a good point. So Jackson Hawes, Rico, is like a souped up version of Lee Smith.
I was thinking of that too.
Yeah.
Good old Lee Smith. And they love Lee Smith.
Yeah. Oh, Jets took Tyler Barron. That's a pretty good pick. You guys are on the clock again, but fuck, man.
Here we go. Buffalo. Like let's see what you guys got.
Yeah, there's like 6 guys left that I really wanted before Miami picked here, and they all just went like Horton's gone, Barron's gone, Haas is gone, like Miles Frazier's gone. Fuck. But hey, maybe we can find another guy with a 2 RAS score. You know, then those guys can go and hang out.
We'll see how that works out for you.
Yeah, like you get 1 for just showing up. I keep coming back to that.
We're
like if,
right
if you're alive, you get a 1.
Pick back at the 30 at 206. Oh, it's gonna be a while, people.
Fuck.
All right, here come the Bills. The pick is in. Who we got?
Yeah.
First of all, Jackson Hawes was the first offensive player we took this in this pick in this draft. That's crazy.
It wouldn't be bad at this point to take Isaiah Bond. But you guys don't care about character. You take whoever. Take him now.
It would make sense, you think.
Why not?
It wouldn't surprise me if they said, we're going to take a punter.
And you're in the 6th round.
I know.
If he's no good, give him the boot. Notable player. Puka Nacua got drafted in this spot.
Hell yeah.
I honestly think our front office cares too much about character. You brought in Von Miller. You drafted the punt god. You drafted this guy in the 1st overall. Like, what? What are we talking about here?
It's a new age. It's a new day.
Bro.
All right, what do we got? Am I tripping? Are they taking forever to put this up there or what?
Well, the Steelers guy is really stealing the show here with his sombrero.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. They're talking to Tomlin. I wonder if Rich is going to ask him about Shadur.
Who's that? Ask who about Shadur?
Yeah. Well, right now Tomlin's being interviewed by.
Yeah, I see that.
Eisen. Eisen, he's on it, right? He's big on it.
100%.
Well, he's very close with Dion.
Yeah, I mean they worked together for years, so this makes sense.
Yeah, so I think he knows Shadur probably because Dion probably
very well. I mean, a lot of these guys grew up with knowing who the kids were, so they probably know this guy's a good kid. I mean, he's being missed, but Rich Eisen can't show too much. Could you imagine if the Bills took Quinn Ewers?
So I had 2 guys on my list of please don't draft, and it was Dion Walker and Quinn Ewers. And
don't draft. Oh wow.
Yeah. I can't. Quinn Ewers is so bad. So it'll most likely be the pick in a couple picks with Miami, but he's so bad. Like you keep watching guys like when you watch Golden and Bond, you watch these guys thing. You're like, well. Yeah, bad throw. Or, he was open. Oh, yeah, he missed him. Oh, like he was so bad. And it was really terrible.
Really bad. Not great.
No, I don't. He's awful. I don't even know why he was starting. Like, to be honest, every time he'd get hurt and come to the sideline, they put Manning in, and the team looks so much better.
I've never seen these guys take this long to get this thing going. Golly.
Oh, they're going in. Punt God was completely innocent. That girl is easy. You don't want me to go on that rant.
But by the way, if for those that want a little bit more, my man Carl Jones, he's an Ohio State guy, so he knows quite a bit about this team. He says Jordan Hancock lined up everywhere at Ohio State, cornerback, safety, and nickel. Bit of a Swiss Army knife for the Buckeyes defense. This is a McDermott pick. McDermott. Oh boy. So there's that Cam Lewis replacement I was telling y'all about.
Who's the guy?
Cam Lewis is about to compete and pretty much saying bye-bye.
Who's the safety you had forever that was kind of like a hybrid? You kept bringing him around.
Dean Marlowe?
Yes, that guy. Yeah.
Dean Marlowe, man. Wherever they went.
Yeah. And then
Dean
for a
was
while,
there.
it was the captain, wasn't it?
For sure. For a while, they're like, yo, we need somebody. Dean, you up?
Yeah.
Let's roll.
Yeah, because what his original one wasn't a captain, Munnerlin or whatever. Did he end up playing?
Did we have Munnerlin on our squad? I can't.
I feel like we brought him over from Carolina. We
brought so many people. We were the Buffalo freaking Panthers, for crying out loud at one point.
Well, guys knew the system, right?
Bro, make the freaking pick already. Golly.
Omar Epps doesn't have much hair left.
No, he's done. He's done. Yeah. He's done for. I think we're gonna bring in Shadur Sanders to the Bills.
Oof.
Wouldn't that be something? The way things are going, man, Shiloh might get undrafted. The way they treated his brother, golly. He even said it. He's like, I see what they're doing to you. What they gonna do to me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough. It's good that you can laugh about these things, man.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think Shiloh, if he gets drafted, he's 7th round or undrafted free agent. Probably be an offensive lineman or something coming up here.
All right, they're gonna make us wait for this one.
Yeah.
Right, so let me see. One thing for sure, Bills are gonna love Jordan Hancock. That's what people are saying right now. So this is a pretty decent pick. Like I said earlier, guys, it don't look like he's afraid to hit.
Yeah,
it looks like he's he goes after that football. So this would be nice.
Yeah,
this is a nice. It's a nice feeling.
Yeah, this late in the draft, you're looking for role-specific people, right? And if he can play on multiple positions, it saves you roster spots elsewhere. Maybe an extra roster spot so you can store all those defensive tackles.
Well, this is gonna be something, man.
I thought you only had like 3 minutes or something in round 6.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
maybe they changed their mind. Like, no. Oh, nice, very nice. Good job, Bills. This is gonna be interesting backfield. What's that?
I still haven't seen it.
Dorian Strong.
You got Dorian Strong?
Oh, that's an interesting pick.
That upsets me.
Does it upset you?
Yeah. You got Dorian Strong.
Good job, Bills, man. All right. There's some good things about Dorian Strong. How's the chat feel about that, though? That's what I want to know. How's the chat feel about that? Because I know I've seen a lot of mock drafts, and I've seen a lot of people have Dorian Strong as one of them.
Yeah.
So that pick was the pick that we traded with the Giants.
Is Aramis going to come back in now that you've triple dipped?
He triple dipped for sure.
Oh man.
36-inch vertical, 9'8" jump, broad jump, 15 on the bench. So he's not a weak punk.
No, he's a good player.
Yeah, good player, man. Virginia Tech. Dorian Strong, corner. Well, I mean, this is gonna be a battle in Buffalo. Oh boy, it's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be a battle. We desperately needed a cornerback 10, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Like,
listen, maybe this is the Isaiah Bond is just gonna go undrafted, or we'll just wait to take him last. I don't know. or they're flat out not going to go for him. Flat out, they're not going to go for him. Someone said Dane Jackson is cooked.
Why is it so easy for every other team to draft good players? And Miami's got to take these bums. Like, you're getting guys that I know they're full write-ups. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, oh, this guy. And my last 2 picks, I had to look them up. Like, why is it such a struggle that they can't just draft anyone that's good?
It's Greer. I don't know why they keep just.
I don't know, man. This
Greer's
guy,
an interesting
they
cat.
always think they know more. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Yes, I like Kenneth Grant. It's tougher to screw up the first rounds. You know what I mean? Because
it definitely is.
Because they're all fairly talented. You know. So
I
it's
mean,
like,
I don't know who had Brandon Bean triple dipping at cornerback. I certainly did not. I at least thought he would take a linebacker and definitely take a safety. And those 2 positions have yet to come off the board. The one lone offensive player we took was a blocking tight end. So, I mean, if you're looking at what Brandon Bean is doing and saying to us, he's pretty much saying, boys, that offense is nice. We're just tweaking it. We're going to add some pieces, and we're going to have a run game. We may not have to go bring Alec Anderson all the time onto the field. Like, we're going to be fine. I don't know what they feel good. They feel good. Defensively, it's going to be a battle at cornerback. Good luck with that. That's going to be something. That's going to be a Dane Jackson got to be looking at this like, all right, okay. But I'm sure these conversations were had prior to signing. Listen, I'm going to give you an opportunity to start. Excuse me. I'm going to give you an opportunity to compete, and I'm bringing some guys into the draft. So let the best man win. You have a leg up because you know this system. But that's as far as it goes. If these guys come in and show me that they got more, you out of here. Same goes for you, Trey White. So
yeah.
I've lost $31 million. I am not afraid to lose 2. You know what I mean? 2 mil, I'll eat that 2 mil. But that is it's gonna be something, man. It's gonna be something. So Hancock has played safety in college, box safety. So they might even get my man to kind of transition to safety. That could be something too. I'm seeing that all over Twitter right now. Like, potentially he goes to Twitter. So we'll see.
I mean, safety, yeah. It makes sense because then you've added a safety. You did that before, right? So like Poyer was a former corner turned safety. Micah Hyde was a corner turned safety. So wouldn't
We'll
be
see.
the first time.
We'll see how this all shakes out. So Dorian Strong, Virginia Tech coming to Bills. I like it. I like it so far how it's shaping up. I mean, we're clearly, you know what I mean, sending the message that defense is the way.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we're doing it. I don't want to hear nothing else. Get used to it. So so Dorian Strong, 8.33 RAS score. 8.33 RAS score for my man Dorian Strong. So big shout out to them. Hey, by the way, Kev, I got to tell you this, man. I appreciate you as a friend. I appreciate you as a analyst, because Pierre bailed on me. I see Pierre didn't come through. Bot, we got silence, radio silence from Bot. But my true dude right here, my guy Kev, handling business with your boy. Yo, everybody give some love to my man Kev, man. That dude, he's like, yo, Wood, I got you, man. Rico, I got you. Let's hang out. Let's do this.
Miami's picking right now, man.
I see you're waiting for it. So I just wanted to show you some love, man. Give you your flowers at this point.
Yeah, because it would have been funny if I wasn't here. It would have just been you solo.
It would have been me just yapping away. I mean,
4
listen,
hours.
I've done this before. I'll do it again. You know what I mean? But that's love. That's love from you. I appreciate that. Pick is in for you, boys. So I mean, the way Buffalo made us wait, they'll probably make us wait too.
Oh, bro, it's 100% going to be someone I've never heard of, because or it
might be someone you love. It might be RJ Mickens.
No, they're incapable of picking anyone. I've never seen anything like it. It's like they have to make it harder. They always have to make it harder than it should be. And the funny thing is like you're always like, the couch GMs, right? But it's so funny because when it's me versus Greer, I'm always more right than he is. That's how bad he is. Some bum on the couch is neck and neck with you. How do you run an NFL franchise for Ollie Gordon? Never mind. Sorry. Thank you, Greer. That's a good one.
Never mind.
Yeah, that's a good one. Never mind. I'm going to take it back. Take it all back. Okay. What is that? Dumb and Dumber? And then you totally redeemed yourself. And I was like, all right.
Never mind. Take it back. Take it back.
So this dude, Ollie Gordon, he's slow.
So Ollie Gordon, talk to us.
Slow, no home run ability, but he's big. So he's like a good complement to the guys that we have, right?
He's got a 6.21 RAS score, by the way.
Yeah, he's not like he's not fast. He's like a 4.61 40 kind of thing. He's just strong. Yeah. He breaks tackles. So for us, he'd be good for like short yardage. He'll be good for like that sort of stuff, like in between the tackle stuff. It's a good complement to A-Chain, because A-Chain's like, you're too small but super fast. So he's like big and slow. That way, if you put them both together, we'd have a really good running back. But I like Ollie Gordon this late in the draft. I probably would have went. I mean, there's some other guys I like a little bit better. I don't think Damian Martinez is gone yet. I would have went with Damian.
You still got some room.
I would have went with Damian Martinez for sure over him, but I like Ollie Gordon. He's a good player.
So we got some smiles from my guy Kev. Love to see it. By the way, Kev, we're gonna look at some stuff from Dorian Strong. This is coming from Carl Jones.
You had to show the game against the U, eh? Yeah.
Right there with him. There he is on the bottom of your screen. Recognition, turns his hips. I'm in that. Let's go to the next one. Top of the screen.
Nice.
Right there.
Nice, yeah.
I see it. Let's go to the next clip here. What do we got? Top of the screen. Get in the zone. Stay right there. Boom. Good stuff. Good recognition. All right. He's in the red zone. What's he doing in the red zone? That's good, man, because the number one rule on you playing corner, never let the man inside. And he recovered and got there. QB a little late on the throw from the QB. Oh, that's Cam. That's Cam Ward right there. Okay. Boom. Good play. All right. We see it. So yeah, man, that's where we're at right now. So let's kind of recap what the Bills have done, ladies and gentlemen. What the Buffalo Bills have done so thus far. Oh, let me click on my. Oh, actually click on that stuff. Defense is the name of the game with these Bills, man. They're not playing around. They said, bro, F what you guys think. We know where we need to improve. We know what needs to happen. And that's exactly what they did. The Bills jumped in and said, nah, man, we take our defense. So Brandon Beane this is going to be an interesting camp this year. Offense is going to be more of the same. Clearly, obviously, we got a few different pieces, but defense is almost going to be almost like retooled in a way. I don't want to say rebuilt because they didn't rebuild anything, but this is a retooled team. So that's where we stand with these Bills. So let me just.
Eagles just took Kyle McCord, quarterback from Syracuse. I know you probably have a bunch of Syracuse fans in here.
Good old Kyle McCord, eh?
Yeah, it was good. He was my pick for like if Miami was going to take a quarterback late. That's who I wanted. I like his skill set. Smart move for the Eagles. Why not? It's the end of the 6th round. You take a quarterback, either that way if Hurts gets hurt, you know what I mean? You have, someone that can step in and the season's not completely over. And then you do what the Patriots used to do. Take these backup quarterbacks, let them play. Actually, they did it again with Joe Milton. You let them play. They play a game or two. They look pretty good. You trade them for draft picks.
So it's going to be a fun time.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the because I'm trying to keep you guys updated with Twitter stuff and what's going on Twitter at the same time. So if you see me producing and going back and forth, it's great. It seems like Dorian Strong was a favorite, and people are loving the fit. So this is what Brandon Beane does. This is the thing that's funny. This is where Brandon Beane finds these gems, right? This is where he found Taron Johnson. This is where he found Christian Benford. This is where he found Matt Milano. Like the list can go on. So this Dorian Dorian Strong might be one of those names where we hear and we're like, yo, this guy, where did Brandon Beam find this guy? Well, in the 6th round, baby. In the 6th round. So kudos to that. So I guess now Bills fans are saying, get us that speedy receiver. But I'm telling you right now, I think the Bills got 2 more picks. If I got this right. The Bills got 2 more picks, folks. Yeah, 2 more picks. We got pick 206, which is probably in another freaking half hour. So we'll do it. And then 240. This is where they got to start making these things. Like you got 2 minutes to make your pick, bro. Wrap it up. Let's go. But it probably gets a little tougher. So they're going down their draft board.
I just read a good story. So in the first round, there was a offensive guard, Gray Zabel. So he got drafted by the Seahawks, right? So when he was doing his press conference, they said, "So what are you going to do to celebrate getting drafted to Seattle?" And his response was, "Probably going to start diving into these bush lights."
That's clever. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Just subtle enough.
Yeah, probably going to start diving into these bush lights. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah. Subtle enough. Get right in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. So some people are they're commenting on what the Bills have done so far, and they seem to be in agreement with this Dorian Strong pick. So
yeah,
depth is looking good. 3 cornerbacks in 1 draft seems a little bit more of a throwing against the wall and seeing what sticks strategy. That's what some folks are saying. I mean, listen, man, gotta let things play out the way they need to play out.
Yeah, I really like that. My brother sent me a photo of him too. He's got like the mustache, like he's obviously a white dude, right? Yeah, dive into these bush lights. Oh, there you go. Dion, Shadur Sanders. Thank you for an opportunity. Yeah, weird, man. I still don't understand that rookie class when Cleveland comes in. And it's like we drafted Dylan Gabriel and then we drafted you like a round later or something like that. It's really weird, man. Oh, Xavier Restrepo. Yeah, Restrepo.
Where'd he go?
He's still around, man. That dude ran a 4.8 40 at his pro day. Not even at the combine.
That's terrible. 4.8? Yeah. What you want to do that? That reminds me of your slot receiver that ran a 4.7 4.8. Yeah, Jarvis. And Jarvis was a good receiver, man. I don't know why. Like,
he ran a
went to Cleveland and that was it.
4.7, yeah. Yeah.
My man Ariola Grande, what up, man? He says, why is it that just because it's the Eagles, I'm looking at this Kyle McCord pick and thinking it's genius?
Well, because it is smart.
It's like we're conditioned. We're conditioned for all that stuff, man.
It's a smart pick. You know what I mean? It's the same thing when I looked at you. Oh no. The Patriots got my kicker. They got the Borealis from Florida, Miami. He's really good.
We got almost 3,000 people watching right now. This is actually really dope that you guys are sticking around for these late round picks. Bro, this is insane. Appreciate y'all. Throw that like in there. Smash that like. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. You guys know what time it is. Let's get it. Let me see here. I got to make sure that I'm reading everything that comes in. So GQ Bob is saying, man, yo, Isaiah Bond is loading. He's loading. Can we make something happen here? I don't know. He might go undrafted, bro. He might literally go undrafted.
Legal problems must be really bad.
They must be.
I heard he's a complete arsehole too. Like I've heard he's weird. Like he's very cocky. He thinks he's Antonio Brown, but without any of the accolades. But who knows? That's just what I heard. I don't know.
That's tough. That's tough.
So you got the legal issues and you got the head case thing. And you're like, and then he didn't run as fast. Everyone thought he was a super fast guy, like a 4.3 guy, and he ran like a 4.55, which wasn't like bad, but wasn't like what you expected from a speed guy.
Well, they're about to find out what they're gonna get with that.
Yeah,
Mary Kay Cabot, excuse me. They got the coach and GM talking about the Shadur Sanders pick. See if I can try to play that for y'all so you can hear it. Let me know if you guys can hear the audio here.
We live by our board.
Kevin, can you hear that?
We felt like he was a good, solid prospect.
No, it's very faint.
Most important position. We felt like it got to a point where he was probably mispriced, relative to the draft.
It's hard to even listen. I can't even hear it myself, so I'll see if I can try to get another feed. But listen, this is what sucks because now they're having to explain themselves about this. But explain yourself and be done. That's how I see it. Explain yourself, and you don't need to get into any other explanation, and just be done. Because you took him in the 6th round, excuse me, and there's nothing else to talk about. That's what we took him, and that's that. But I mean, it is a big deal because he was a big time prospect, so you can't just scoff at it and just say, "Yeah, I picked him." That's what it is. You got to give an explanation somewhat because it is. I mean, it is a little kind of bizarre, but here we are. Let's see what else the world is saying. Yo, they really didn't like Shadur, man. They got to make this guy go all the way down. We shall see. So the Bills triple dipped our corner. The Browns have not one, not two, not three, not you got 5 quarterbacks. That's gonna be competing for 2 active roster spots. So unless this is a full all out battle, is Kenny Pickett? You mean the starter, or is he no different than everybody else on the squad? I need to know. This will be interesting. I mean, they brought back. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at this quarterback. I gotta show this to you. I can't just keep it to myself. Look at this. Somebody look at this. Somebody look at this. This is what you're looking at right now. This is what is going to be happening. You got both rookies. You got Deshaun. Deshaun's out of there, so I don't even know why they put the picture up there. So it's going to be really a 4-man race. And you got this old man coming back. And you know what? They respect him enough to bring him back. Yeah. That is going to be something interesting in Cleveland.
Man.
My gosh.
Devin Neal.
My gosh.
Yeah. Hey, Saints just took Devin Neal. He's a really good running back.
I like him. Was Kansas at it?
Yeah, he's good.
Dude, I remember watching Kansas versus Colorado, and he was giving Colorado fits. They could not stop him. I was like, this guy is nice. He's a good player. If I knew Allen getting MVP would mean the Bills thinking they can't use more help, I would have rooted for Lamar. Yo, Walter, you're a fool. Walter's a fool, man. Listen, man, let's attack this a little bit because Flacco. Yo, I was just thinking that Flacco might say, "I'm too old for this shit." He might pull a Danny Glover and say, "I'm too old for this shit," and say, "Y'all got it. This is a young man game. I can't do this anymore." Or he says, "I still got it, and I'm gonna show y'all how it's done." Or he says, "I'll be the backup." He goes to, "I'll be the backup. Just pencil me in as a backup, and then you let these young guys go at it." I can totally see that because if I can get paid as a backup and just chill, shit, why not? Why not? My man said, "Yo, hey Rico, you know Kobe Bryant from Kansas still out there?"
Yeah, he's trying to slot corner, small.
You trying to quadruple dip? Golly, that's a lot. That's a lot, my brother. That's a lot.
I think it's just surprising that he's still there. Yeah, it'd be nice if Miami could pick him up. Yeah.
Would you like that?
I don't even see them on the board. They don't even pick for another 100 picks or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
he'll go soon. Kobe Bryant's gonna go real soon. Yeah,
I gotta see what the world is saying right now. I'm scrolling away.
Yeah, that's what I was doing too. I was like looking at what's going on. Yeah, it's
So Kev, would you say you give your squad a B- for your drafts thus far, or C+?
Miami?
Yeah.
Like a C- or a D+. They only have 2 players that are
low?
Yeah, they only have 2. So I liked Grant. I know mainstream media is going to call it more of kind of like a reach because for some reason, I don't know, all the like online mock drafts had him going like to you guys and stuff like that. But I really liked him, and I think he fit a need. It was one of my favorite picks. I hated that they trade up to take the guard. I think the Jonah Savignana or something like that is, but I like
Howard.
I like the player. Oh, did he go to the Steelers?
Will Howard to the Steelers.
I'd rather at this point in the draft, I don't know. He's got more upside than Shadur.
Really?
Shadur's a better player, but Will Howard might start.
I don't get that.
'Cause all they have is Mason
Shadur's a better player.
right now, right? But it's like you have guys that dominate in college and don't make it to the pros all the time. Gino Toretto won the Heisman from University of Miami. Was a fifth round pick.
Is that Don Toretto's nephew?
Toretta, yeah, but close.
I heard something else.
It's all about family. But you know what I mean? Like, who knows?
Listen, I gotta give a shout out to Mike Hartle, man. Mike Hartle says, "Yo, Rico, bang up job over there 3 days, bro. Listen, I appreciate you. Listen, show love to my guy Kev because I couldn't do this without me."
You had to give a shout out to the guy complimenting you, eh? Yeah, I like how you wrote it. I got to bring this up because this guy said I did a great job. Hang on.
Listen, man, I had to show some love to my man Kev, man, because these days, everybody knows these days are long, tough days, bro. Long, tough days. Kev, what are you doing after the draft? What's your plans?
Got a birthday party to go to. Not
Oh,
mine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where to? Where's the where you guys gonna go eat?
Beyond the Pale. It's like a
Must be a new place.
It's not a restaurant. It's like a brewery kind of thing that they also sell food. It's what's his name? You want to play ball with him? Remember Rob McIsaac?
Who?
Rob McIsaac?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's about your age. He used to play.
Rob McIsaac. Doesn't ring a bell.
But yeah,
is he black?
No, white dude, Notre
Okay.
Dame. But like he opened up this brewery kind of thing. So it's like what do you call it? Why can't I think of it? You know, that some all the it's a different. He's got a bunch of different types of beers and stuff like that. They also sell food, but it's all the boys. Like Fern will be there, Tom, and those guys.
There you go. All the boys will be there.
Yeah,
Like it.
Yeah. They had you on. Fern had you on yesterday. He clipped the when Miami traded up for a guard and wasted the rest of their draft. He clipped the.
Of course he did. Of course you do that to you.
Yeah. Yes.
Of course he would do that to you.
Went around the group chat. Yeah.
Hey Kev,
gastropub. That's what I was looking for. Thanks, Tim.
Who's that?
The word I was looking for was gastropub. Tim helped me out.
Gastropub. How did Tim?
Yeah. It's when they
is Tim from Ottawa? Timmy?
No, that's just a term for like a brewery that sells food.
Oh, they call it a gastro. I couldn't even tell you. Wouldn't have known that. Gastropub. Okay. Does Kevin live in a hospital, by the way? Put some stuff on the walls, man. You're a fool. Yo, you should see my house. Sometimes I'm like that too, man. Like, I finally started putting pictures up, bro. I told my daughter, I was like, you know what? Since I'm in the spirit of hanging things up on the wall, let's start doing it. Make this house look like a freaking livable house, for crying out loud. But put some things on the wall, Kevin. Come on, you don't live in a freaking hospital, bro. Relax.
This is well, this is like that because you can still see.
Kevin sounds so disappointed. He's going to a party.
I don't know how this works, but you can still see in the corner the boxes from when the ex left. Yeah, this is the spare bedroom. Yeah. So yeah, when the ex and I broke up, she kind of moved in here until she found her own place, so it's a little empty. It'll be a big exit. Yeah.
Once you start putting some pictures up, get some flower, get some plants in there, and then you're rocking.
I just bought some plants the other day, actually.
Oh, there you go, big guy.
Yeah.
Tis the season. Tis the season.
Yeah.
Sarah Christine, at this point, does it really matter what he's asking for? The market has spoken. Nobody wants to give him what he wants. Or would they have? Oh, you're talking about James Cook. I mean, listen. I think you guys are talking about James Cook. If it's James Cook you're referring to, I mean, he's not going to get paid until next year.
Yeah.
My man Bean made it very clear. Jeez, my mom called me 3 times already. Kev, take over for like 2 seconds. I just got to answer my call from my mom here.
All right, buddy. And then he leaves up that quote. yeah, it's been rough. You know, well, but I don't know. You guys understand. You guys were so bad for almost 25, 30 years. So you can feel my pain. It's been a rough go. We've been mediocre for I don't know how long. Every year's like 8-8, 7-9. Feels like forever. Purgatory. But I don't know, guys. It's it's a curse. Once you pick your team, you're stuck with it. So I don't know, you can't leave now. I'd have no respect if I left and jumped on and like, the Kansas City or Philadelphia or just jumped on a winner. Can't do that. You got to stick with your team till the end, even if it drives you insane. The spotlight is on me, Michelle. I'm feeling the pressure right now. Is Tyreek gone? I don't even know how he highlights these comments, but I'm just reading them here. So Rev wants to know, is Tyreek gone? I think he is. I think he's gone. Maybe he lasts a year, but at the end of the year, they'll get rid of him 100%. I talked about it a bit earlier. His contract's not sustainable. He's like $55 million or something like that next year. So they're definitely not going to keep him. Kev, will Miami take a QB in next year's draft? That's kind of what it's looking like, Tim. That's what I was saying earlier. They didn't trade Tyreek or Ramsey this draft. And so when they do trade them, it'll be for next year. They already have an extra third next year. Then they're going to trade Ramsey. They're going to trade Tyreek, and they have a fourth comp. So I think the way they built Tua's contract is at the end of this year, there's an out where they can get out and not have to pay a ton of money. So if he gets hurt again this year, I think that's the end of him. I think they're going to get rid of him, and I think they're going to try and use all the capital that they've amassed for next year to try and move up and get a QB. Terrence wants me to explain my Ohio State hate. I'm a Miami University fan. When Ohio State stole a national championship from Miami in the worst call in the history of any sport, when they were playing for the national championship, that was the game that Willis McGahee blowed his knee. It went into overtime, and Miami wins the game. The game's over. Pass goes out of the back of the end zone, and a referee just 5 seconds after the play throws a flag, and everyone's confused. They're already celebrating, and he calls a phantom pass interference call. And then it turns out that this referee that did that went to Ohio State. He's an Ohio State referee. And that's when they had to put a rule in saying that you're no longer allowed to referee the school that you attended or your area school. That rule didn't exist until then. It was an absolute travesty. It's the worst call in all of sports. So I was, although you guys in your 1 year QB sneak last winter might have an argument there too, but this was to decide a national championship. So I've always hated them since then.
What did they ask you?
Why I hate Ohio State.
Okay.
The Willis McGahee when he blew his knee, and then
that game.
Yeah, and then the phantom pass interference call. Like, I couldn't believe it. And then they found out he's from Ohio State. And he was like, and to this day, they still interview him like 20 years later. You think you made the right call? And he goes, absolutely.
Absolutely did.
Bro.
So
it was not interference. It was terrible. It was not the right call, Richard Young. You must be an Ohio State fan.
Are we, at this point, are we in special teams? And this goes for the chat. Are we in special teams territory where we're looking for a punter? Or are we continuing to try to fill out roster? Because I'm looking at this team. I'm like, okay, so we're trying to retool this defense. Clearly, we're not going for a running back at this point. It seems as though we're done. And the running back might be still open to that, but I doubt it. And receiver is the only other position that we could go with right now. So the Bills got to be looking at next. What are we? We're 188, so we're picking 206. So we'll see where they decide to go with this. But like, holy jumpers, man. This is going to be something. I got to look at your Miami Dolphins. I want to see what you guys did exactly because I'm looking at your squad.
So bad.
So Miami Dolphins, Kenneth Grant started off strong. Then you guys went with Jonah Savinea at guard. Then you guys took a nice dip. So your next picks were round 5. You guys took Jordan Phillips, which is not a bad. You put Jordan Phillips with Kenneth Grant.
I really like that.
Now. And then you already have a decent defense already, defensive front. And then Jason Marshall, cornerback. I don't know too much about Jason Marshall.
Me neither. He was a high recruit guy from Florida. Like, he was highly recruited. And at one point they thought he was going to be good, but he just never improved. And I haven't heard anything about him the last year. He was not on my radar at all.
Well, they're saying he possesses prototypical size for his position, big punch, jolts receivers at the press, so he's a press defender, or it could be. Smooth movements, good knee bend for fluid transitions, and has the size and strength. His weaknesses, they say he falls sleeps against play action. And I always hate these weaknesses and strengths because a lot of the strengths sometimes, whenever you read all these descriptions, like the weaknesses kind of like it's just the opposite of what their strengths were. Or they'll say has great hands, and then we'll say has weak hands. It's like what? So which is it? Like what's going on? I always find that entertaining when I'm reading some of this stuff. But I mean, not a bad. You give it a C minus. I wouldn't give it a C minus.
It's easily the
maybe
worst.
A C?
Easily the worst draft of all 4 division teams.
Dante Trader. Nah, I would agree with that. Dante Trader, Ollie Gordon, running back. Let me see.
I like Ollie Gordon, Dante Trader. Like, how do you take a safety? Well, I'm talking to Bills fans, so I guess you guys know. But I was going to say, how do you take a safety who runs a 4.65?
No, that I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that.
Well, that's
but here we have the Jets. They took Armand Mambu. He's going to start immediately. Mason Taylor.
Really good.
He'll get some play time for sure. Azariah Thomas. So it'll be good. That's their replacement for DJ Reed.
Yeah.
Arian Smith, speedster receiver. Put that with Garrett. Malachi Moore. They had a pretty good draft themselves, man. Safety, out of Alabama, Malachi Moore. And then you got Francisco Mugawa. And then Tyler Barron and their picks, and they're done for the night.
Yeah.
That's not a bad day for the Jets. Not a bad day for the Jets. And then you got
the Patriots. And the Patriots, the kicker they got out of the U is really, really good. And it's underrated. You have a really good kicker, it makes a huge difference. Look what happened with you guys when Bass was struggling, right? It was rough. Like it was killing.
Listen, we were nervous. We were having to go for the 4th down and shit. I was like, what?
Yeah, it really affects the team.
Golly, how many picks did these guys have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks. Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson. You said that he probably ends up starting at center, or at least competes for it. Then you got Craig Woodson, then Josh Farmer, then you got Braden Swinson.
Really good.
Well, and who they have over there? DT that had some blood clots, but I hope he's better now.
Oh yeah, from Alabama.
It's not coming to my head right now.
He's really good.
This that's not a bad looking squad, bro.
Their defense was already really good. It was just they had no talent on offense at all, right? Colts took Riley Leonard.
Who they bring in Milton Williams? I felt like they bring one big key piece. After
they brought in a corner. They brought in what's his name from Tampa? Carlton Davis. They brought in.
They brought in another defensive end or defensive tackle. I know they brought 2 big time. Why is that not coming to me?
Oh yeah, Christian Barmore. Thank you.
Barmore's the one with the blood clots. Yeah. Hopefully he's better.
Yeah.
But man, the Patriots, shit, they're looking all right. They're looking all right, man.
They might finish all right. If May takes a step, they might finish second.
Well, what's his face made it very clear, bro. I'm coming for the Bills. We want that division. That'd be a heck of a turnaround.
Yeah,
that'd be a heck of a turnaround on that. That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Oh man, would have been nice.
Michelle Holloman says, "Ooh, do we get our safety? Unless you're trying to, make a transition. Unless you're trying to make a transition, brother. Let me go and check all the old Twitter out and see what they're saying on the Twitter feed. Well, the Ravens grabbed the kicker, so Buddy's days are numbered. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Reed. Where's Jalen Reed going to? Who drafted him?
Texans.
Oh, he went to the Texans. Good for them.
Pick. He's a good player.
That's a good pick. That's a very good pick. Oh boy, I love it when my feed is just all guys getting drafted and moved around and you know what? Equally, I'll tell you this. Equally, I enjoy free agent draft, like getting the undrafted free agents getting signed. I always enjoy seeing who we picked up. We're like, wow, how did we get that guy?
Yeah, there's a really, really good guy. If you guys are on Twitter, His name's Emery Hunt. Okay, like Emory, Emery
Okay.
Hunt, and this guy knows everyone. He's like the king of the UDFAs because he does full-time draft stuff, right? And he studies, like, most guys clip their boards at like 250, 300. I know, like, Kyle Krabs went all the way to, like, I think he did 330 this year, but Emery Hunt will do like 500 dudes. He's doing Division 3 guys.
Emery Hunt?
Hunt, yeah. He's doing guys out of Canada. So he's like, so it's funny. So the official Miami Dolphins like podcast, it's called Drive Time with Travis Wingfield. Travis Wingfield brings this guy on every single year to give you like a full breakdown of the UDFAs. And he knows, like, he's going back to the high school pedigrees and stuff like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Like, this guy, like, if you're like a draft junkie, you need to look for that guy, man. He's
Emery
really,
Hunt. I just saw him right now. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna follow him.
yeah, bro's like, he was talking about dudes up in Canada. He came to Canada to scout,
Just to look,
players,
just to
scout, players, stuff like that.
I like that. That's dope.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know how he makes a living, but yeah, definitely worth checking out.
So I saw somebody on Twitter just now saying, "Are we bringing back Amari Cooper? Does this mean that we're going to bring back Amari Cooper and just go from there?" That would be interesting.
I thought he was going
knowing what you guys know. Well, knowing what you guys know, knowing what we needed to get. Would you bring back Amari Cooper?
I thought he was going to be so much better for you guys, to be honest.
So did I, man. I we were excited, man.
It's tough to bring a guy in middle of the year, though. You know what I mean?
It is. But I mean, I thought we would have definitely got something out of it, but we just didn't. But he was cool to be on a winning squad. He liked it. By the way, Rev, that's what I was mentioning. I know they got Milton Williams. I know they got one more. They got one more free agent guy that came.
Yes, I know you're thinking. I know who it is.
I don't know.
No, it's the defensive end.
Yes, a big time player. He's a big time player.
Yeah, he played for Tennessee.
Harold Landry.
Tennessee.
Harold Landry. Yeah. Harold Landry, Milton Williams. And you got Barmar. Hopefully he gets better. Bro, the
Christian Gonzalez is
the real deal.
Yeah, I think he's going to be
the real deal, man.
I think he's going. By the end of the year, I think he's the best corner in our division.
Oh yeah, I would say
better than Sauce, better than Benford, better than Ramsey. I think
he's nice, man. Really, and he's coming off a bad knee too, and he had a great year.
Really good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, agreed. Totally agree. Yeah, man. I mean, listen, the AFC East, man, is we got to handle business. We're gonna have some competition now, people. We're definitely gonna have some competition. It's gonna be.
We've always had the good corners, eh? Like our division. Just our division. We've always seemed to have really good corners. Even going way back,
You have to. You have no choice. Tyreek Hill, Waddle. You got to be able to cover those guys. If you don't,
even back in the day, like even when the Bills weren't that good, right? And you still had like Nate Odoms and guys like that, and then you had Ty Law, Sam Madison, Patrick Surtain, Trey White, Xavier Howard. You know what I mean? Like Aaron Glenn. I remember when he played for the Jets. Now he's a coach. But I remember
what number was Aaron Glenn? Remember that?
2020?
31. Remember?
21. Yeah, he was 21. Yeah.
31.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I remember when Max Hairston took 31. I was like, man, I don't remember anybody with the number 31. The only person that comes to mind is Aaron Glenn. I was like, golly, I just dated myself. But yeah, Aaron Glenn 31 with the Jets. I was like, golly, okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Stephon Gilmore for both.
Yeah, Stephon Gilmore for sure. And we had some Nate Clements. We had some boys in there, man.
Yeah. It's even like Jets had Cromartie, Darrell Revis. Yeah. Revis was the best, but yeah.
Take a look at what the Bills secondary looks like right now. So you've got Benford, Dorian Strong, Maxwell Hairston, Trey White. You got Johnson, Jordan Hancock. I mean, you don't want to disrespect Cam Lewis. You got to throw Cam Lewis in there. But and then you got Cole Bishop, DeMar Hamlin, Taylor Rapp, Derek Forrest. I feel like there should have been one more added there to make sure we
Bengals
good.
got Taj Brooks. I really like this guy too. Texas Tech. Good.
Does this turn you on, ladies and gentlemen? Does this defensive backfield feel like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's make it work. I mean, you got to see it all together. So I guess we can go from there. Let me see what it looks like from the DTs, because the DTs is what I want to see what it looks like. Maybe he has it, maybe he doesn't. So Dwayne Carter and Javon Solomon. I know you were like, Javon Solomon, get the heck out of here. All right, there it is. I was waiting for it to see it. So here's what the defensive line looks like. Russo, Jackson, Solomon, Oliver, Sanders, Ogunjobi, Jones at the one tech, Carter, Walker, and then Bosa, Hoyt, Epinesa. It's funny, he's Hoyt over Epinesa. And I feel like we're missing another lineman in there. They invested in that line. That's what it's going to look like. So fun times, bro. Now, actively, usually is 5 linemen, 5 interior and 5 exterior linemen. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then obviously suspension 5 Solomon. That's what it's going to be like. Once he comes back, Solomon goes to inactive list, and then we roll from there. Oh, it's going to be something. It's going to be something. It absolutely is going to be something. Solomon, practice squad or cut, likely. Likely. When he made the squad, I was like, oh, cool. But I'm a big fan of Solomon. I think that with more time, maybe he bulks up this offseason. I know people are talking about, oh, his size is not good, but there were many times where I saw this guy get around the bend and just did not finish. Wait till he learns to finish even more. He could be an underrated pick, but depth is not on his side. He's a depth player right now. So, and every year it gets tougher because you're bringing new guys onto the team. So it's going to be tough for him, man. It's going to be tough for him. We'll see how this all adds up and shakes out. And don't forget, too, that's a good point, Cody. Asante Samuels Jr. is still out there. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they already brought 3 corners to the squad. I think they've pretty much given up on that. If they didn't take Will Johnson, then you're done with you're not going back to Asante Samuels Jr. Will Johnson was there for the picking, especially in the second round, and you didn't. So it is what it is at this point. I'm intrigued to see what the safety room is going to look like. Commanders fans, they're all talking about Lakeman. It was just not Derek Forrest's time. Like, he just was the odd man out in this case. It's not that he can't play. He could play. He was just the odd man out. So he'll have his opportunity to play in Buffalo. Hopefully, we'll see.
I like Forrest. I really like Forrest.
Derek Forrest, yeah.
I wanted to sign him.
They said good things.
Worst case, he's your Saron Neal. You know, that's worst case.
Worst case, you're right.
Because he's really good special teamer. Like, really good. I don't know. It might be Hamlin's time, man. I don't know.
What'd you just say?
It might be time to move on from Hamlin.
Oh, I thought you said it's his time, meaning it's time for him to step in and it's his time. Okay.
And then the other thing too is you got to get like people were saying, maybe Hancock maybe they do transition him to safety and throw him in that room.
Man, Rico, I just watched that Jordan Hancock film. Trent McDuffie all over, dude, man. He literally studies the game. He calls out the play before the ball is snapped. Dude, his IQ is different. Bro, that might be the guy. Like, people have been talking about it. They have three guys that they drafted. One of them might transition to safety. Mm-hmm. So I could totally see that taking place. By the way,
Jeff's leaving. Mr. King.
What?
Hang on. Well,
what's that?
Jeff King's leaving. So,
guys,
we love
guys. Was great catching up the show. Thank you both. Got a dinner date.
Oh, nice.
Be well, gentlemen. I will, sir. Listen, tell me all about it when you're done. Listen, you're a busy man. Where do you have time to date? But the Jeff King is the kinger for a reason. He makes time. He makes time for a dinner date. And that might be a dinner date with a friend, or it might be a dinner date with a friend. And either or, I hope you have a good time, my good man. A good time. Thank you, sir, for the super chat earlier. Always a class act. I always call you a class act, and you always say, no. You are a class act. I appreciate you, man. We'll definitely catch up and talk soon.
Take care,
That's
Jeff.
my guy. That's our guy, Jeff K. I can't say my guy no more, man. He's everybody's guy. He's everybody's guy. So let's recap. Hold on. We got Rico. What you know about safety Jalen Reed and receiver Bond? Those would be nice finishes for Buffalo. So Reed is gone. I think Jalen Reed's gone. Jalen Reed's gone.
Yeah.
Went to the Texans.
Yeah.
And Isaiah Bond, good chance. If he's not drafted with if the Bills really do like him, if he ain't drafted in this draft, chances are the Bills will probably look at him as an undrafted free agent until all those things go down. Or they might wait till the 7th round pick and it's a flyer and then go from there. So we'll see how that plays out. But I mean, listen, if they didn't get him now, they may not touch on that guy. They may not touch on him. But they might. It just goes to tell you. And let's not forget, we tend to quickly, dismiss. And sometimes they say, "Oh, Rico, you always do this." We tend to dismiss guys that we already have on our squad. I know we've been asking about, bring me a guy that has speed. We have one literally on our roster right now in Virgil. Virgil, he runs a 4.3, I think. So who knows, man? Maybe he gets his opportunity. It's all about opportunities. I mean, like Shavers. Shavers stayed on the squad for a minute until he got his opportunity. So listen, man, sometimes we just gotta chill out and let these things play out the way they need to. And maybe he's just not that guy. But we do have speed. It's not like we don't. That boy he's a fast receiver. I mean, what's he run as? I'll just look it up right now. Jalen Virgil played out of Denver, was known as a speed guy out of Denver. So I mean, I'm not tripping too much that we didn't grab a receiver.
Yeah, you might grab a punter like Videsh.
We need one.
Yeah, that's the linchpin of my whole off season. We signed a punter. We signed a great punter. We'll be using him often.
So Jalen Virgil, 4.40. He ran a 4.40 on the dot. You know what I mean? So that boy can run. He's just knocking on the door on the 4.3. You still got Jimmy Horn. Jimmy Horn's small, though. He's a small receiver, but he's quick. He's very quick. Runs a 4.340 as well. If Laviska can hold the ball, he would be tough. He's going to have every opportunity to freaking return that football. That's for sure. So that would be nice. That will be nice. Curtis Samuel doesn't have the play speed, even though he can run fast. I wouldn't say he doesn't have the play speed. I think he does. I think he showed you some play speed. It's just a matter of, getting back to it. Shavers is the guy I hope gets more reps. He was making noise last preseason, but nothing during the season except that one screen catch he took to the house. I mean, everybody was loving Shavers in the offseason, especially in preseason. They were loving Shavers. Sometimes you forget the gems that we have on the squad and the guys that we bring onto the team, right? I'm not saying, look out for this player, but I mean, sometimes you gotta show some love where the love is due. My man said Tez Johnson over anybody every day, any day. I mean, yeah. Yeah, Isaiah Bond is still available, but he's got, I don't know what, he's got what, some SA things that are going on right now?
Yeah, he had to turn.
Is that what it is? Okay.
It's a little bit, yeah, he turned himself into the cops. I mean,
it's a good sign to say. I mean, I don't know if he's saying, I got nothing to prove, or red-handed, here I am. I don't know.
Well, to me, it's more of a sign that it's not a civil, it's a criminal.
Maybe
it's turning him off, right? So,
bro, we gotta listen. These young guys that are out here, like I got a little guy myself. So when he gets a little older, bro, you gotta respect yourself, respect the women, vice versa. I can tell my girls all the time, bro, don't be bringing things on. Boys can act stupid sometimes when they're thinking with one thing and not the other. But like, there's a lot of just like, you should learn from all these other bozos in the past that have, violated someone's respect and finding themselves in these situations, man. Like, you're taking money out of your pocket by these decisions you guys are deciding to make. Like, come on, man. You guys got to learn better. Like, yo, it's just you and I together. I don't like this situation, man. I'm out, right? Unless it's a relationship thing. If you guys know you're going to get drafted, respect yourself. Respect the situations, man. Don't put yourself in situations where, this could not go well. This ain't going to go well. You don't know this person. You don't know these females these days. You see it, man. These days, these girls are on a come up. They'll wait. Look at what's happened to Shannon Sharp. I mean, that's a whole mess of a situation, first and foremost. But like, they had a relationship, if you want to call it, and that the minute that brother heard that he was getting 100 mil, out the woodworks, clockwork. Like you gotta know about these things, man. Golly. Oh well, these boys will learn. And then you're not in the league now. Now you have yourself to blame. So you got to get it together. Get it together. All right. We are picking in about 9 picks. We're picking at 206. Brandon Beam better not trade back. You better not. Better not. My man Rev, I agree. He's a big body. He gets if he gets his opportunity. Are you talking about Shavers?
Yeah.
Shannon Sharp is getting worked right now. Everybody's got their thing of being, you know what I mean, in weird situations and kinky this and kinky that. Bro, first of all, 56. I get, I mean, some people like being with younger people. I get it. Women do the same thing. Some women love to get with younger men or date younger men because whatever their reasons are. But man, 56 and 19 or 21, even then, that's crazy. That's craziness to me. And you got to know, there ain't no love in that. You know that's what it is. So, bro, shame. And now, we all know that you can't jump to conclusions. You got to let things play out. So that's why I don't really touch on that type of stuff. Because we jump to conclusions on what do you call Matt Ariza. We thought this and we thought that and we thought a whole bunch of things. And then, lo and behold, I guess it was lies the whole time. None of it was true. And then we ruined that young man's career. He could still be on the Bills right now. I mean, he's back in the league, so you're lucky enough that you're young enough that you can recover from these things. But yeah, your name, your family's name was sullied because, somebody decided to, not tell the truth or fabricate certain things or, listen, you got to learn from these things, man. I hope these young boys learn from these because, bro, some people are out to get you. So you got to watch your back. You got to watch your back. I got to teach my kids that. I got to teach my girls that. I got to do all that, man. Yo, some of these boys out there, they're just trying to get it and out. You know what I mean? So watch yourself. So far, so good. My 22-year-old, she's doing all right. You know what I mean? And we got to keep the trend coming. But 56 and 19 or 50, when we met her, he was 53. I don't care how old you are, bro. And, it can't be that good. Golly, man. I definitely question that lady's lawsuit. The details so far are strange, but Shannon Sharp's a weirdo. Bro, allegations or not, you got to understand, you are multiple generations away from this girl, man. Like, how you grew up and what, like, how things were. It ain't the same, bro. It ain't the same. It ain't the same. It ain't the same. And, like, she ain't even fine either, man. Like, she's all right. Like, come on, man. Come on, Shannon. Come on, Shannon. Rico, do you think we draft a kicker? I don't think we draft a kicker. Unless we really got nothing to lose and we're like, yo, let's just check a kicker right there. I think they like Tyler Bass. I think they're cool with him. Punter, they might draft a punter. I wouldn't be mad if they drafted a running back either. Jaden Blue would be a nice pick for these boys. So we'll see how that all shakes out at the end of the day. But yeah, man, this is what I'm seeing so far. What's Walter saying? Walter says we ruined Ariza's career. Now he's rotting away in KC playing in Super Bowls. I know, right? We ruined him. We ruined him. Yeah, man, he's out there, living life. Living life, man. But that's why people jump to conclusions. You jump to conclusions, exactly what takes place. Exactly what takes place. But yeah, we need a punter, not a kicker, though. Marcellus Wiley podcast explains Sanders' situations. Nobody's bigger than the Shield. That was clear and evident. Here's the thing. Dion Sanders got away with being bigger than the Shield because of his talent. You couldn't deny his talent. He was that dude. You can't deny it. You couldn't deny it. Deny it all you want to. You want to win Super Bowls, you need a shutdown corner. He changed the game. He's the one that they coined shutdown corner, shut down half the field. That's because of Dion. So this half is taken care of. What y'all want to do on that side, that's your business. But ain't nobody throwing over here. And if you do, at your own risk. But he was talented. I mean, when you can dictate, I mean, back in the day, they didn't know how to deal with that type of stuff. So they're like, go ahead, I guess. He's that nice. Yo, keep the car running and running this 40. I'm out of here. I mean, must be the money. All that stuff was happening. All that stuff. And they've learned. They've evolved. We've had too much nonsense in between when you were in the league to now. And now we know that's your son. And now we know, like, I mean, how he's been doing things. I mean, we've seen NFL players have their sons drafted before. I mean, look at the Mannings. I mean, Archie Manning came in and was like, bro, we ain't going to the Chargers or wherever the hell he was supposed to go to. And sure enough, they made the swap. Rivers, Chargers, Eli Manning to the Giants. And they made it clear, I ain't going, and we ain't going. Archie Manning stood up for his son and did it. Dion said the same thing. What's the difference? Well, some might say your son just he doesn't have the talent enough for you to dictate what's going down. Now it goes into all these meetings and interviews and so on and so forth. Everything is filmed. So you may have done something that you thought was minor, but major to somebody else. So, and those things they're tabulated, right? So now I'm choosing a guy with high character, right? Good guy, stays behind, picks up the garbage, you know what I mean? Doing all that stuff. Man, that's the type of guy you want on your roster, Anthony Richardson, but he blows. He's garbage. I mean, I can't say he's garbage. He's still learning. He's still learning. So there was a clip when Colorado was playing ball and Shadur Sanders, was it Shadur or was it Shiloh? I can't recall. It was an interception. He got the ball, and I guess the ball boy tried to take the ball away from Shiloh or Shadur. I think it was Shiloh. I can't remember. And they pressed the ball boy. Like, hey, what are you doing? Some might look at it, his family stepping up for family. You don't disrespect my family, but like, that's the ball boy. Yo, just get back to the huddle. Those things, little things like that matter. So, and they permeate. Now, where I work, supervisor. All right. So when you're in management position, you bring in casual workers or temporary workers. You got to vet these temporary workers before they become part-time workers and then full-time workers, because those habits that they present to you early, and if you don't nip it in the butt, can be part of your organization. And now you got an issue because now you can't get rid of that person just as easy. So you got to vet these guys early. So this is the vetting process. We see some things we don't like. Some guys are just, we're not dealing with that, and we're not dealing with that, period. Some guys I can tolerate a little bit because I mean you're talented, XYZ, etc. At this point, out of here, bro. Out of here. Now that was Dion Sanders Jr., cameraman, pressing the ball boy. It was him and Shadur. Shadur came up and kind of put his chest out there a little bit, and then the cameraman took over. It was like, yo, move, and then Shadur left. But it was, you can't either or, you can't. And that's part of your crew. That's part of your crew. You guys have got to talk to your kids sometimes, man. This guy from the Packers, what's going on? Okay, I'm looking at. So I'm just killing time until we make our pick. Kev, let me know when you're ready to go. So these things that you keep hearing from Shadur and all and why he dropped, they're all gonna come out now. You know it's all gonna come out. And then it's gonna be a wrap. Then it's gonna be like, yeah, I see why I did it. Maybe this is a lesson for him. You know what I mean? Yo, this is not your dad's league anymore. The league has absolutely changed. It's not your dad's league. It's not. You know what I mean? Your dad can't come save you now. You know what I mean? You're on your own now, bro. You're on your own. So we'll hopefully this is a lesson for him that he, you know what I mean? He continues to say, you know what I mean? I got it. I understand it now. And then you go from there. But fam, like,
yeah, Mason.
There comes a time where you're like, you gotta like,
yeah.
The things are stacking up. They're stacking up. The receipts are there. All the receipts are there, bro. Read the receipts. You'll see it for yourself. And that's why you are where you are. Walter says, I can think of some players. I think some players can challenge the Shield if they want, but we're talking possibly only one or two guys like Mahomes. Yes, I would say Allen, but this man's can't even listen. You can only be a certain status where you can push. Like who right now? Like if LeBron wanted to really do something to the NBA and kind of whatever and push the envelope, he could, because he's like the face of the NBA. Who becomes the face of the NBA afterwards? Once
Steph Curry.
Is he though?
Yeah, you're just saying that because you're a Lakers fan. Steph Curry.
No. I'm saying like after LeBron goes, after LeBron leaves, because Steph will leave soon after. We're talking about the future.
I don't know, man. That league's in trouble.
You think so?
I think so, because I can't stand Ant-Man. He's an asshole.
Oh
Good.
my!
He's an asshole. He's just running his mouth all the time. I can't stand them.
I love that about him. I love it.
So
What? Wait, hold on. Why don't you like it? I don't get it. I don't get that.
I can't stand the guys that are always running their mouths, always disrespecting the players before him. Always it's just like, show some respect. Like, you've done nothing so far.
What did he do to not respect things? Like what?
Oh, he's constantly comparing himself. He's better than anyone who's ever played. He's the greatest of all time. Blah blah blah. It's like, if you think it, just shut up. Wait till you win a couple. Like, you never heard Jordan talk like that. You never heard Kobe talk like that. Well, LeBron used to, but you know what I mean? Dwayne Wade, all the guys like that we grew up. Even Steph Curry. You never hear him saying shit like that. It's just like, I just can't stand him, man. He just rubs me the wrong way. I never liked the loudmouth.
Kind of like KD. So Ant-Man to you is KD to me.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of KD.
He doesn't get it.
He doesn't do it for me.
But I never liked Gary Payton. It's not just like an age thing. Gary Payton used to run his mouth all the time. I hated that. I hated Gary Payton too.
Listen, Walter's with you. Walter's, I'm gonna know about Ant too, man. I mean, by no means have issue with trash talkers and confidence. I just don't personally see him as that guy. Oh, he is that guy. He is that guy. I love Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
He talks his shit and backs it up on top of that. And he's what here's the thing. What you hate is what the league and people want from the league. There's too much ha ha ha, laffy taffy. We're all friends. These are things Kobe and Jordan did not do. And this is what Ant-Man's trying to bring back to the league, but you don't like it.
No way. There is not a single shred of Ant-Man's personality that is in any way like what those two guys were like.
He's a big time competitor, and he will say, I don't like you, and I'm going to get you. I like it.
He's loud. He's look at me. That's all it is.
Oh, you're a hater.
Draw the attention. I am. I can't stand it. I think the whole league's gone to shit, though. I don't know, man. I
Sebastian Castro and RJ Mickens are still available. Yeah, we do. We've seen that, man. We see that. The face of the league is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Ant-Man. Shai, they're trying to hate on Shai too, but Shai's game is smooth, man.
Yeah.
Shai's game. He's getting all the calls. Oh, stop it.
All the pros get all the best.
Stop that mess. Man. You see what Kawhi's doing to these Denver Nuggets, boy?
Yeah.
Kawhi's back, baby. We got Toronto Kai. Toronto Kai is Kawhi is doing it right now. So good to see the Clippers are back. But listen, the Lakers better not let Ant-Man and the freaking Minnesota freaking Timberwolves take these guys down, bro. That would be awful.
Yeah. To your point earlier, I was just saying Mason Taylor went high.
Yeah.
He went and he's got a Hall of Fame dad, a Hall of Fame uncle. You know what I mean? So it's not just, they don't like, he's entitled. He's just not entitled. He just comes in, does his job, man.
Who's he related to?
He's Jason Taylor's kid.
Oh, yes. You were talking about that. Yeah.
His uncle, Zach Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I get it. It's everybody's. I don't know how to put it. Everybody's different, right? Rico, I'm a Bucks fan, and we're in trouble. The Pacers are good though, man. The Pacers are solid. The Pacers look good.
Weren't
the Pacers number one team in the East?
I think so. No.
Yeah, man, the Pacers look good, bro.
Yeah, I went and played basketball the other day, and I had my big dog Glenn Robinson jersey on, Michelle.
Oh yeah, Glenn Robinson. Look at you.
Yeah, I got a Glenn Robinson jersey. He was 13, right? So I was always.
I like it. When you bring out jerseys like that, that's when you know. You know what I mean? Somebody was like, "Yo, he knows his ball." If you bring out the big dog, you got it.
Yeah. I brought out the big dog, and then the week before I brought out an old school Eddie Jones Lakers.
Oh, Eddie Jones.
Yeah.
Big fan. You know who was a big fan of us? I thought his jumper was smooth. Allen Houston. Allen Houston had I remember. Mid range. That was just nice like that. Loved it. All right, what do we got? Purple and a green jersey, huh?
Give me a second.
You know it.
Okay.
You know it. All right, the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. Colorado receiver Wester drafted to the Ravens. Already, huh? Okay. Shiloh Standards still available? Is he going undrafted? Good old Shiloh. We'll see how this comes in. If Shiloh's worth in shit than Shadur.
Just for
So he's definitely going undrafted.
just for Michelle here. This guy got.
Hold on, let me zoom that in for you.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
that was the
back
big
in the
guy.
day.
Back in the day, yeah, it was that one. It was
I
him
like it.
and Vin Baker. Yeah,
When Vin Baker played on Seattle, that was fun times. Good old Vin Baker with the Sonics. That was a good time. All right, who do we got here? I got some comments coming in here. All right, so Order of the Sleepless says, hey, here for the Benford, Hairston, Strong, Nickel, Hancock, safety, Bishop, death lineup after Johnson retires. I mean, Johnson's gonna be here for a little bit. He's gonna be here for a little bit, but listen, that looks very promising for the future. That looks very promising for the future because we needed to get younger, and this is what that move was: get younger and be deadly. You ready to go? So, and in this scheme that Aramis hates so much, or I can't say he hates it. I don't want to put words in his mouth. In the scheme that he feels, or this philosophy that he feels is not doing it, that's where everybody's had their success. Where do you think your all pro came from in this scheme, in this system, in Taron Johnson? I won't buy it. I won't buy it. We're just playmakers away. The scheme is fine. We just got to get the playmakers in here. So
I think
what's that, buddy?
I think like he doesn't just mean like the X's and O's. I think he's also referring
Johnny
to,
Cornelius got picked.
Yeah,
That's I thought the Bills were gonna grab him.
Oh, yeah? Why?
For guard, just for depth.
Oh, okay.
Just for depth. I had him on my. Did we trade? Oh no, the Bills are up now. Okay, pick is in. Oh, okay, Cornelius gone. Who's up next? The Commanders. Sorry, what were you saying, buddy? You were just in the middle of saying something.
Well, I was just saying that maybe he's not just the X's and O's, but like the philosophy of like the big defensive ends that don't, not the bendy sack guys, but more the sturdy run guys, and the lighter defensive tackles. I think maybe that's kind of what he's referring to. Maybe change up a bit of the personnel, which they tried to do when they brought in Von Miller. But yeah,
Good old Von, huh?
Yeah. But who knows? Anyway,
all right.
So who you want?
The Bills are picking shortly, guys. We've waited. We're waiting. We're 2 picks left. 2 picks left. If we're going almost all defense, you better stop and beat the Chiefs this time. Well, shit. I think we're all on the same page, girl. We are all on the same page. All on the same page. Rico, how do you feel if we was to bring in Keenan? I would. You would see no qualms from me. I'm a fan of Keenan. I still think he's got route running ability, but it's like, where do you put him? That's the thing. It's like, I'm not saying that you can't outshine Keon Coleman, but you want to give Keon Coleman his ability to play. You don't want to make him over Khalil Shakir. Khalil Shakir just got paid. You don't want to take him over Palmer. We just brought Palmer in, but he would be receiver 4, and I'm sure he'd be okay with it. And then we'd figure our lives out that way. I'm more than okay with that if we did that. I'd be a big fan of it. What's that?
He's kind of slot specific these days.
He is. So I mean,
you have to fit Shakir, and he's your best.
Or just go 4 wide.
Yeah,
4 wide and call it a day. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but that was the big thing when Brady took over, right? He went to a more run-oriented attack.
Yep, exactly right.
Signed Buffalo Bills legend, or not signed. He drafted Jackson Haas to play in those 2 tight end sets. Ooh.
Have you guys drafted Ollie Gordon Jr.? Nice pickup. Hey, they're showing you some love, Kev. Showing you some love, man.
He's okay. Now they're showing the Tyler
Shuck.
You watching these Tyler Shuck highlights instead of the ones you selected?
Tyler Shuck. Good old Tyler Shuck. All right, let me see what the world is saying.
That was nice. He's got some decent highlights.
Jordan Hancock is getting some love right now. Getting some love. Everybody's a shallow. He ain't worried about himself for his situation. What do we got here? Let's keep rolling down. If you guys, is there any if there's anything that's standing out, you guys let me know what your thoughts are on Twitter, things that you're reading. Throw that in the chat. I'll try to get in there.
You got 2 picks left?
Yeah, 2 picks left. What about you? Where are you at? Yeah, are you done with picks, or you guys have a lot of
No,
picks?
we got 3 in the 7. Yeah.
All right, bet.
This is where we make our big comeback. Get us long snapper.
So pick is in for the Bills.
Toronto. Fast. 4-4-6.
Oh, did it show up already?
Yeah, the for the Washington. I was looking at Washington.
Oh, Washington. Okay.
So they
I was
just
like, what? I didn't see the Bills pick.
No.
All right, let's see what these Buffalo Bills are gonna be up to. These Buffalo Bills.
You should take
Oh, well, there you have it. It's already on there.
all right.
And what is he, a guard? We took a tackle. Chase Lund.
Oh, is this the super tall guy? Hang on. Let me see.
Chase Lund. I've seen that name many times.
Yeah. I think he's
Chase Lund. Was it at UConn?
Yeah, he's the Yukon guy. He's weak, but he just needs some weightlifting.
Put some weight on him.
He needs to put some strength on, but he's athletic. I think he's really tall too, isn't he?
About to look him up a little bit.
Yeah.
Good old Chase Lund, right? So we brought some tackle. I mean, I
He's,
thought Chase
he's-
Lund, 6'7", 305.
Yeah. He's big boy.
Yeah.
He's very thin, or 300 pounds, but
He
he's
came
kinda
in
weak.
like 265 when he came out when he was redshirting.
Yeah. So he's just got to put on some strength, but he's got a really good athletic ability. He was kind of comped more towards a wide zone scheme, like the Shanahan guys, but whatever, you know what I mean? Put him in, let him sit in your practice squad, try and build him up, and maybe you get another.
Listen, I'm with you, Tim. Whatever Cromer wants, Cromer gets. You get him. That's your boy. Get his ass.
He's done well for you guys, right? So
yeah. So let's say, what are they saying about my man Lund? They say he glides around when working laterally and mirroring what pass rushers give him. Combination of body control, hand usage, and footwork. NFL ready. That's good. Able to swing his hips around and hit reach blocks without losing balance. Showed out in his matchup against Maryland and held his own against higher level competition throughout his career. Transitions against stunts and crisp and controlled. Rarely taken off guard by what the defense presents. What they're saying is his weaknesses. He's likely a bit too tall and lean for seeing any time at guard. So guard's out of the question. Hands can be a bit too lax later in games, and he'll allow some breakthroughs around the corner. Finesse blocker who lacks a physical edge to his game, was out-muscled too easily and could have big issues with power guys. But for the long ability to sustain his angles despite his space. So he's just light in the pants, but I mean, nothing that a little weight in the weight room, a little time in the weight room won't hurt. So that'd be cool.
Agile. So you know what he'd be good at is the play you have with Dawkins where you pull Dawkins.
That's a nice one.
Like he's too, nice one. Like I said, he doesn't have the strength for it right now, but he's got the movement skills that he'd be able to kind of do that. That's how I would envision him for your team. Because he was one of the guys we were looking at for Miami because he's kind of like because he can move so well, right? Miami puts a premium. Well, all the Shanahan guys put a premium on O-line that can move. But for your guys, I was just thinking about that. He would be athletic enough to do those pulls that you do with Dawkins.
I'll take that if we can find a way. And I mean, sometimes these picks too. I wouldn't call them throwaway picks. Some people are saying that, but I mean, listen, any way that we can get some competition, we good. Listen, Michelle, talk to these people, man. I've been trying to tell people that Josh Palmer is gonna have a fantastic season, and I think he's gonna be a fan favorite. I was talking to some Chargers fans. They're like, "Yo, you're gonna love him in Buffalo. He was good for us. We liked him." I was like, "Are you guys sad to see him go?" They're like, "No, we're not sad to see him go. It's just that it was his time, and it's time to go get it out somewhere else." So, listen, if you're with Josh Allen, you're gonna have great time. And I think he's going to be great, especially with separation. Josh was at his best when we had guys like John Brown and we had guys like Cole Beasley that could get separation. They weren't big, but they got separation. So now you have a receiver that good size to him and can get downfield and runs the route tree. He runs the whole route tree. The whole route tree, solid. So I think we good here.
Right? Canadian.
I like what we see.
He's from Canada.
Yes, he is. He's from the dot. Ariola says, I love when Dion Dawkins is lined up way out on the wide island and when he pulls for 30 yards. Listen, that boy athletic enough that he can do that. My man went from guard to tackle. Now he's wide out there. Like, he nice like that. He gets it. He's found the sweet spot. Sweet spot as a tackle. So, and nothing better than having a guy that's been protecting Josh Allen's blind spot since Josh got into the league. You got to love that. Yeah, absolutely got to love that. So big shout out to Dion Dawkins. So pick 06 in the books. We got one pick left at 240. And then we are 5 hours into the stream. Golly. These days are long, boy. These days are long. Listen, I got beef with Pierre, bro. Pierre's like, yo, I'll be on a little later. I got you, bro. Right. They can't hang. Some of these people can't hang for day threes. Day threes is not for everybody, man. You got to have stamina. You got to have the stamina. You got to have a good chat. The chat is buzzing right now. You got to love it. I'm just looking at some comments here. Here's a comment from Bot. He goes, I'm sorry, fellas. What crap timing. I've been on death's door, man. Just woke up for the first time in 48 hours, drowning in my own sweat. Thanks for holding it down, Rico. I'm so bummed. You know what? Show me how bummed you are. Show up and show us how nasty you look. Come in there. I don't care if you see sweat coming out of your pores. Just come on and say what's up and then get out. Show us the proof. I'm just kidding, Bot. I'm just kidding, boy.
So
we good, man. I'm used to this. We do this all the time, brother. We do this all the time.
So Kyle Krabs, he had Chase Lunt as his 101 best player.
Chase Lund, really?
Yeah.
Now he's known as a right tackle. I think it was like a right tackle starter for like 4 years. So like,
yeah.
I mean, we just got. I mean, listen, you want to get your team better, so this is where we're at. Palmer's 4.5, and Keon just can't just run outside linebacker. Bro, y'all better put some respect on Palmer's name, bro. Put some respect on Palmer's name. We're hanging out with you, Rico. Hey, Laura, I got you. You know what? Just cause I'm feeling it right now. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna share the link. If y'all want to jump in, come on over here, and let's get. If you guys want to come on here and shoot the shit with us, let's do it. I'm gonna send some invites. Come on in, hang out with us as a party. The invite is in the chat right now. All right, boom. There you have it. We got one more pick to go. You're hanging out with us. Me and Kev holding it down. Come on through. Share your disappointments. Share what you're happy about. If you have beef with Kevin, bring the beef up. If you have beef with me, hope you don't. But you know what I mean? I never shy away from it. Let roll. Who do we got? Nate's flight simulator says, yo, who are you expecting to dominate? We haven't had a single rook dominate in McBean era. Nobody expects that at all. I mean, Trey White started as a rookie. I would say he dominated pretty good because he was up for Rookie of the Year with Marshawn Lattimore. It was neck and neck the whole time. And then Marshawn Lattimore got the edge on him. So, I mean, in this case, for this right tackle, it's not going to happen. But, I mean, listen, there's some things that can happen.
Well,
who's had a worse draft week, Z-Bot or Shadur? Buddy, I think Z-Bot wanted to be out here because he was pumped the whole weekend. He's like, yo, I can't wait for this. Do the Bills do Dolak right and say, come on down? Is it going to be Dolak, or is Dolak just going to be the guy they bring in as a free agent? And a free agent, a guy that come in and he might do it. He might say, you know what? Based on the money y'all pay me, I'm coming through, because now they can choose where they want to go. Who's going to pay me the most? Who was it last year that got was an undrafted free agent, but got paid a good chunk of money as an undrafted free agent. Do you guys remember that rumor? There was somebody that got paid heavily, undrafted free agent that got paid a lot of money.
Like to the Bills? Or
Not
just
to
in
the
general?
Bills.
Oh.
It was in general. Undrafted free agent that got paid a good chunk. I'm just looking it up right now. Let me see if I can try to find it. Who was it?
Was it Pierre's guy? Ivan Pace or whatever?
No. Who? It wasn't Frank Gore Jr. I think it was in the NFL. I just don't know who it was, but I remember somebody was like, yo, that guy got paid good money. Like, golly. Was it Ivan Pace? I don't think it was Ivan Pace. I can't think of the person right now. So analysts are talking very high on Lund. Everything there, just muscle mass needed.
Mm-hmm.
And you can pick that up, man. Just tell them to go eat at Chick-fil-A all day and you good to go.
I've never had Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you something about Chick-fil-A, friend.
Mm-hmm.
Legit. Chick-fil-A is legit. I went to my sister's in Alabama, and I never had Chick-fil-A, right? And she goes, and I don't know, but listen, respect to you Americans and how certain states are built. I'll just speak on Alabama because that's where I was. Fam, there's a good fast food restaurant on every corner. And I'm not talking about like you got to drive a few blocks before you get, or the next exit is when you get. No. Around the block, there's something. So Chick-fil-A was one of them. There was a Zaxby's. That was another one. There was a freaking Bojangles. There was these places that we don't have in Canada. I was like, God, these are great. Bro, I picked up 7 pounds. I was there for a week. I gained 7 pounds because I was doing everything. Let me get some of that. Let me get some of that. And for the first time I heard, no, we got Popeyes. Don't do us dirty like that. We got Popeyes.
We have Chick-fil-A now. There's one in Ottawa.
Oh, you guys have a Chick-fil-A in Ottawa?
Yeah, I just haven't been there.
Oh man, do yourself a favor. Go there. It's nice. It's good. It's good stuff. Yeah, we're not sleeping on Buffalo Joe. Trust me, we're not sleeping on Buffalo Joe.
Yeah.
Somebody said Chick-fil-A.
Overrated.
Popeyes is better. Popeyes is good. I like Popeyes. I can never go wrong with Popeyes. Yo, Kev, you like Mary Brown's? Are you a big fan of Mary Brown's?
Oh, I like Popeyes better. I like the spicy tenders.
Oh, there you go.
You got to get the spicy tenders with the mac and cheese and the Cajun fries.
The Cajun fries are nice. You guys do this. No, we don't have Zaxby's over here, man. Zaxby's is not something we have over here. Listen, I'm in Nova Scotia, and there's very little over here as opposed to like certain other places. Like they got Popeyes over here, and people were lined up around the corner for Popeyes. Anyway, if I wanted to go and get Arby's, I got to drive an hour and a half to go to Arby's. Not that I would. Yeah. Arby's is like an inside joke, but we got to drive to go get Arby's, right? So, but man, Chick-fil-A. I remember going to Chick-fil-A and I fell in love with the not the Chick-fil-A sauce, but the Polynesian sauce. To the point where my sister came to visit, I was like, "Do not leave the state of Alabama and not bring me my Polynesian sauce. Don't play with me." And to this day, that's what I'm doing right now. My man said, "What the F are you doing in Nova Scotia?" Brother, that's where I live. That's where I live. Maybe you guys don't know, but me and Kev do not live in the good old United States of America. We don't. Kev lives in the beautiful capital of Canada.
Yes.
Kev's like, that's right. I'm out east in Nova Scotia. So if you guys look up on a map, I actually challenge you guys to look up on the map and look where Nova Scotia is. That's where your boy is residing. I used to live in Ontario. That was a hop, skip, and a jump for me to get to a Bills game. 6-hour drive, boom, we there. Now I gotta take a flight. I gotta talk about, okay, what car am I renting? I mean, what hotel or Airbnb am I staying at? Yo, it's an expense. It is an expense. But if the Bills make it to the Super Bowl and we go into the parade, we absolutely doing it. The parade is happening. Rico, you got a Dunkin' Donuts up there? Dunkin' Donuts peanut stick donuts are the bomb. We used to have Dunkin' Donuts in Canada, but then they got rid of them. You still got Dunkin' Donuts anymore?
There's still some, but they kind of they went the way of Quiznos. They just kind of lost out to Tim Hortons everywhere.
Timmy's is killing the game out here.
Yeah.
And what do you call it? Dunkin' Donuts used to be a thing, but not so much.
Yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts is a thing for you guys. I remember when I went to Bot's wedding, and I was like, I know they have Tim Hortons here, so let me try to find a Tim Hortons on the way. Couldn't find one, and then I think I was like, yo, what's the equivalent to Timmy's and like Dunkin' Donuts? I was like, got it, Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts it is. Dirty Randy says Nova Scotia pretty remote. Damn, yeah, is it remote? Would you say it's remote, Kev?
Well, yeah. I mean,
I suppose it is.
Where are you? You're across from. You're close to Maine. I think would that be the closest state? Like if you want to cross the water.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I'm. Hold on. Somebody said Rico, Nova Scotia, the place that's half hour off any time zone. No, that's
cool.
New Brunswick. That's New Brunswick. That's Newfoundland.
Yeah.
So I was in Newfoundland, and I'm a half hour time zone away from there. So where you guys are right now, I'm an hour away from you guys. So it is 6:30 for me. It's 5:30 for y'all. So I go to Newfoundland. Now I'm 7 o'clock and it's 5:30 for y'all. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. Say y'all from Canada or just live there. I mean, we live there. We live here, bro. We live here, Cat. Oh, Aramis is back. I see you, Aramis. Let me get you. Yo, you good? Just give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Hey, we got to bring my man back. Hold on. Let me switch this platform up a little bit. Switch up the platform. Get this thing cracking here. Where we at? Boom. There's my guy. He's back.
How you feeling now, man?
Listen, man, it's been a long day. You remember this? We did this last year, man.
My goodness.
It's been a long day. We do it. But you've been watching. You've been watching who we picked thus far. I mean, who did we pick last time that we were hanging out?
It was the 4th round pick. That was the guy that was picked last time I was on.
Well, I'll tell you this: when you left, there was a lot of love shown to you. Aramis is a smart cat. He knows what he's talking about. And Kev was like, you know what? I love watching these two because Keyshawn is more of a pro Bills, and you're the contrarian. You push back.
You're the angry one. Yeah. Yeah, I love to be more like, okay, I see it.
Listen, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna put my man Keys on blast right now because we was just in the text thread like about an hour ago, and Mac gave his letter grade. Y'all had my letter grade. Key had these boys at a C+. Mac had him at a B-. I had him at a B-. So Key was actually the low dude on the. Yeah, man. Yeah. He hated the TJ Sanders pick. He hated it.
Listen, he didn't like it either.
Nah, he didn't like that one. I'm sorry, I was wrong. He didn't like TJ Sanders, but he hated Landon Jackson because he thought Landon Jackson was another Rousseau.
Another Rousseau. I mean, a lot of people are saying that too. They're saying that, fam, that you can't do that. You can't have the same type of player. But maybe they got a vision. But I was watching some who was it? Baldinger. Baldinger was raving about Landon Jackson, and I was like, okay. And I don't know. Did you see his clip when you know how he does his breakdowns? I don't know if you guys saw that yet. Let me show you. I'm gonna load that up right now because I think it's important to see that because it's super interesting. My man Baldinger. I don't like Baldinger. Baldinger, he finds some clips and then it breaks it all down for us. But let me see if I can find. Oh, he's got something on Dion Walker too. My man is all over the Bill stuff. I think by the end of it, when everybody's going to be choosing to grade the Bills, I think they're going to like. This is Landon Jackson. Okay, here's the one.
Here he is against Caden Proctor. The two-hand swipe. Now the bend and turn in the corner.
Right. Let me just figure it out. Can you guys hear it? All right, no problem.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me just play that, and then we'll go from there. So this Baldinger on our guy, Mr. Landon Jackson.
The Bills took Landon Jackson, number 40, right here from Arkansas. Here he is against Caden Proctor. The two-hand swipe. Now the bend and turn in the corner. Like he gets low. I mean, Caden Proctor is going to be the number 1 tackle in the draft next year. He beats him to get to the quarterback. Now that's saying something. Caden Proctor is enormous, and he's really good. Landon Jackson beat him clean. But you watch him, and he's just got this ability right here, like a little cross chop, gets the hands down. Like he's skilled, and he's 6'6", and he's 265, and he runs in the 4.6s. I mean, this guy has got a chance now. He's got a real chance to be pretty special. Like again, against Alabama, like get inside. Like it's hard to beat guys inside in the NFL, but he does it right there. All right, Landon Jackson has got all the traits to be an excellent pass rusher. Like it doesn't matter what side he's coming from. Like you watch him right here, and here he comes again against Proctor, and he gets around him again. Look at that bend and that turn, and then the close. There's nothing not to like about the prospect that Landon Jackson is at this point. He transferred from LSU. Remember, he was originally a big recruit of LSU. Transferred to Arkansas. There's that cross chop right there. There it is. I mean, he's got a lot of moves, and I'm just showing you a few of them. I'm slowing it down. But he's relentless. Guy knows how to play the game. I think the Bills got a good one. I mean, maybe he lands up opposite Gregory Rousseau this year because he's got the size and the length and the speed and the production that you're looking for.
So does that sway you in a way? Not that it should, like, all of a sudden I'm good, but that kind of give you a little, okay, well, hold on now. Well, maybe I don't know enough yet about him, or you're kind of like, nah, I'm still waiting to see what we got here. I'm not buying
No, because I mean, essentially what we're looking at a slightly faster, maybe a quicker footed version of Greg Rousseau. But even with that, that doesn't line up with the production. He only had the highest number of sacks, again, 2 years in a row, 6. If he was getting 14 like Rousseau did, then okay, yeah, there might be something there. Is worth a third round flyer. Maybe you found a better pass rushing version of a Greg Rousseau. But for what the production says about his ability, it doesn't, like, it just doesn't mesh. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying it doesn't translate?
No, not directly. Like his ability doesn't seem to directly equal sacks. This is one video. You know, I'd have to watch. You know, watch him against other teams.
I don't want to put all my eggs in it. That's why I said, is this enough? Does it sway you? I personally think so. I think he's going to be I might be talking too soon, so I can't say it. But Greg Rousseau, when Greg Rousseau got drafted, I was like, okay, I wasn't like all for it, but I've fallen to like Greg Rousseau a lot. I think we all have, because he's got great traits, so on and so forth. Is he that sack artist that we thought he could have been? I mean, those 14 sacks that you're talking about, 5 of them were one game. You know what I mean? He had like two multiple sack games. So like, I don't really put too much stock into that, because some days you just got.
Well, that's what he does now in the NFL. I mean, last season he had 3 sacks in one game, and that was the most he had all season long.
You know what I'm saying? So like, I get what you're saying. It falls in what you're saying. So with Landon, I feel like he's got a little more technicalities to him. I think he just by those little clips alone and the little small film that I've watched, haven't really taken a deep dive. But Bobby is a big fan. He thinks he's a freak, and he'll be nice for the team. So we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. But I mean, you saw what we did. We triple dipped after you left. We were joking about, we might have to triple dip, and that we did. So we got. I gotta remember all the names that we got. Hold on now with my squad here. So, boy, did we ever triple dip. We got 3 DBs in this room. I mean, we got a straight corner in Maxwell Harrison, obviously. Then we picked up Mr. Jordan Hancock, and then we picked up Dorian Strong. So, what are you familiar with those guys? Is there guys that you like in that group, or are you like, nah, I don't know too much, I got to do homework?
I got to do a little bit more homework on the last 2 guys. Yeah, I'd have to look and see what they look like on tape. But I do know Strong played a little bit of safety, not much, but he did play a little safety, and I know that's enough for the Bills to kind of see a little something that they can work with in terms of his versatility. He might be another one of those dime robber type of safety guy, like a Cam Lewis or a Ingram type of player, right? At this juncture, as he develops, he could become, the hope is he becomes that kind of Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde-esque type of player because of his, his ability to play, both positions. But as currently constructed for both guys, it looks like you have depth now at nickel, and you got depth now at that safety / robber dime safety position that the Bills like to use, whenever they're playing their cover 4 and stuff like that. So I think ultimately what this says is this is a different way to kind of run it back. Like the Von Miller signing was, we're running it back with everybody and we're adding a little something. And this is a lot of the same, where we're running it back with everybody. We got Trey White back, we brought Dane back, we're running it back with everybody, and we're sprinkling a little youth in there, a little more athleticism on the depth end of the roster. Which, I mean, look, that was one of the biggest issues in the AFC Championship game. We didn't have anybody that can come in after Benford got hurt and do a little something.
Buddy, I'm telling you. And I feel sometimes this is, I wouldn't say my beef with because it's a good thing that he acknowledges it, but then he overkills it. So it's like it's a silly analogy, but I'm gonna use it anyway because it's just immediately what came to my head. It's like I had hot dogs the other day and I didn't have enough ketchup, and I was using ketchup packets. So next time I go to Costco, I'm getting the big jug, and I'm gonna and that's Bean. He's like, yo, we didn't have enough pass rush. We're gonna load that sucker up because that's what it is. I mean, you could just add a couple here, a couple there, and we still get the job done. So with cornerback, he's like, boy, Kyle Elam was a bum. He didn't do enough for me. Yo, we loaded up. So it's like over, but I understand it. You understand it. So it's like, hopefully it works out the way we need to work out. There's a fine balance, but 3 cornerbacks. The chatter right now is that was it Hancock? Excuse me, not Hancock. Who's the other guy we drafted?
Hancock. You're talking about the complacent safety?
Dorian Strong, excuse me.
Strong.
No, it's the Ohio State cat, right?
Hancock's the guy that might be able to play some safety.
So Hancock
Strong's not going to play safety. He can't tackle.
No doubt.
Strong doesn't have very good.
He's the nickel.
He's not very explosive. He's an
outside. Yeah. So I had him mixed up. My bad.
Yeah, mixed up. Yeah, he's an outside corner. He's like 6'1", 6'2", 6'1". He's got good length. He's physical at, like, when you throw the ball at him, he'll come in. He's like physical at the point of catch, but he's not. He's business decisions, right? But he's very good in a cover 3. That's what is best, when he can kind of read what's in front of him, and then good IQ. You know what I mean? He can read route combinations. He can see what's in front of him, and he can step up and make the play. He's not going to be so good in man because he's not super explosive, but he's like long. He's outside. He battles for the ball. And he's got good ball skills. So he's like your old cover 3 corner.
Okay.
Hancock's the guy. Yeah, Hancock's so ironically, Strong is not the strong one. So Hancock's the strong one. He's the one that's going to play like inside, or he has the ability to play inside. He can play a bit of safety.
Walter comes in and says, "I'm sorry, but losing one player on defense can't be the excuse, or else I would be, or so we should never talk about depth because no depth player is going to equal a starter."
That's also a good point.
It is. It's a very good point. It's a solid point. But that's the way Bean rolls sometimes, bro. It's Bean for you, man. So hopefully you got to trust your positional coaches. You got to trust the scheme, philosophy, whatever you want to call it, that people fit where they're supposed to fit. I mean, listen, man, everybody's gunning for us. Everybody's gunning for the Bills. Everybody's gunning for the Patriots. The Chiefs. Everybody's gunning for these top dogs, the Ravens. So you got to load up and be ready for these guys are going to throw everything at you. So I think Kyer was that last straw when Benford went down, and Rasul Douglas was just not who we wanted. Like, he just wasn't that dude. So we were in trouble. I don't know how you feel, Mars, but like, fam, when the minute Benford went down, wrap it up.
Yep.
It's over.
It's over.
You
can't.
I just knew.
You officially can't cover anybody. Yep.
Nah, I just knew because at least we had a shot.
Yeah, but let me ask you this then, because in my mind, and tell me what you think about this. It really is just a matter of philosophy at this point, because it's a question of, would I rather have 70 handguns against 1 cannon? So that's the scenario we're looking at, right? Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott have decided that they want to throw as many average to above average players as they can at a team, versus getting 2 or 3 super elite players like the Bengals have and saying, try and stop these 2 or 3 guys as best you can. Right. And I guess in a sense, when you look at it, there's really no right or wrong answer, but this all goes back to what has worked for you in those big time moments. And the Hairston pick so far is looking like the only one where you've got a guy that when you go to NFL.com and you look at a scouting report has the potential to be an elite starter in the league.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And not from the standpoint of elite in Buffalo, because we've seen that before too. That's one of the reasons why the scheme and the philosophy bother me so much is that Sean McDermott has produced guys like James Bradbury. He's produced guys like Josh Norman when they go to other teams, they don't look so great. Levi Wallace went to Pittsburgh. He looked terrible. Dane Jackson went to Carolina. He looked terrible. Trey White went to play somewhere else. Granted, he was hurt, but he didn't look good until he was put in a little bit better of a position with the Ravens.
Doesn't that tell you that our system is good? It's a good scheme?
Well, it tells you that we live in a vacuum, is what it tells you. It tells you that everybody can come into the secondary and play in a system that makes them look good. They play in a system. They play in a system. No.
Bomb scheme.
No.
I didn't
get caught. I didn't get caught. Here's why. He's taking a victory lap. Look at him. Here's why. Because for as good as we want to say the scheme is,
yeah.
What happened with the Cincinnati Bengals defense when they went to a Super Bowl? The Chiefs have won Super Bowls without having the best defense in the league. Matter of fact, the best defense they've had in a Super Bowl was this last year, and that didn't win them anything. They got blown out. So this idea that the Bills scheme is so great because it makes the players great, at the end of the day, what does that equal? What is the direct effect of having a defense that produces those kind of players? That's what I look at. I like to take a step back and look at the macro and say, okay, what does this actually mean? Because it sounds good. It sounds good that when guys come here, they play well. That sounds beautiful. I would want that in a team. But when you've done it for 9 years and you have perhaps the best quarterback in the NFL and you're not winning championships, like multiple championships, that to me it becomes a problem, because it felt great at first. I was one of those people defending Sean, saying it was smart to get all these older head coaches with experience to help him develop as a head coach. It was smart to get away from Rick Dennison, who had a kind of a outdated version of the Shanahan offense. You know what I'm saying? Like, those were smart. But as you begin to study the moves thereon after, as soon as we got to the AFC Championship game the first time in 2020, and then they came with, okay,
we weren't ready then.
Well, that's kind of beside the point, though, because you're not ready, and that's okay. But what are you doing to add to the team now? And it wasn't let's continue to build through the draft and stay on our trajectory. It was, now we got to start running it back. Now we got to start paying all the guys that are already here to continue that baseline of success.
Well, wouldn't you want to do that, especially in the 2020, because we brought in Diggs, right? We had Cole, we had John. So like, you're like, yo, we made it to the AFC Championship. Yo, there's not a whole lot that we need to tweak. We just got to add a couple here, a couple there, and let's make it work. And we've been successful ever since of keeping the same philosophy and scheme. And I'm gonna stick to that point too, because you made some great points. Don't get me wrong, because like I'm seeing your angle in that regard. And then I'm looking at the totality. I'm looking at the big picture of this thing. And when you look back at last season, and obviously there was some new pieces on the offensive side of the ball, and we had to kind of gel to get going. But once we did get going, especially when we brought in Amari Cooper, we started to gel, and we started to put up hanging 30 on these boys. That defense was holding it down. When we weren't doing so good on offensive side, we were praising the defense for holding it down and keeping games close enough. So I'm not going to get away from this.
Against who?
Listen, hey, in the NFL, you know how these games work. You got to win.
You can't.
What you say,
bro,
we got to win these games.
No, you don't care what I say. Look.
Listen,
if we were doing it, Bruh.
The Jazz almost took us down with Tyrod. So every game is important. So when we get to the playoffs,
That's my point.
which I'm gonna get to, when we get to the playoffs, this is where your philosophy now has to, your game changers have to step up. Offensively, you know who our game changer is. That's Josh. There's no question about that. We don't got to even talk about that. Defensively, that's what we've been looking for. The scheme don't got to change. We just got to get the right players in place. Landon Jackson is too early. It's way too early to tell with that, but we're not far, man. We're not far. We just got guys that got to freaking get the job done. So Maxwell Harrison, that's not afraid to go up and make a play and actually trust his speed. Because I was just saying this the other day. Brandon B, when he drafted Kyer Elam, he's like, yo, I got the guy that's 6'2", bet. I got the guy that runs 4.3, bet. I got the guy that went to a big program, bet. But he was the tin man. He got nothing in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, no confidence, no nothing. So he's like, bump the prototypical type corner that I'm looking for. I need a guy that can go after, that has got confidence. I got that 4.28 speed. Boom, here I am. So this might be the difference maker. Yo, listen, when you have my man's whipping the ball all over the place, Juju Smith-Schuster do what he needs to do, getting wide open. I mean, Xavier Worthy do what he, you need someone that can match toe-to-toe, hand-for-hand with these guys. Maxwell gives you that. It's the traits. Who was it that the debate is always, I think McDermott said it best. He goes, I'll take, was it talent over, no, not talent. He wanted that, what was it? He was comparing talented guys versus like guys that are team-oriented guys or a team that fits. So it's always a debate. Do you take the talent, but then your team all blows because they got all talent guys, but don't know how to put it together, or find that one or two pieces that does the trick? Maybe Joey Bosa freaking reignites his career and doesn't get hurt. But we can't bet on that. So it's tricky. It's tricky because everything you said was bang on, man. We all want the same damn thing at the end of the day. We try to get over the damn hump 4 times. And I was with you when you talk about McDermott needs to go. Well, I don't know if you still feel that way strongly.
Oh yeah. Oh you do?
He said, "Oh yeah,
100%."
I
got T-shirts that say "Fire the coach."
I felt that way if we lost to KC for 4 times straight. I said, "Fam, that's 4 straight." There comes a time where, yo, I like McDermott, but he got to go. But they say, yo, run it back, give him a contract extension on top of that. Oh, by the way, bring the GM back again. So they ain't changing anything. So we got to deal.
Yeah, you got to deal with it. Yeah, look. At the end of the day, for me, with the Hairston thing, and I like your point on confidence. The only issue I have with that is confidence doesn't mean you're going to make the right choice in coverage. You know what I'm saying? Because I think Elam's issue in particular was he lost confidence because he was playing in a system that didn't fit his skill set. And everybody knew that when he was drafted. And what the Bills tried to do is they tried to take a square peg and put it in a round hole. And when it didn't work, that affected Elam on a much deeper level because he was used to being successful. And now he's in a system where, look, based on what I know that goes on at One Bills Drive, it is not, and I'm talking about from a coach down to a player standpoint. Right. It is not an environment that likes to empower players on an individualistic level. And here's what I mean. Okay. When you look at, I'll use the James Cook situation for an example, right?
All right.
And you can even look at what they did with Khalil Shakir. Matter of fact, I'll use Khalil Shakir. Khalil Shakir, we all know how great of a playmaker he is already. We know how great of a playmaker he was last year. And we saw glimpses of it in his first year with some of the catches, the acrobatic catches that he made. So we knew that this is a guy with the right amount of opportunities could be that next, playmaker on offense, right? Because I think everybody could agree right now, aside from Josh Allen, James Cook is the only playmaker on offense right now. The only one, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, so we say that though. Why? We say it because we know in our minds that Khalil Shakir is a playmaker. But why did we say that James Cook is the second best playmaker? Well, we said that because James Cook took way less snaps than Khalil Shakir and produced what he produced with way less snaps than Khalil Shakir. Right? Now, to a degree, we gotta forgive Shakir because he was injured. But when you look at the targets that he had like I think he had 100 targets, only 800 yards for a guy like that, right? What I'm trying to get to is, and I got confirmation from people in the league that know what's going on. We saw this happen with Antonio Brown. Teams control players' snaps to control the money. You want to talk about a system in Buffalo at One Bills Drive that purposely controls the player snaps so that they can control the production, so that they can maintain leverage over these players and pay them less money over time in order to maintain this baseline of annual success for their team.
That?
100%. You don't think Antonio Brown was set to make $1 million and the owner called down or GM called down and said, take him out? That was reported. That's proven. We know that teams do that. And as I just said,
thinking in Buffalo, you think that McDermott?
Oh, I know they do that. I know they do that. I've had people tell me that that's been done. When you look at what the Bills have done at running back in general, right? I think earlier somebody mentioned in the chat that Shady got cut for Singletary. It's not actually the way that happened, right? Because Shady talked about that on their show, the communication that happened between him and Sean. But when you look at the systematic way that they've allowed a running back to play out his contract, draft another guy in the second to last year of that player's contract, and then if that guy doesn't do well enough or wants too much money, they let him go and they bring the next guy in. They have a systematic way of doing things, and it really comes down to what Sean said at the very beginning, which is we want to be a contender every year, right? Usually the idea is we want to win a Super Bowl every year. Not we just want to be a contender. Their mindset is they don't ever want to have a bad year. Well, in order to do that, your cap situation has to be good, which they've maintained very well. I think we would all agree on that. They maintain that extremely well. But you can't do that when you've got all these playmakers all over the place that are making all kinds of money. Can you? Because somebody's got to get paid, right?
I mean, I think they did a good job of paying who they need to pay. I mean, it was evident this year. You get your money.
Yeah.
You getting your money. You getting your money. So in a way, I kind of agree with this. Sometimes, I mean, teams will manipulate certain things. Listen, this guy, if he hits 50% of his escalators or whatever, you got to take him out because I don't want him to pay 50% of his snaps. I don't know who they did. They did it to a quarterback. I don't know who. I forget who. But I understand it. But in this day and age where we have the constant pressure of trying to make it to Super Bowl and we're there, bro, you got to pay who you got to pay to get the job done. Khalil Shakir's case, I think, is a fine receiver. But I don't look at him as that's our second best playmaker. Nah, it's James Cook. It's Josh Allen, then James Cook. So which brings me to James Cook right now. Are you letting James Cook walk? Would you have given him his money this offseason? Or are you letting him walk next year?
$15 million is $15 million, however you cut it up. And
sure.
we just saw Trey White get a contract for 1 year and $6.8 million. Is that contract actually $6.8 million? No. Mm-hmm. A lot of it is in incentives, right? So right. I don't understand why the Bills couldn't go 10 to 12 million with incentives up to 15 million to make this man happy. We did the same exact thing for.
What if you wanted 15? That's his base. I want my 15 to be base because it could be. We don't know if that's the case or not. What if he was like, I ain't taking. I see who's getting paid what. I want mines.
Well, I mean, look, based on the numbers, we know he's a top 5 back in the league right now, as it stands right now, based on his production last year. Based on his production, he led the league in touchdowns. How could he not be top 5?
That doesn't make any sense. Raheem Mostert scored 22 touchdowns 2 years ago. Is he top 5?
Yeah, I'm not buying the top 5, but I mean, I'm thinking about it. If he's top 5, true.
Okay, all right. Well, you wanna add on to that? How many 20+ yard runs did he have?
Like 6 or 7?
Average almost 5 yards a carry.
Right. Now answer this. How many of those other running backs got all of that production with what was it? I think it was like a 44% snap share. Most of those other running backs had 100 or more carries than James Cook did. So not only did he have about on par production with guys like Derrick Henry and had more touchdowns than a Saquon Barkley. He did it with less opportunities. So what that tells me is he's a big time playmaker. And if you can do that with not a lot of carries, in my mind, you should be at least top 10. At least.
So
if that's the case, you got to pay him.
And I get where you're going because it's a topic of conversation. It's a topic of conversation, and I know that we've had these conversations at length. And you've said this piece many times. That's why you're fluid on it. You know what I mean? Because we've all talked about it. I'm in the camp of the running back. I think he's a fine running back. I think he's nice like that. 15 mil. Let me ask you this question. If you remember, I don't know, some people's memories are shot. I'm getting old, so sometimes my memories are shot. But I don't remember James Cook being on the field on our last series when it's go time. I want all my dogs on the field. Was he on the field?
He was.
I just want a yes or no answer.
He was out wide, wasn't he?
He was not. He was not on the field.
You
know who was on the field?
Okay.
It was Ty Johnson. Our third string running back was on the field. Ty Johnson. So when I see these things, I was like, hold on. I want my dogs on the field, and you want 15 million, you're not that player. I mean, that's coach's decision.
You do know Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley are not on the field in the third down too, right?
When it's fourth quarter, you're down. I want all my dogs on the field. What are you talking about? Is it the first quarter? I need to score this time right now. I need to get all my best players on the field right now.
Okay.
So if my best player better be on that field, you want 15 mil? Bruh.
Kev, you're a stat guy, right? Do you know who has the best pass blocking percentage on the team right now?
Like non-offensive
at running back? At running back?
I'm going
to running back?
James Cook.
It's James Cook.
There you go.
For as bad as everybody thinks.
You watch the same stuff I watch. You watch
it.
Forget about that. You watch the game. You watch James Cook play. Is he a better pass blocker than Ray Davis? You watch it.
What do the numbers say?
You watch the film. I'm talking about what you see on the field. What do you see on the field?
You know what I'm doing right now? You know what I'm doing right now? I'm flipping everybody's argument about how successful this team is from a number standpoint. We had the number one offense last year. What did it mean? Nothing. We had the number one defense in 13 seconds. What did it mean? Nothing. At the end of the day, if you want to combine everything, then the team is not where we actually think it is. People are basing the team's success on the numbers we produce. If you don't want to pay,
that's why I said watch it. I don't look at the numbers. I watch this play. That's why people are hating on me. Oh, you hate James Cook. And I don't. I really like James Cook. I think he's a fine player.
Okay.
But like in crunch time, you gotta have your best players on the squad and who was on the squad. But then you demanding 15.
No, I'm gonna tell you why Ty Johnson was on the field at that time. He was part of that package. There are packages in which he runs certain routes and he's expected to get a look.
Correct.
That doesn't have anything to do with the pass blocking percentage or the pass blocking ability of a James Cook.
Yes, it does.
That has nothing to do. No, it doesn't.
James Cook is a pass catching back and a runner.
They don't use him like that. They don't use him like that.
Brought him here. Brandon Bean said it himself. He said it himself. It's actually surprising.
Have they used him like that though? Have they used him like that? Have they used him like that though? They used him like that his rookie year. After that, they didn't really do that much.
I mean, listen, I can't answer still if they don't. The point is, he's a skilled player enough that you should be able to use him out there.
Okay, you watch this. You watch this college tape, right? Did you see him catch passes?
Not a whole lot. There wasn't a whole lot out there, but he was known to be able to catch footballs out there. That's why they brought him to Buffalo.
Okay, in your mind,
how many game drops has Cooks had?
Oh, here he's had a bunch. Yeah, here he's had a bunch for sure.
That's why you can't give him 15 mil because of little things like that. That's why Ty Johnson was on the field. So
do you understand the difficulty of the passes that he had to catch at that point for a running back?
Is he worth 15 mil?
This is where I'm watching the tape. This is where I'm watching the tape. Is he worth 15 mil? Yes. Right now he is. Yes.
So this
is where I'm watching the tape.
And then what do you want to pay him, Rico?
If I'm truly gonna give him the money he deserves, I think he's in that 12, 5, 13 range.
Yeah, I
12,
would
5,
give him
13.
that as a base and
That's why
give
I
him
like what you
incentives
said,
up to
and then
15.
incentives to get to 15. But I was
Yeah.
thinking, what if he just wants 15? And that's where I'm at, because he's pocket watching, like they all do. Players all watch pockets. I'm pocket watching. This guy's getting money. This guy's getting money. You know what I'm saying? I want to be in that realm. But like, fam, like if you want to be in that realm, you better carry that ball 300 times, because the guys that are getting that money, they're counted on to carry that football and do all the things that, you know what I'm saying, you don't quite all the way do.
I
You
love that you
deserve
said
to
that.
be paid, but not 15.
Yep. I
Not
love
15.
that you
So
said
now,
that
my
because
question now is, do you let him walk
Okay.
next year?
I
Or
would have traded him before I would have tried to use him to trade up in the draft, to be honest. If
Oh,
like
okay.
if it so they Bean and Sean were saying all off season up to the draft, we need blue chippers, we need playmakers. And the only playmaker that they got so far is Hairston. So I would have used Cook if I knew he was taking such a hard stance on 15 and I wouldn't be able to work with him at all, and that's just the impression that I got. Well, then, my man, I'm sorry. You in the last year of your contract, you got high value right now. I could probably get a really good pick for you. You out of here, peace.
No, I get it. I'm just laughing at my man Bobby, because what you just said after, when he goes, Rico's just inventing new ways to hate James Cook. I don't hate James Cook. I make it very clear. But I also know that Brandon Bean also probably feels the same way we all feel. Like, I'm not paying you 50 mil. I see what's going on.
So why not trade him? Why force him to stay on the team?
I don't know. You think
That's
he would?
that's
This would have been the time to do it. He's got the highest leverage right now. He's had his best season, 16 rushing touchdowns, bro. This is your time. I don't know.
So what's it going to tell? Okay, so here's what's going to make this season very interesting, right? And we can even bet wings on it, right? Because I think they're not going to give him an increase in snaps. I think they don't want him to have. Yeah, I think it stays about the same, if not slightly less, because they like Ray Davis. I like Ray Davis too. And Ty Johnson's probably going to get more snaps as a pass catcher on third downs too, because of how well he did this season. So if those other two guys are going to increase in snaps, James Cook is going to take another hit. What's that going to do to his value? What's that going to do to his trade value? What's that going to do in the conversations at the end of the season when they're talking contracts? James Cook can't be stomping around talking about pay me 15 no more, right? So that's going to be something very interesting to pay attention to.
Here's an interesting comment from Alton. Alton, I appreciate that super chat, man. He goes, let me get this straight. Shakir, who's never had a 1,000-yard receiver. Did you read the whole book? Excellent. I'm going to read this, and after I'll come back and see you in a bit. You'll get it soon. Okay, go. Side note, she got in trouble, and I said, you got a book to read, and you gotta write me, all the things that are part of this book. And when we're done, we can talk, because I took her phone away. I'm gonna get my phone. When I'm done, we'll talk. Anyway, let me proceed. Girl, go. Let me get this straight. He says, Shakir, who's never had a 1,000-yard season, deserves a big contract, but Cook, who's had 2,000-yard back-to-back seasons, can't? Come on, fam. Do you want to take this or want me to take this?
I just wanted to make sense. And I think this is what this is speaking to, is that this conversation about James Cook's value at this point in the game, them not trading him doesn't make sense, and them not paying him also doesn't make sense. Because either way you go, to stay pat means you're losing a playmaker for nothing at the end of the season. If you do not get something worked out before the season starts, he is not staying here. I can't imagine a guy that's standing hard as he is on 15 million is going to wait till the end of the season and say, all right, you can pay me less. We good. I'll stay. That's not going to happen.
It's interesting what Venezuela said, because he's like, you put a lot of stock in the 1,000-yard season. I mean, I guess that's what you gotta look at the stats. There's a lot of stock in that. He barely got over the 1,000 yards. I mean, listen, if not for the last game, he would have had 9 and change. Would you have said, oh, but he had 990? Listen, I ain't buying all that at the end of the day. Now, given the money that you gave to Shakir, that's a whole. I mean, you got your quarterback loves Shakir. They're building on something, so you want to keep him long term. They're starting to get somewhere with that. So I can understand paying Shakir the money that he's got. And like, do you want to let him walk? Because we always complain, don't let your talent walk. We love Shakir. So I mean, you had to bring the talent back. let's not forget, being in his tenure does not give these contracts to these running backs. It's just what it is. Devin Singletary came through. He said, "Nah, you gotta go." Right? He had my man out of Utah,
Zach Moss.
Zach Moss came through. He said, "Bo, you gotta go." Not happening. So there's a route that Bean seems to take. Yo, I have you guys for a little bit, and I'll recycle you. It seems as though that's the case. We'll find out next year if he actually does.
Would you
say, "I might bring him back"? I think he lets him walk.
Would you say those guys are worth a second contract though?
Devin Singletary or Zach Moss, or who are you referring to?
Both, Singletary and Moss.
Neither one.
Okay, so it makes more business sense and it makes more team sense to let those guys walk. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was the same situation as James Cook. Well, he's a running back, we just let him walk. Like, James Cook is on a completely different level than a Zach Moss and a Singletary. I think everybody would agree that to some degree James Cook deserves a second contract, right?
I'm looking at and it's tough because you want to try to keep all your talent together, so you'd want to pay them.
Yeah,
keep your talent together. What I've never mentioned, and I'm looking forward to mentioning this right now. Usually, when you want to keep your group together, your quarterback comes to your aid. I'm not saying he has not, but your quarterback pounds the table and says, "Yo, bring James Cook back. Do what you got to do." You'd be so. I'm surprised that I'm not saying he's going to make it public because Josh is not the type of guy to make it public, but there's sometimes, hey, Josh or James Cook is, look at Joe Burrow. Bring my guys back. He made it uncomfortable. He made it uncomfortable for the team. He made it public. I want my both guys back, and he stood his ground. You can't tell me if Josh didn't say, "Yo, I want my guy James Cook back. I'd love to have him back. I want it to be my guy." Unless there's footage out there like that, bro. Brandon Beane would have been like, "All right, let's make this work." Yo, there wasn't backing from your quarterback publicly.
You just found a new way to hate on James Cook. So now what you're trying to you're taking a page out of draft day. Josh Allen didn't show up at his birthday party, so now you want to get rid of him. Is this what's happened? That's your reasoning now? Like, well, I don't think that Josh Allen's publicly come out and like what?
But I'm just saying,
if Josh didn't do that for Diggs, he's not going to do it for Cook.
I mean, we also know what's up with what took place with that. You feel me?
What?
So I think it's very clear.
Wait. What do you think took place with that? Because I actually know people connected to Diggs.
Here's my guess, because I don't know what you know. I'm only speculating at this point. My guess is green light, move him. I'm done with him.
No, he asked to leave. He asked to leave. So his issue was with the offensive scheme. He went and tried to talk to Sean about that. Sean wasn't trying to hear him, and then he went and talked to Bean about it. And Bean is not going to go against Sean. So at the end of the day, all right, I need to get out of here. That's really what the issue was.
I'm sure the friction didn't help. I'm sure. Unless
what friction?
Really no friction.
What friction with who?
Between Diggs and Josh. I'm sure the public.
No
I don't know. Maybe it was fabricated. There was really nothing behind it, or it was merely, I don't want to be in this office no more. I'm out of here. Let's get me out of here.
Yeah. Nobody
was really talking about it to really know. Everybody's just speculating at this point.
Yeah. No. There was no actual friction between Diggs and Josh. Like they won't talk about it, because to say anything about that would give just a little glimpse of light or a little room for speculation on the entire story, right? So nobody's going to say anything about that, right? But at the end of the day, it was the scheme, and the issue was more so with Sean not being willing to listen about what's going on offense. And as we know, Sean likes to control stuff. If you read the Tyler Dunn report, he's a micromanager. Yeah. So, really, the offense is where Sean wants it to be. And Diggs was used to coming in with day ball and throwing the ball all over the yard and having fun on offense, to now we're going to play this. Yeah. So that was really the biggest issue. And that's why Diggs wanted to get out of here.
Yeah. And the thing is, and nobody really ever knew. Everything was always speculation. So you just know, was there friction? Was there not friction? You can't, there's something going on with these two. Who knows? But at the end of the day, there was a point where those two weren't talking as much. There's got to be some kind of truth to that. They weren't as
Josh and Diggs.
Yeah, there wasn't as much bro. But man, those two were besties at the beginning. Something did take place. You can't from looking from outside in, you know, it wasn't the same relationship. Something that's changed.
Well, so all right, you got to understand it from both sides, because from Josh's perspective, Josh sees his position with the team and in the league still from that kid in Wyoming. That's how he sees himself in the league and on the team. He just appreciates being here. I'm about to tell you what that means. Is he doesn't see himself in a position to dictate to anybody what goes on with the team, right? He might go to the coach and say, hey, I like this guy, I'd like to play with him. I mean, he's done it with Kincaid, he's done it with Matt Barkley, he's done it with a few players so far. Miss Trubisky being another one of those guys. Hey, you know, any chance we can bring my guy back? But that's not the same level of assertiveness and authority that Joe Burrow operates with. You get what I'm saying? There's a big difference between the two. So Josh is not going to put himself in a position to back any particular player to his coach. He still sees his coach as up here and himself is down here, when realistically in the grand scheme of power and control, Josh is way up here and Sean is really way, like, think about it. You're not gonna take the dead cap hit with Josh if he gets pissed off and says, I don't want to play. You know what I mean? But Josh doesn't think that way. So that really works in the favor of Sean, because Sean knows Josh ain't gonna come talking to me about nobody. This is my show, right? Pagula's even said it. This is my show.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of defending Cook or defending Diggs, we are not, until Josh gets to the point where he's willing to accept the power that he really has, we're not going to see him do anything like that.
It's so interesting because, like, as much as I want to agree in a sense of like Josh's coach and management here, Josh is also a very intelligent individual. I'm not fully buying I'm only here and I let these guys make the decision. If you want to have influence in this offense, I mean, fam, they love Dawson Knox. He loves Dawson Knox, and the team is gonna try to keep Dawson Knox for a minute. Eventually, business is business. You're gonna have to do what you got to do. But like what Josh wants and what Josh loves, they're gonna do everything they can. He's the franchise. He is Buffalo. So if he said, hey, let's try to change the scheme a little bit so we can get Diggs, because I love Diggs. I want him to be part of this. Like we're best with him, bro. I think he was sick of it. In my opinion, I think he was past the antics and past the side talk. You mean the public talk? When I say side talk, let's get out of here. And then he leaves, and then look what happens. Which is timing is impeccable. MVP without Diggs. Right? I don't even know how we got into this Diggs conversation. This is fascinating.
Well, we were talking about Cook, and you were saying that Josh didn't defend Cook, and I said, well, he also didn't defend Diggs.
Right. And then it was Alton because we were talking about Shakir and Shakir getting his money and all that stuff. But anyways, we got there. We're here. We love it. That's how these conversations go. We love it. I'm sorry, my man. I got my man Kev on the sideline going, all right, yeah.
Well, I'm watching.
Yeah. I see what's happening. So you earlier were going to mention something about Keyshawn. And you said you were about to throw him under the bus, and then I don't think you finished.
No, I did. I said he gave the team he gave the draft a C-.
So who didn't he like that he was at? Other than the first player that you mentioned,
he didn't hate the Hairston pick, but he also thought Hairston was a second rounder and not somebody you needed to take at 30. But that one didn't really bother him as much as TJ Sanders or Landon Jackson.
He's not getting that love right now.
No, he's not.
A lot of fans were like, "Yo, we traded up for 40 at 41 to get TJ Sanders." Like, what?
Yeah. Well, his mindset was more so if you just wanted a pass rushing defensive tackle, there were other guys ahead of him that were better. You know, just in terms of raw ability, right? And
well, who?
TJ Sanders, huh?
Who? That's also who? Because Sanders is pretty much the best like 3-tech pass rusher at that point. That wasn't a liability against the run like Norman Lott.
Well, he wanted Norman Lott. That's who he really wanted. He wanted Norman Lott at that spot. Yeah. Well, again, Key
wanted Norman Lott?
Yeah. Look, even if that was the case, it still fit what the Buffalo Bills want in the middle of the defensive line. They don't care about defensive tackles stopping the run. If they did, they would.
I was saying that
and
earlier.
I
I
agree
said that
with that.
earlier.
Yes.
I said I had to stop, like, when I like think about what the team's going to do when I do mock drafts and stuff. I have to stop thinking about what I think makes sense and just understand that they don't care. They want smaller, quicker defensive tackles, and they want big, giant defensive ends. They want to stop people from going outside. They want to funnel in the middle. But then, and it's weird because it's like you said, because I was like, I wouldn't have done that. I would have gone Landon, not Landon, what's his name? Collins. I would have gone Alfred Collins in Texas. I thought Alfred
Yes,
Collins,
me too.
But
I
really
wanted
lucky.
him badly. And he went right after TJ. I was pissed.
Yeah. But they want the penetrator. They want the pass rusher. They want the guy that can close in. So actually, now that I've talked about it, if that's what they want, then why not go Norman Lott? Because that's
right.
You know,
It makes most sense.
It does, yeah. But I like Sanders. I think he's got more potential than Norman Lott. I think he can be a good player in all phases. But I think that next year, what's going to happen if Ed Oliver goes and TJ Sanders is good, I'm going to stupidly say, well, hey, you should get him a good one tech to play beside him. And they won't. They'll draft another 298 guy. But I like Sanders. I don't think last pick is in like 10 picks or something.
10 picks. We're picking at 240.
Yeah.
Listen, I appreciate y'all hanging out with us. We've been doing this for golly, man. This is gross. 6 hours.
6 hours.
6 hours.
Ooh, God, yeah, I know. Like, what am I doing? What am I doing? My gosh.
Hey,
man.
we did two fives Thursday and Friday. We did 5 Thursday, 5 Friday.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, man.
I feel your pain. It's a lot. It's a lot. Not for the faint of heart, for sure.
I'm not even talking about the team I like. You know what I mean? I'm going to zone out half the time because it's like, if I talk about these fucking Bills one more time, you know what I mean? Like,
I'll tell you.
I have these arguments with the guys where I'm defending Bills. You know, I'm like, oh, this is really weird. You know,
I love it. I love it. Kev, where are the Dolphins done picking, or are they still going?
They pick next. They got 2 more picks.
This is exciting. This is exciting.
Nah, I wanted
this is what I wanted to ask you, Kev. What was Tua an owner decision, or was that like a collective we need this guy decision?
I was a collective decision, and regardless of the bullshit you heard, what's his name? Flores signed off on it too. I know that for a fact. So they wanted him because, to be fair, I wanted him over Herbert as well. They were in love with Joe Burrow, and they tried to trade with Cincinnati to get up to take Joe Burrow. They couldn't get him, and it was between Herbert and Tua, and they wanted Tua. They just thought that, like, overall, before the hip, he had a little bit more mobility, right? And I think the hips affect some of the torque on his passes. He had a bit more arm strength, a bit more mobility, and Herbert he still does it in the NFL now. He is one of the best quarterbacks first 3 quarters, but he's going to fall apart every 4th quarter when the pressure's on. They did. I watched them throw a Hail Mary once that went 15 rows up into the stands. So they didn't want – it was against Auburn. So they picked him. Now, we were wrong. In retrospect, we were wrong. But the team wanted him. And then when he came back from the hip, he didn't have the same burst. He didn't have the same arm. He never had a great arm, but his arm was stronger than Burrow's arm. So it wasn't like it was, like, weak.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
No, you have to be kidding.
Oh, wow.
No,
wow.
They can't be.
Drafting the old noodle.
How do
was the guy you did not want.
How do you upset me in the 7th round? Like, they couldn't have picked a worse bum. I had 2 people. I've been saying this all day. 2 people. I said, absolutely, whatever happens, don't draft these people. Dion Walker and Quinn fucking Ewers. He's so bad. And anyone watch any, like, Matthew Golden or Isaiah Bond tape and just constantly say, Jesus, how bad is Quinn Ewers? Like, what a waste of a pick. I have, like, Jordan Reed from ESPN mocked Ewers to the Dolphins and Dion Walker. And I wrote him instantly saying, this is my absolute nightmare. Like, he's so fucking useless. You might as well have just pissed your draft pick away. It would have been
hold on.
better
Let me
for the team. It would have been better for the team had they just said, I don't want to draft anyone right now, and allowed and then kept whatever measly cap space that this arsehole is going to take up. Like, unless they need someone to collect footballs after the practice, he has zero, and I mean zero NFL traits. He has no accuracy, no arm strength, no mobility. He's absolutely useless. You might as well just put me out there. I mean, I can
Well,
get
the Dolphins have had success. They like him. Like, are you even a fan, bro? Like, how can you not love this move?
I know, couch GM.
Let's be real, Kev. Let's be real. You have your
It's
starter
the
is
7th
already.
round, and I'm angry. How can you take this guy? He's so bad. Like, he's so bad. Like, how could you have watched this arsehole in the bowl game and thought, we need some of that? You know what I mean? You've already collected Zach fucking Wilson. Like, was your goal? Was it a joke? Like, is this Greer's last hurrah? Like, he's like, you know what? They're going to fire me. Fuck them. We're going to keep Brittle Tua. I'm going to bring in Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers, the worst quarterback in the draft.
This is Buddy Nix's EJ Manuel move. That's what this is.
Well, I will say this though. He's got some strengths.
What
that
are
I
his
think is gonna
strengths?
bode
He's
well.
alive? I don't understand.
He's alive. Well, listen, man. He's the type of guy that keeps his eyes downfield. He's not. You're not going to worry about him trying to get skitter. He's not going to be skittish, man. He's going to have his eyes downfield and get the ball out there.
Problem. If you watch Texas, they won't even let him throw the ball over 20 yards in the air. They have to keep everything in a box because he can't read, and he moves the second anyone cuts a fart near him. He's trying to bail out of the pocket with the mobility of an 85-year-old man with a bum hip. I've never seen anything like it.
I think you're overreacting a little bit. He's probably not even going to touch the field. But you need insurance. You need insurance. You need insurance. Skylar Thompson's not going to do it for you.
Insurance? Maybe he'll be selling it in 2 years. Fuck.
Yo, Kevin, you're a piece of work, man. Golly.
I got to get you on the show to talk about this stuff, man.
1,000 players in college, and I said, just please not two. These two. And they had to do it. They had to do it.
He's a good character guy. You want character in your locker room.
Oh my God!
Come on, man! Like, you
in the 7th round, you drafted character guys.
You mean he came from a big time program in Texas? He kept Archie Manning at bay. Come on, yo, you hating too much on this young kid, man. These guys are just they're getting their dreams ready to go into the league, and here comes Kevin shitting on them.
This guy's so
come on, Kevin.
So bad. Like, it's laughable. Like, they're so bad.
Wow.
Like, it's not hard. And I swear to God, everyone always says that. You think you know more than the guys there? I think I do. Not because I'm good. I think they're so fucking incompetent that, like, you could literally just roll the dice and get better results than what they're doing. It's unreal. Like, there's not even a slim chance that this guy is going to be on an NFL roster in 3 years. Like, why? Why?
So does this drop your grade with your I can't. Hold on.
I don't even know how much lower you can get.
What's that?
Like, it's the 7th round, right? So, like,
it's the 7th round, man.
But still, like, and I was getting sad because I saw Rourke from Indiana just went. I was like, oh, I would have liked that guy. And then I forget his name, Harris, I think, from the North Dakota State quarterback. I liked him. He had some redeemable qualities. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, maybe something to work with here. You literally took the guy that has nothing to work with. You took the car.
Damn, you think he's that bad?
It's not even like he has a bad engine. Someone stole the engine. There's nothing inside. It's a hollow carcass of a player. Useless. I said Manning on the bench.
Has a family, Kevin.
The coaching staff kept him on the bench because I guess they felt bad for him because he stuck it out for so long. And every time he came off the field, it was like a breath of fresh air. And all of a sudden, Texas's offense looked prolific. Then
I mean, he did keep Manning on the bench.
So bad.
If there's any consolation, man. Well,
I mean,
listen,
Someone wrote they're giving Ewers number 13. They gave if that.
how do you know that? They already know?
No, there's no chance they retired it. But
I mean,
it's the
they
only
should give Marino's number. Why not?
Yeah, you should. Yeah,
damn.
maybe the part on the car.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Like
It's a tough pill to swallow, especially and this is why I was saying, like, when we get involved emotionally and you wanted this player not to be anywhere close to your team and then they go ahead and do it, it's like they've stabbed you and they're twisting it in there and say, here you go, Kevin. Here you go, Mr. Ewers, just for you. I'm gonna get you a Ewers China jersey and send it to you just so you can have that. Just for you, big guy. Well, listen, the Bills picking about 5 picks. So I don't know what pick they would have to make for me to be pissed off. I think we'll be all right. You have anybody that you wanted to take there? I mean, Armis or what?
No, I didn't scout this late into it. So I mean, look,
It's late.
Johnson. The Bucks took another receiver. They took Tez Johnson.
Oh,
This might be where the Bills grab their receiver, or they'll grab the punter. I don't know.
Years. It's so bad.
I think you'll be all right, Kev. 7th round draft pick.
yeah.
I mean, it's not the end of the world. I mean, listen,
This has got to be punter, right?
Yeah, they said, Kev, what's your biggest nightmare? Tua getting knocked off the field again, or Ewers coming in and being serviceable to a point where they say we should build around him? Oh my gosh, could you imagine?
Well, you're forgetting about the MILF hunter. He'll be in next. You know what I mean?
Oh, Wilson, you guys got Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be something. That's gonna be something.
I actually would be interested to see what Mike McDaniel can do with Zach Wilson. I would be very interested to see it because with what we saw with Tua under Flores, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't a system that fit his skill set, and Mike McDaniel's one of those guys that can build around a quarterback. So, if I were you, I'd want that. Because
I wanted Zach Wilson.
Positivity. You see, there's some positivity in this. I like that. Good stuff, bro.
See, I can do it. Positivity lives in me. I'm not just a natural pessimist. I'd like to look at all the variables and make my decisions.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that a lot. Alton Venezuela comes in and says, "Hey, can y'all sell me on the Palmer signing? I just don't see it. In the 4 years he was with the Chargers, wasn't impressive at all."
No. He was impressive.
I will tell you, you are going to like Palmer. You're going to come back to me and say, "Yo, Rico, Aramis, you are right, man. This guy's nice." Listen, what Josh needs in a receiver is what he should have got out of Amari Cooper, which I don't understand why it just didn't pan out. I just don't get it. Maybe he's just lost a step. I don't know. But Josh Palmer gives you the ability to run all routes crisp, and he can get downfield. And you have your true X receiver that will give Josh the ability to not only do what he does in the backfield, but you have a guy that's got great hands and he gets open. So now what does it do for everybody else? Now you got Khalil Shakir running free. Now you got, God forbid, Dalton Kincaid can put them together for us. We will have, that's why I feel that Brandon Beane felt comfortable enough not to even address the receiver room. I like what I got. I think we're fine. And maybe all that we need speed was a smokescreen the whole time. Who knows? Because we didn't have speed last year and we were the number 3 freaking offense in the game. So it's hard to diminish what this receiving crew has done. Yet we're asking for speed, but we're one of the best offenses in the game. Speed didn't really matter at this point. But if you want to jump in on Palmer and add into it, go right ahead.
Yeah. So look, when I talked earlier about, Josh Palmer being a deep threat, he absolutely is a deep threat. Even though he runs a 4.5, his ability to stack DBs and make plays down the field, he did it in LA. We saw it in the NFL, right? And for most of last year, he was the best receiver they had. Even with Ladd McConkey learning and coming back, I mean, 2 different roles, but exactly. So look, what you're gonna see from Josh Palmer this season is almost exactly what they asked Amari Cooper to do. And when you turn the tape on, to be perfectly honest, their games look very similar. Josh Palmer can run all the routes, like you said. He's very crisp in his route running. He's a technician when it comes to that. But not only that, but he has the speed and the jump, like the jump ball playmaking ability for a guy. He's what, 6'1", 6'2", something around that.
Yeah, 6'1".
He's not super tall. Yeah. So I mean, but he's the way he plays downfield. He plays like a bigger receiver. So that's an element to our game that, you know, and I know people are going to say, well, Keon Coleman's a jump ball guy. He's a big slot. That's his natural position in the NFL. The Bills are going to keep him on the outside. Okay, cool. But if you are going to keep him on the outside, then you need to start using him like Kelvin Benjamin was used in Carolina, because that's going to be his best output. Seriously, that's what we're looking at now. Kelvin Benjamin in Carolina was good. But yeah, Josh Palmer is definitely a great addition to this offense. I had no issue with that signing.
I think he's going to have a bigger year than most people anticipate. I think Bills fans will realize that, and away we go. And Josh is going, and this is something that we don't, I mean, we're good. It's something we know already, but Josh went into this year having his best season ever of not throwing the football away. He understands now. He understands what needs to be taking place. So now, give him guys that can actually get open, and now he understands, if I don't like it, I don't gotta throw it, bro. I think we'll be just fine, man. I think we'll be great. Josh Allen going to a second season of understanding not to turn the ball over, not give it up, bro. We're gonna be nice, man. James Cook can be running the ball as hard as ever, trying to get himself a contract somewhere else. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, you're gonna say something.
Yeah, here's the other part of this too. The type of receiver that everybody's thinking about when you say a deep threat. That's not how this offense is going to operate. This is an offense built around pass efficiency, right? And when I say pass efficiency, I mean safe throws that are less likely to get intercepted or batted down, right? They put receivers in positions where they're picking off DBs. They're putting receivers in position where they're getting separation by scheme, not by skill, right? So in this type of scheme, you're not going to see the 60-yard bombs and stuff like that. Those are the least efficient play in football, aside from a Hail Mary. So we gotta get away from that thought process of, well, right. So I think it fits with what the Bills are going to do this season and what they did last season in this offensive scheme. It fits perfectly.
Here's another thing too with what this offense is going to bring and what Josh Palmer brings. Everybody thinks that Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams ain't no speedster. He certainly is not a speedster, but boy, does he run a crisp route and can still get downfield. So I'm not saying Josh Palmer is Devontae, but you don't necessarily need this whole speed thing that everybody keeps crying for, bro. Get open. That's all you need to do. Stephon Diggs, 6 feet. Not a speedster, but boy, could he run a route. And that's how he's been successful in this game, man. So now you got Josh Allen against Josh Palmer. I mean, we'll see both Joshes. We'll see how Joshua, he doesn't want to be called Josh. So we'll see how Joshua Palmer does, man. I think he's going to be all right, man. I'm not saying that we're going to sell you on it. You got to see it for yourself, obviously, when camp shows out. And you know how we glorify things in camp. We're like, oh, shit, look at that guy. we talk ourselves into these things. That's what happens normally. Anyway, the pick is in for the Bills. Did we just take a receiver? Is that what it is? Or is that somebody else? Caden Prather, is that for us?
Oh, yes. Is that who it is?
Caden Prather? I think that's us. Caden Prather out of Maryland. 6'3".
Let's go.
6'3". Talk to me about Caden Prather, man.
Oh my God. Yo, Caden Prather, listen, this is he's like 6'3", 6'4", something like that, ain't he?
Yeah, he's 6'3". Let me make sure. Confirm that's the pick. I think it is it. Go ahead, keep going.
Yo, this dude is a 6'3" version of Steph Diggs. When you watch this kid play, he's a technician as a route runner, right? And he's a hands catcher on top of it. He's not just a big body guy that goes out like when you watch him on tape, he's got the smoothness of an AJ Green in the way that he runs his routes, but he's also got that quick twitch with him where that Stephon Diggs kind of pops out.
Hold on. I just want to make sure that I got it right. Caden Prather is the guy. Keep going. You got it. Confirm.
Yes. Yes. Yo. This is a sleeper pick. This is a sleeper pick. I am very excited about this guy.
I'm excited that you're excited. That got me excited.
Yo, I'm
6'3" and a
super
half,
excited.
204.
Yes.
He's got 32-inch arms. So what? Yo, he's got big hands too.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
We're in a
This is the guy. Yep.
All
Yep.
right. We got
This
something
is a
here.
great pick. This is a great pick.
We're gonna find out more about it. Listen, if the pessimist himself is excited, so he says, you know what I'm saying? We got ourselves a good one. Kev, are you familiar with this, or you're not liking this, or you're not familiar with this game?
I don't know him too well, to be honest.
Okay. Well, if I'm getting excitement, you know what I'm saying? Armis is loving this thing, then I'm loving it too, right? So Kevin's still in his feelings about Quinn Ewer, so right now he's not quite with us right now.
I'm getting all the texts. Everyone's laughing at me. You know, all my friends. They all know how much I hate this bum. And
Listen,
my phone, the phone's like none of these bastards ever text me when something goes right. But as soon as something goes bad, you know, and I'm staring.
So Prather is the what? How do you pronounce his name? Is it Prather?
I don't know. I don't know that. I didn't scout that much.
This is what we get. We get Caden Prather with the 240th pick, and that concludes the draft, ladies and gentlemen. The RAS score for Prather is 7.68 out of 10. All right. So right now that ranks him 240th. Excuse me, that's not right. That ranks him 888th out of 3,800 receivers taken in the draft. So he's on the better side of it. So he's at a 7.6 in his RAS score. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Prather to Buffalo. Listen, he transferred in from West Virginia, 4-star, 98 catches, 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns, 18 games with 3 catches or more, 100-yard guy. Yo, he just knows how to do it.
Yes,
he just knows how to do it. Bills did their homework, and it allows us to go out and do our own homework and see what it is. And by the way, I got to show this to you guys. Ooh, you guys are gonna like this. I'm gonna show this to you guys real quick. So, Real Analytics. I don't know if you follow them. It's pretty dope. So, Real Analytics has the IGA, which is in-game athleticism. They got him as a smooth, long strider with deceptive top end speed, clean route separation. He's of the 95th percentile. He's graded at 95.7. Fluid vertical thread ability and enough acceleration to challenge corners at every level. Let me tell you something. Our first pick was graded at a 96.7, and our last pick is graded at a 95.7. We got a real true athlete in this beat. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's where we are at this juncture of the night. The Buffalo Bills have concluded their draft picks. Golly, what a long evening. I appreciate you, Kev. You've been holding it down. Aramis, you gave us a spark. You gave me some energy. You know what I mean? And it was great. I appreciate you coming in from your lunch and doing all this stuff. Listen, this week is going to be an interesting week because everybody's going to be looking at what's taking place and what teams have done what and so on and so forth. So here we are. The Bills have concluded their draft picks, and it goes something like this. Cornerback out of Kentucky, Maxwell Hairston. South Carolina defensive tackle, TJ Sanders. I think he's going to grow on some people. We'll see how that all plays out. Arkansas, edge, Landon Jackson. I think he's going to be a solid player. Kentucky, question mark, Dion Walker. People aren't sure with the 4th pick. Should we have grabbed him? Is he strong enough? We'll find out. Followed up by Jordan Hancock, cornerback out of Ohio State. Could he transition into a safety and make that a real competition? We'll see how that plays out. Jackson Hawes, the blocking tight end out of Georgia Tech. Dorian Strong, cornerback out of Virginia Tech. Chase Lund out of Connecticut. And lastly, we got Caden Prather out of Maryland. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We picked 9. I didn't think Brandon B was going to be able to do it. 9 players in the books. He's got it done, set, ready to go. Before we get out of here, I'm gonna give the floor to my guy Aramis. Aramis, talk to us, man. So what do you got? What do you got coming? What's down the pipe? Talk to the people. I'll let you have a moment to let them know what's going down, baby.
Yeah, we got a lot of big things coming. The biggest thing is going to be our exclusive content for our membership folk. We're going to do we're going to run a season of Madden, and we might keep it going if we get some people behind it. But We're gonna do a full season of Madden on our YouTube channel at the Podium podcast, but we're doing a different twist to it. It's not going to be just the commentator stuff. It's not going to be the gameplay stuff. We're going to run the gameplay. We're going to run the manual commentary, and then I am going to play the head coach. Right, we're going to fire Sean McDermott. I'm going to play the head coach. He is going to play the GM. Okay, now after every game, we're going to look at the gameplay. We're going to look at the film. We're going to see what changes need to be made. He is going to take you through the scouting process week by week. I'm going to take you through the team building process week by week, and we're gonna have our. It'll be just like watching an episode of Embedded, but we're gonna do it from the perspective of moves that we would have liked to see the Bills make or something like that. So I think that's going to be very interesting, very entertaining. It's going to be funny because we're also going to do post-game press conferences where we answer questions. So I think it's going to be great.
I like
but
it, man. Original.
Yeah.
It's original.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do in these days. Content is king, man, but you got to bring the right content to people, and some people are gonna love it, some people are gonna not, but you got to try it. And I love what you guys are doing, man. Big shout out to my man Aramis coming through, man. Yo, much love to you. You know what I mean? I'm always rooting for you guys' success. We're gonna get together at one point sometime soon,
no doubt.
And listen, don't sleep on my guy Kev. Bring Kev on the show. He'll be great for y'all, man. Real talk.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, Aramis, Kev, anything last minutes, because I know you got to dip.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Kevin's in his feelings right now. He's in his feels.
Not the draft I hoped for us. Not the draft I expected. Started off good. I like Charles. I like Grant, but man.
I hear you. Here's one last thing. Please, before you guys leave, do me a favor and follow Kev Gerard, excuse me. Is that 613 or 13? Just a 13?
13, yeah.
There you go. Kev 13. And I want you to do me a favor and follow the Podium podcast on Twitter and on YouTube. Go ahead and follow them, cats. Boy, these guys are nice, man. Good, great conversation. And they got you tuned in all day and doing their thing, man. So appreciate it. Appreciate both of y'all, man, because I gotta go and give shit to my man Pierre and Z-Bot. Beat their asses up when I see them. Anyway, that being said, we appreciate you. Kev, get out of here. I know you got to go to party. So go ahead, go get and freshen up, and we'll catch you on the flip, my man.
Sounds good. Take care, boys.
You got it,
All
man.
right, man. See you.
And then, my man, Aramis, I appreciate you. Yo, tell Key, I wish that he was able to come on so we can chop it up. But, we'll do it another time. You know how that's going to go.
For sure.
So
For sure.
make sure that you guys do me a favor and follow my guy and follow the group because they're a great content. Go ahead and follow them, and we'll catch you guys on flip. Anything else, brother?
That's it. That's all I got. I enjoyed this. I hopefully I get to do this with you again next year.
Listen, man, we'll be back at it again. We'll be back at it again.
Right,
we'll
cool.
talk, man. That's my guy. We'll see you, boss. Ladies and gentlemen, and that wraps up the 2025 NFL Draft. Golly. Je suis fatigué, man. Mes amis, je suis fatigué. If you guys don't know what that means, I am tired. I'm tired. I forget the R. The R's not even there. I'm tired. All right, I'm tired. But the show must go on because guess what I got to do after this? I got to go and do Bleacher Report. If you guys have not followed me on Bleacher Report, go ahead and follow me on Bleacher Report. Download the app, Rico_BF. Now I got to go do a recap of all our picks and talk about it and give a snippet of what this team is going to be. And then I got to, put in my work. The work doesn't stop, bro. The work doesn't stop. And then the family's coming back, so I got to go deal with this book report that my daughter wrote. So once I'm done this, I got to get back to dad duty, and then we'll be at it. But I gotta give a sincere thank you to each and every one of y'all. And I'm not going to get out of here without reading a super chat because I know I saw a super chat come in, and I'm not going to do that to you. So my super chat from Johnny Mack says, just caught the end, but seems like a fun show. I will tune going forward. Dude, smash that like and follow, and follow us on YouTube. You know what time it is. So sincere thank you to each and every one of y'all. Y'all hung out with us from Thursday night, Friday night, and we just did 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours. Thank you, Brandon Beam, for trading and getting to a 7th round. You had no business doing that. You didn't have to, but you did. And I got a chance to hang out with my crew. So the real question is, what do we grade this draft class? The 2025 draft class. What are we grading these boys? I'll tell you right now. I like what we've done although we didn't go heavy on offense, but why go heavy on offense? We didn't really have a big need. I think the draft fell the way we needed to. The big question mark most folks might have is, I don't know if I like the corner that we got. Well, when this corner starts taking these house calls back to the house, I think you're going to love it. I think you're going to be at Highmark Stadium going, golly, we love number 31. And then when we start putting pressure on these quarterbacks, it's going to be simple. The game is a simple game, man. Get to the quarterback, disrupt play. And that's exactly what Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott have alluded to go with. They want guys that are violent and they want to disrupt everything. So my final grade for these Buffalo Bills, I'm going to give it a solid B+. That's a B+ grade for me. My picks that I liked and I enjoyed out of these guys, and what stood out to me was Maxwell Harrison. I've learned to like that pick. I'm a big fan of it. I like the Landon Jackson pick, our 3rd round pick, number 8. And low key, TJ Sanders. I know people are not going to like that, but I like what TJ Sanders brings. He gives me, and I don't want to, I use this loosely, very loosely, but he gives me Chris Jones like. Watch his game a little bit, see how disruptive he can be. Although Chris Jones, there's nothing like Chris Jones. That boy nice like that. That's a Hall of Famer. But he wasn't a 1st round draft pick. I think it was a 2nd round draft pick. So this is where you got TJ Sanders. So Maxwell Harrison, I like that pick. TJ Sanders, I'm a fan. Landon Jackson, I think I'm going to be a big fan of that one right there. Dion Walker is a question mark. We're going to find out what he really does. He truly does bring to the table. Plug the middle. Just be a space eater. I don't need you to be super elite. If you get some pass rush in there too, why not? Jordan Hancock. Look to see what they want to do with Jordan Hancock. Could he be in the safety room? We'll find out. He's a jack of all trades type of DB. Jackson Hawes, tight end, big time blocker. That's what he does. That's what he's brought in for. He is our quintessential Lee Smith of the team. And we loved Lee Smith when he was on there, right? So finish off by going with Dorian Strong as a lanky corner. We got a tackle, one of the better tackles in this game. He's the top 100 player, and Chase Lund. And lastly, Caden Prather out of Maryland. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the night. My goodness, I got another super chat coming in from my man, Foxhound Slayer. I appreciate you. Let me show you some love. Great show. Thank you for the entertainment, man. You have no idea how much that means to me because, like, we do these. I mean, it's not like we sitting here, YouTube paying us like big time money. It's not like that at all, man. This is for the love of the content, love of the game, love of the team, and love of kind of interacting with folks. We got 3,300 people in this B right now. Shout out to my guy, Brian Bowers. What up, B? I see you. My man, Ryan says, yo, Rico's a trooper, man. Super trooper. I'm telling you, man, my back is telling me, boy, you're not 25 anymore, bro. You've been sitting in this chair for damn near 6 hours. Did I even leave this chair? I don't even think I went to a washroom break. Golly, I'm like Hansen, Chris Hansen, bro. You talking about the black Chris Hansen. Didn't take a washroom break, 6 hours of nonstop stream action right on your screen. You see what time it is. You see what time it is. You know when you're getting tired, you start laughing and everything. So I got to get my act together because I got to get back to it. But I think TJ Sanders is a great pick. I'm not going to sit here and let people try to poo-poo on that. Not going to happen. And I love that my boys came on and showed some love. Oh, we got another one. My man Ryan Tobin. Appreciate you, man. Big Baller B. No, it's Big Baller Rico because I've been doing this all night. But I appreciate you very much. So that means a lot to me. You guys know that. And we got to keep this thing rolling, man, because I got to get back to it and go on my Bleacher Report and do it from there. But listen, man, this is it. Like, we got to get it together. Clearly, they made it clear that Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, they knew where their weaknesses were. They needed to get young, and they need to get big. Big, young, strong. And now it's a matter of who the heck is not going to be part of this crew. Listen, I like that. Brian Barrett's feeling optimistic. I still want to see another established receiver, but listen, you guys know what time it is, man. We got our 7th rounder. You know how many cuts are going to be made? You know how many listen, Isaiah Bond. We might bring Isaiah Bond in as a undrafted free agent. And now everybody's going to be like, well, okay, all right, we good now to what Brandon Beane's doing. Calmate. Everybody, calmate. I think Brandon Beane's got an understanding of what this team needs. We needed to get younger. We absolutely needed to get younger. We needed to get stronger. We certainly did. Just look at what the hell he brought in on the defensive side of the ball. And we got faster. We got faster, ladies and gentlemen. How do you hate that? You got a lineman that runs a 4.6 40, and you have a freaking corner that runs a 4.2 40. When's the last time we had a 4.2 40 guy on the squad? Not even close. TJ Graham was a receiver, and he's a bum, and he ran a 4.3. You know what I'm talking about, fam. That's it. So that is it. That's our time. I appreciate y'all very much. So you guys have been fantastic. I'm gonna let this run, and I gotta go and jump on the Bleacher Report. So, folks, before you get out of this room, do me a favor, smash that like. If you've not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't followed me on Twitter, go ahead and follow me on Twitter. Very simple. Bottom left screen, Rico_BF_. I know there's a lot of underscores, but you can do it. I believe in you guys. I believe in you guys. You guys reading comprehension is key. All right. You know what time it is, right? So that's my time. My back is streaming, and it's like I feel like it's doing this to me right now. It's twisted. So I got to get up and stretch, and I got to get back on and get back to it. So listen, I don't want to ramble. Get this out of there. Get the music in there, and appreciate you guys very much. So smash that like, hit that subscribe, do all that good stuff here, and we'll catch you guys again. Guess when?
It's Don Brown.
I'll see you back on Tuesday. We'll do this all over again.
I'm a fanatic. I'm a Buffalo fanatic. Play good, be humble. Number 17, the captain. I'm a Buffalo fanatic. I'm a Buffalo.